5-year-old man, presenting to the emergency room, fat. QC fancies himself a nutritionist and has a self-proclaimed YouTube PhD. Of course, coffee has fiber in it. One man on the internet says it does.
Due to malnutrition, QC develops brain fog. His carer Abby drives him to the emergency room where we are now. The admitting nurse tries to take his blood, but it's nothing but fat. Time is short, as QC is fading fast.
Doctors discover that QC is suffering from hypo-IQ-osis. Hypo meaning low, IQ meaning intelligence quotient, and osis from the Greek for condition. Low intelligence quotient condition. Unfortunately, this affliction is chronic and can only be mitigated with proper treatment.
With the help of a court-ordered educational aid and a steady 2,000-calorie diet of gamer subs and burgers, QC was able to make a recovery. Take care of yourself. And be well.
Dude, this Chubby Emu video, man. Holy, dude. Holy.
People think I'm just sitting here watching YouTube on easy mode. Nah, reacting to videos, way harder than playing games. Let me walk you through it. When I game, everything's on rails. W, A, S, D, left click. Muscle memory, chill. Cognitive load, 20% tops. But a reaction, my brain's in overdrive. I have to pass the clip, guess the context, read chat,
True.
D4 bad.
Alright. Are you a hunter at all? Like deer or what have you... Wait. Like deer or what have you? We had some poachers in my state.
Oh, the Path of Exile 2 expansion video goes live in 5 hours. Nice. Chat! I don't need to play any games for 5 hours today because there is a Path of Exile video today, so I have the perfect excuse to gaslight my viewers that only chatting is not majority of my content lately.
I don't know about that. I have killed one
Hey
deer.
Quinn. Normally I use my
And all the
resub
meat was
message to
used.
do a meme or a taunt, but not this time. This time I just want to say that you are very entertaining and I love your stream. It is the one I hung around in for longest, 25 months with the God Gamer.
Huh?
Also, anyone typing vegan right now is gay.
How? 94% of people get divorced in Portugal.
Po2 let's go baby. Hope
What?
you're okay Quinton.
What?
Clown.
What? Wait, that doesn't make any
Prime
sense.
subs are free BTW. Path of Exile 2 hype. Ads fucking suck. Log in. Fat.
Okay. Okay, that compares the numbers of divorces in a given year to the number of marriages in the same year. Okay. So maybe tons of people got married back in the day, and now they're all getting divorced now, and not many people are getting married that often. I mean, it's unhinged. Wait, New Zealand is what? 41. India is 1%.
Bitch.
You know why? Well, it's actually not really that funny. It's like it's just acid, right? It's acid. That's it. There you go. Yeah, they if you divorce your husband in India, they throw acid on your face. That's what I watched a documentary on it. It's like super disrespectful. Yeah. So like people are yes, and they've got prearranged marriages, which is like culturally, it's yeah, you don't fuck with that. Oh fuck. Okay, guys, let's get my let's get this closed. Get this up. We'll keep that up. We're gonna go to what's this? My Clown Day stuff. Should we do it here? We'll just do it here. PoE2 live stream. Alright, what do I want? I'll just put this at the top actually. Put this at the top. What do I want? Things I want. Okay. New at Zeri law on how she got 6 titties. Okay. Oh, 4 titties. Is it 4 titties? My bad, yeah. I don't know how many. Is it
Clown week soon.
4 titties. Okay, that's one thing I want. All right. New act. Okay, Druid. Not dog shit with cool, interesting mechanics. Alright. We got that. I want it to be cool. It's not even active. Well, I don't care. This is what I want. This is what I want. Melee. New melee skills. Not druid only. Swords. Etc. Changes to scale system that allow more variety.
Hey chat, I will do all
Skill/.
content this league and it won't be a failed venture like Poe1 aware.
All mace builds feeling very samey. QE2, we got okay. So we got adversary law, new act, new melee skills, not druid only. Okay, I think I want to see some overall some fundamental changes. Longer duration on Twitch drops. Oh, did we have a command, by the way? Is that even know? What's it? I might be here. It's for the wrong one. Does anyone have a fucking link to the PoE2 one? So then they can, whenever they're confused. Bruh. Here are round 2 of the Player's Choice Awards. Oh, wait, we got round 2 right now? Do I have to vote now? Okay. Expedition 33. Dude, no way Dispatch wins something. Guys, that's all I can vote on. That's all I can vote on. There's nothing here that I would really vote on. There's no way. That's all I can do. Ghost of Yote, Hades, Hollow Knight, Genshin Impact, Donkey Kong Dispatched. I've played this, chat. Oh, no, not that one. I played this, chat. And I've played this. I've not played Kingdom Come. I've not played this. Yeah, so yeah. I haven't played Kingdom Come, so how could I vote on it? How could I vote on it? There's no way I could vote. Round 2 to 3. We did submit votes. Wait, is it telling me I need to vote 5 times? What is it saying? Vote placed. That's all I want. Bitch. Where was I though? Wait, I feel like I was in the middle of something. Ah, yes. Is there anything else we want to see, chat? New act. New act. New melee skills. New weapon. Druids, not ass. That's all I really care about. Yeah, in-game. Oh, yeah. In-game changes to make it. In-game changes that blow my mind in a good way. Reinventing the meta, not just copy paste cased from PoE 1. What I want is like them to take everything they've learned from PoE 1, right? And then some new shit. I don't want just PoE 1 2. I want the end game to blow my mind. I'm not the game designer, so I don't need to figure out how they do that. I just want them to do that. Right? I want them to do that. You know what I'm saying? Whenever until release. We don't know that. Why can't they work on the end game formula? Why can't? It's silly to like. Think about how dumb it would be. Think about how dumb it would be to not work on the in-game formula until the actual release, and then they haven't. The whole point of early access is to get it into the hands of people who really love the game early, so then they can try things, test shit, perfect the recipe, and get it fucking tight as fuck. And then the release is when they do the final polish patch, where it's like, yeah, this is the full game. I think that's, yeah. Dude, does it have music?
I boba in the morning when I wake up.
Why is it on
I boba in the evening I shake up. I boba in the middle of the summertime. I boba when I sit and come online. I boba every day. I boba every way. I boba hit the ground. I boba at the sound. Hey, hey. I boba. Hey, hey. I boba.
Holy shit.
Aboba when he talking about mechanics. Why did he
Why is he in the game category? Why in the game category? Maybe. Why is part of XL2 in the game category? Part of XL2 with their live stream that's live. Why is Dark Bunker Deduction with part of XL on CZ Random, Fubgun, and Mara Pee-wee, and Reaction Action, Gazzy TV, and Imperium Game, and Raken, and Jason Rocks, and Captain Lance, and Pox, and King Congo, and Steel Major, DSL, and Damods, and Palstron, and Aggro off of Route 2, and fucking Bean Underscore, and Exert Infinite, everyone. Why are they in the game category? What are they doing? They're not even playing the game. What the hell? Why are they in the game category? Dude, this guy looks depressed. That guy looks depressed. What? I don't know. Retard. Where's this little bitch? Oh, you're lucky I can't. You fucking little hiding bitch. Little hiding ass pussy bitch. You hide. You fucking hide away, bitch. You hide away. Hide away. You vote open. I already voted, bro. I'm one step ahead of you, dog. Hide away. You bitches play the game. Yeah, but your mom's a bitch. What do you think about that, pussy, huh? Bitch.
My dog ran away, left me in tears. Lost my job, it's been a rough couple of years. House burned down, ashes where it stood. Sister divorced me, guess it wasn't good. Truck broke down, just my luck. Creditors calling, man, I'm stuck. Bills stack high like a mountain tall. Fat and crippled, life's taking a fall. But at least I ain't stuck in Iron League. At least I ain't streaming my defeat and losing all my games. At least I ain't Quin the Iron Man. Thank God for that, it's quite the plan. Cat ran off, ain't coming back.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it, chat. And the only thing that really matters is like, okay, I'm gonna triage this. It's this. End game rework.
Truck still broke, can't fix a thing.
That's what it is.
So bad, can't even sing.
That's what I want. This is a meme, obviously. I don't really care about the new act. That would not really affect anything. But, like, for sure.
At least I ain't Quin the Iron Man. Thank God for that. It's quite the plan.
Collision mechanics that set them apart from normal shit. Create super unique hardcore flavor ascendancy. That's what I want. What does that mean, chat? I want them to... See, the thing about PoE is, the way it's designed, that's spelled correctly. The way it's designed, I don't know what changed there. It just looks right now. The way they design the game is to make everything super interchangeable and like a lot of combinatorics. And they don't really go hard with the flavor and the fantasy because you can kind of like make a heavy strike build work on anything, right? And I feel like in PoE 1, a lot of these sentences don't feel that flavorful. Now, Druid is a super potent flavor. That's like some shit you either love it or you hate it. That's like a turmeric. That's like a turmeric. What do you call this thing, shit? A turmeric latte. It's a turmeric latte. That's what it is. It's turmeric latte. Whereas like a Marauder versus a Duelist is like, okay, this is like a fucking flat white versus a cappuccino, isn't it? Whereas a Druid is something completely different. You guys haven't had a turmeric latte? What's this? This is Druid. Like, it's a completely different vibe and a completely different flavor of ascendancy, is what I'm saying. This shit is like, if you have this, it's like this weird, spicy, fucking, like, nutty, gritty drink. And I get it all the time. I love it. But it's weird. I like it, but I hate it. I'm drinking it, I'm like, man, this is disgusting, but I love it. It's, like, healthy and shit, bro. It's, like, healthy. I feel like there's a lot of fiber in it. I don't know. That's just a vibe, though. Feels like a lot of fiber.
D4
like,
bad.
If you don't mix it around towards the end, you'll have like a thick amount of turmeric at the bottom. So what I'm trying to say is this. In PoE 2, they've been making a pretty good job of making the ascendancies feel quite different, but Druid is like next level. Like, what would be insane is if the shape-shifting mechanics were locked behind the ascendancy. I don't know if that would be a good thing or a bad thing, actually. Like, what if you actually had to spec into it? I don't know. That'd probably be bad. But they better have something that makes them super, super fucking unique. Not just like, oh, you get some quality life stuff for shapeshifting. I want the ascendancy to be great. Like, have some crazy shit in it. And I want the shapeshifting mechanics to be really interesting. Like, every ascendancy should be able to do some nutty shit that none of the ascendancies can do, right? And that's good design. You shouldn't be able to get, like, all the shit in all these sentences.
Hello there, Squinty. I ain't even call you a goop today.
Care about vibes.
Anyways, I was amazed to see off-stream takes in Zach's channel. Very potent, and the only reason I'm not clowning on you right now. Also, did you say I was right? I couldn't believe my ears.
Okay, dude, why are you trying to bring that shit into here? Why are you trying to bring that? Get that chat v chat PvP out of here, bro. Get that chat v chat. Okay, did I seen you all fighting in Zach's chat? Nobody fucking understands what was going on there and has a clue what we're talking about right now. But yeah, some people are socially unaware of how weird some shit is. And you can't reinforce that behavior, otherwise it just gets worse.
Queen.
Okay, dude. You're not. Yeah. I want new melee skills, not Druid only. Swords. Swords? Or flails? New weapon type. New melee weapon type. Yeah, that's what I want. Like swords, flails.
Will you be a bear this league?
Etc. Well, it's Druid. It's new. Of course I'm going to do it, probably. Daggers, claws. Yeah, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Literally zero chance. This is what I would... I'm running what I want. This is the big one. Like, dude. Yeah, all my spells feel very samey. Let's go.
35 months WTF am I doing with my
all
life?
Weapon types feel like a preset build currently, and new characters don't feel that new. Fix it. That's what I think it is. I need to do that. And then I got memes ones. These ones I don't really care about. I mean, New Ashby's Law. Yep. Yep. New Act. Poggies. Don't really care. Do I care? But do you guys care if this is New Act or not? I don't really care. Would be pretty cool. I wanted to rush it. I want in-game. What you understand, them making a new act is them pseudo-making in-game. You understand that, right? Whenever
38 months with the God Gamer. Biggest biceps and biggest brain on Twitch. Confirmed. The Alpha Chad Supreme Commander. No one does it like you, Squinty Boy. P.S. Path of Exile 2 is a 7-year-old game. If Jonathan still hasn't removed towers, then PoE 2 bad. Berserk.
I need to reach house.
Why are you watching this shit? What's the point? You're gonna finish the campaign and quit.
No one cares, bro. No one cares. All right, dude. I'm a fucking retard. Hey, what's the guy, bro? What's up? It's me. I'm the fucking retard. Hey, what's the guy? Wait, what's this? Why is this still on? I fucking just hate everything. It's me. I'm donating to say I hate everything.
Will they be introducing a breeding mechanic with the Druid class?
Guys, dude, that'd be sick. Yeah, no. Them creating new acts is creating in-game. So whenever they create a new act, yeah, it means they invent a bunch of new bosses, boss abilities, assets, environmental arts, like all the stuff that takes ages. Map layouts, it's everything. They are making They are making 90% of the in-game. If they just made like a fully fledged Act 1 to 10, that's like the majority of the in-game already made. Then they just need to figure out how in-game works and just create the UI elements and then
SSF or handout mode?
Like, making a new act is making in-game. It's the same thing. It makes it like, you know, if you've got a fully fledged game that's got like a fucking story that goes for like whatever it is, 8 hours plus of like insane shit and different environments, different monsters, different bosses, all sorts of shit, guess what? You can then convert that to in-game very easily. Is it appeal? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. More league mechanics than not cancer. I mean, oh, dude, that is a huge one, actually. Wait, no one, I just remembered it when someone said more league mechanics. Fix the fucking,
New
the
crafting
Atlas
material. At Zeri's Milk. Poggers.
Current, Atlas
Assets.
tree.
Wow, cool.
Feels.
I don't
shit.
care. Give me good systems, not assets.
Progression feels bad. Well, feels flaccid. Points not noticeable, etc. Yeah. I mean, they got a decent amount of shit they could do. I mean, if they do most of these things, if they do half, I'm happy. If they do half of this, I'm happy. What is this? You're playing the same shit again.
I wonder why I feel so spaced out.
If you play the same ever again, I'm banning you. What is this?
Off to a good start.
MTX where? MTX where? This channel has a cheer minimum of 1,000 bits. Cheer 1,000 bits. Yo, let's go. Cheering 1,000 bits to Path of Exile, dude. Path of Exile want to collaborate. Knock. Wait, there is like some weird shit, right? Wait.
Following for 111 months, subbed for 64.
So you're on the
Trying to
stream
keep
anytime.
the streamers react versus gaming ratio.
What? No, I don't want to click knock. There is like a thing. I know there's a thing that they do for esports now where you like some sort of stream together thing with the main thing. I don't know if they're doing that. There's like a weird thing. There's a new thing. It's not like stream together. It's more like you stream an event. It's I don't know how to do it though. I don't think they're doing it. I have no idea how it works. Cheer 1,000. Wait, let me just check. No, they're not doing it. Otherwise, everyone would be locked in. Everyone would be doing that shit. Noob. Let me close. Okay, I'm closing. I'm gonna check this guy. Wait, let me 1 second here. Yep, that's a ban. That's a ban, bro. That's a ban for sure. You're done, buddy.
Sora colon 6931 D39 A100 C4 FBO 81A5 A27.
That guy got scammed, bro. That guy just got scammed. That guy just got scammed.
PO82 hype.
Oh, shit! No, sorry. No.
How do you do it? Wait, censorship? Like,
Five years with the God Gamer.
Dude, such a
The
classic.
cooked takes spitter, the clown weak delayer, the sauna enjoyer, the Estus flask spammer. Here's to the Poe Druid absolutely shitting all over the D4 Druid. Sure.
Yes.
Hey, Quinn. I googled the following symptoms, and I think I know what is wrong with you. Brain fog, low energy, low or no libido, weak calf muscles, cruelty to cute or cuddly animals, and obsession or desire for turmeric. The result is from low testosterone. Go to the doctor, move thy food, kaha.
Low T? Yeah, I actually want to get a blood
Path of
test.
Exile 2 is almost here. Let's get some build ideas down. First, Cold Doty Occultist with Vortex and Profane Bloom. Second, maybe Ball Lightning Totem Hierophant. Wait, it's just writing Armor Stacking Bleed Titan build again.
Fuck, you gotta put brackets on it, bro. You gotta put brackets
Apparently I watched you for 1.3k hours this year. I don't know how to feel about that.
on it. Yes,
Sure.
okay. Stop linking this. Okay, you've been warned. I don't know what the fuck. I don't
Less
wanna
than
close this.
3.
You've got autism, Jessica. Okay.
Methyl.
Mapping.
Methyl. I told you not to get hung up.
Wait, isn't that my line?
Mathil? What are you even on about?
Who the hell are you?
Growing up, my sister had a
Ryan, are you
unicycle.
coming over again
She didn't
soon?
know how to ride it, and neither
I've
did
been
I.
stuck with.
As far as we knew, it
Dude,
was
where do you
completely
get one of
impossible.
these? I can't get one of these in New
Fast
Zealand.
forward about 20 years, and I now know how to ride a unicycle. I learned in
Wow,
about an hour.
this is epic content.
Maybe I'm more
Lil Goop.
coordinated now,
Time for
or
the
maybe
monthly
I have an
ransom. Bada 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 bada. Boppa bop boda boppa. Boppa boppa boda boppa.
easier time wrapping my head around the concept. Maybe I just have a longer attention span. Whatever the reason, I only learned to ride recently, so the learning process is still fresh in my mind. Here are the 10 key things that I learned.
What's he doing?
First of all, forget free mounting. That's when you try to start riding without holding on to something. This is for after you learn how to balance on a unicycle, so save it for later. Wasting your time on free mounting before you can ride will only hold you back.
Okay.
Second, forget about idling. That's when you kind of rock back and forth
Oh,
to stand in place. I still haven't learned this, but I couldn't imagine
This guy's useless. This guy can't teach me anything, can he? I mean, what the fuck? I don't. That guy's got an insane unicycle that like looks easy as fuck to ride. I was looking super hard to do that, but I can't do it. No, stop linking fucking dog shit. Stop bringing dog shit. Okay, guys, is there anything else? In-game rework. Druid not dog shit. New melee skills. New melee weapon type. Changes to the skill/gem system.
Cock in my sock.
Skill,
sock
gem,
in my
weapon
cock.
system. Skill, gem, weapon. However you want to call that. I don't know what you want to call it. Gem. It's all the same. Skill, gem, weapon. It's all the same shit, right? Fix the current Atlas tree. New Atsery lore. New act. This is cool, but I don't think there's anything. Druid's gonna be buff. Oh yeah, buff, dude. So add in buff. Buff. Life. Nerf ES. Pretty simple. Okay, Chad, I admit it. Chad, the reason I want to play Druid in PoE 2 is because I'm a furry, and I want to see those sexy bear transformations. Ugh! Yeah! Newest Hennessy trial? I don't really give a fuck that much. No, I don't think I really give that many fucks about newest Hennessy trial or not. Crafting and ascendancies. Let me think. Crafting and ascendancies. Do you know what? I'm gonna write this. Yeah, change large rework to the player passive tree, giving players a better way of investing into EHP. Currently, seems like you path of damage nodes. Yeah, wait. I feel like that would be good.
Hey, you look like you could use a reminder. D4's still bad. Still empty. D4 dog shit.
Sure, bro.
Oh my god, dude. Yo, dang, good hell yeah. Yeah, I feel like this is big. It's like low-key one of the things that I hate the most. Is that, like, in PoE 1, there's tons of choice between how much offense you want versus how much defense you want. In PoE 2, it feels like you just get damage, more damage. It's just, it's like brain dead. You're just like, oh, I'm playing a mace build, I get all the big mace nodes, and that's it. Rework everything? Well, it's not, when I say rework, large change to the player passive tree. Yeah, not rework. Rework's probably the word wrong. They definitely need in-game rework, for sure. In-game rework is all they really need. The passive tree is fundamentally good.
Yo, Quinn,
it just needs changes.
just came back from a 4-week vacation to New Zealand. You have a beautiful country, mate. Lots of sheep toe. Chat, what did I miss? 10 out of 10 Ubers destroyed? Clown week completed? Sure.
Terminators are so fucked. Relevant? This is not fucking relevant, dude. This is a video of a cat. Okay, dude. It's a video of a fucking cat. That's it. I feel like that's it. Honestly, PoE 2 is really good. Like, chat, I don't want to sound like a turbo vegan or anything, but PoE 2, last league, I enjoyed it so much. And I was just loving it. Dude. I don't know. I was getting locked in, and the gameplay was fucking getting good as fuck, and it just felt good, bro. And I was popping off. Dude, Thorns was so much fun. I had a lot of fun with Thorns and like doing the Thorns builds and Thorns maxing and all that shit. It was fucking just badass. And I don't know, just dude, I don't know. I just had moments that felt like, wow, this is the future of ARPGs. And then there was also the moments of, oh, the end game is flaccid and kind of sucks, but I got a glimpse of what PvE2 could be. Doing the new act and just playing the game, the gameplay being super tight and fighting the bosses. Dude, I went through the campaign so many times that league. I was doing campaign league. Yeah, well, okay, yes. Guys, I'll admit, the PvE2 in-game sucks right now. Right? It does. Well, it does. Well, maybe they fixed it, but the previous patch, it sucked.
Takes on the acts, though. I feel like Act 2 needs a rework so it's less of a boring mess.
I'm sure they can make things a bit tighter. But no, I think the acts are amazing right now. We do a Forcing run this time. What's a Forcing run? Wasn't that what I was doing? Didn't I do a Forcing run last league? I did that. Isn't that what I literally did? Yeah, I did. I legitimately did a Forcing run. That's what do you mean, what I do a Forcing run? I do it again. Do it again? I might. And then I just got to maps and I was like, all right, GG.
Enjoyed it so much you just had to quit before killing any bosses and right after the 2 gift sub event, huh?
No,
Calm
retard.
yourself, him just memming.
No,
anyways,
retard.
hyped as fuck for Pro 2, let's go.
You understand? There's morons out there, retards out there that actually think that that's true, which just pisses me off. I played a fuck ton of PoE2. Now, I don't want to play the end game. I just wanted to do the campaign because the campaign's where it's at. 2023 Druid gameplay. 17 minutes. Okay, we have just a quick gauge. So just see how much they've improved, eh?
And the bear will stand up as you swing, which has no time penalty. Then follow up with Furious Slam and your bear will quickly slam down. Much more efficient.
Quinbone Shatter.
Look at him go, bro. Look at him go, bro.
Next up, I want to talk about Ferocious Roar. Ferocious Roar is a bear meta skill gem. It allows you to take any Warcry skill that another class like the Warrior might use and allow you to use it as a bear. I'm going to take the Seismic Cry gem and socket it into Ferocious
Surely
Roar.
LA Deadeye will be nerfed this time. The OE2 login, D4 dog shit.
But let's just stick to one for now. Seismic Cry pushes enemies back and has some stun chance, but the reason we want to use it is for a mechanic called Exerted Attacks. If there are any heavily stunned enemies in range of the Warcry, then your next slam skill will be powered to do double the number of slams. First, I use Furious Slam to stun these enemies. Next, I follow up with Seismic Cry and get the Exerted Attack, and then I slam again. See how 2 slams triggered?
It looks like a beer version of someone doing what's that fucking shitty ability?
Giga Chad Po 2 reveal. Bear Metuo.
It looks like a super slow beer version of that fucking what's that one that will play with the spikes that come out? Earth Shatter.
So, that's all well and good, but how about we try that again using Rampage? First, get a bit of Rage, slam to stun the enemies, Seismic Cry to get the Exert, and then Rampage around.
That looks sick, bro.
Insane amounts of damage.
That looks sick. The one where he runs around like that, it's like, I ain't never seen an ARPG ever look that, like, that's like one of the sickest looking animations out there.
So we've covered some of the bear side of the Druid, but how is he as a spellcaster? Now, of course, we want to maximize the amount of time.
Guys, this is 2023.
Young Hot to Life Streamic Bums Mine Oma.
This is 2023. This is 2023. PoE2 was like a lot slower back then and a lot more brutal and way more sloggy.
Or animal forms. So most of the spells targeted at the Druid tend to be things that last a long time or provide tactical options on the battlefield. The first and probably simplest of these is Lightning Storm. Cast it on the ground and you get an area where monsters are continuously struck by bolts of lightning. The bolts don't do much damage, but they shock monsters, which is a debuff that increases all damage on them, meaning it's a great spell to use before going in as a bear.
This is all out of that info. So what we're going to see, by the way, it's going to look way better. mean, it's gonna look similar, obviously, like the same art assets and everything, but it's gonna be like way better. They're gonna be. This is gonna be so unrefined compared to the polished shit we're gonna see right now.
So, that's going to increase your damage, but as I mentioned before, the bear form of the druid could use some defenses as well. The bear in particular is the slowest attacking of the druid's forms. He hits hard, but if he gets swarmed too much, it will result in your death. That's why Tornado is so useful. Tornado sucks monsters in, allowing you to split up packs and deal with groups separately, or pin monsters in place and set up combos with your other skill, and allow you to use it. The initial raw Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, one of the game directors
this is a
on Path of Exile
2023
2.
video, by the way, 2023 video.
In Path of Exile 2, you can pick from one of 12 character classes. Each character has a combination of primary attributes that they focus on. Today, we'd like to show off a character who specializes in strength and
5 years ago,
intelligence,
chat. 5
the
years
Druid.
ago.
In human form, the
2023,
Druid
5
is a
years ago.
spellcaster who channels the fury of nature on the battlefield, a walking natural disaster. But get up close and you'll find out why the Druid also focuses on strength. You can transform yourself into one of several wild beasts.
Several.
Today, we want to show off
Several.
the bear form.
I wonder what kind of crazy forms we're going to see today.
Transformation in PoE 2.
What do you guys think? 2 forms? 3 forms? We're going to get 3. We're going to get 3. It's gonna be 3, isn't it? It's gonna be like, yeah.
Automatically.
It'll be like Spriggan, Bear Cat.
When you use a bear attack. Use Bear Maul and your character will transform into a
Right,
bear.
like a
with
caster
meaty
one,
swing.
a bear one,
Use
and a
spell,
cat
your
one.
character transforms back into a human and casts it. Hitting
If
enemies with the
someone's
bear-
watched leaks and you're using leak info, get the fuck out of here. I don't want to hear anything about any leaked dog shit. A moonkin, that'd go so hard. A moonkin.
Bear's Maul attack will build up rage, which increases your attack damage. So your bear gets stronger with every attack. You can see the glowing runes that indicate rage on your back. Have a lot of weak enemies to take out? This is where you probably want to break out your Rampage. Let out a roar and stampede over all enemies in your path, slamming the ground with your paws.
That looks so...
initial
I mean, that
roar-
was 2 OP, actually. Imagine that, like, 6-linked with a bunch of AoE nodes. Where your character just runs around and explodes the whole screen. That's gonna have to be some sort of crazy cooldown.
Generates rage, and then the rage is consumed as you charge along. You can use Rampage by itself to travel a short distance, or do some mauling first to build up some rage and travel a significant distance.
It's a perma rage build that just lets you run around 24/7 doing that.
Now, while the bear is big and strong, this isn't a pure strength class. You don't have as much armor as a warrior would have. In order to protect itself from larger packs, you might want to consider a skill like Furious Slam. This skill is all about stunning rather than damage, so it's quite useful if you're mobbed by smaller monsters and just need to get out of it. Of course, like any PoE 2 character, you can always use a dodge roll to get out of danger. Since the bear is the slowest of the druid's forms, making sure the dodge feels reliable and can get you out of any situation is paramount.
I
When you
love
dodge an
how it
animal
does.
form-
I love how it like transforms with the blood, and when you roll, just blood flies out. That's sick. That's cool.
Your character instantly transforms.
It may be a bit annoying though, I guess, if you like just come to your house and you're in like cat form, and then you just quickly change form, and then you just get blood all over your fucking floors. You know what I'm saying? Like you just get squirts blood all over the ground.
Back with no time penalty, so that you can get out of the way. You can
You know
even
what? He's
interrupt
inside his
the
house.
missed time transformation halfway through. Of course, doing this will mean you pay the slight time cost of having to transform back again, but it's certainly a lot better than dying.
Where's he getting that blood from?
Something interesting about the skill is that it's faster to use if you're already standing up. If you're on all fours when you use Furious Slam, then the bear has to stand up first before slamming back down. But use Maul first, and the bear will stand up as you swing, which has no time penalty. Then follow
That's
up
cool. I didn't even know that. That's cool. So he's standing. It's like a combo. That's cool. It's like some sort of mini stance. That means you can have like rotations that actually make sense and could be organic and aren't like one. I mean, maybe it'll turn into 1-2, 1-2, 1-2. I don't know. But I mean, it could be cool.
Furious
I
Slam.
hope it feels natural and good. This is what I'm hoping, by the way. I want Druid to feel different. Right? I want it to be a completely different vibe and a completely different way of playing the game. And not to be like, oh yeah, it's just the same shit as all the other ones. And, you know, I want it to be real
Sup?
diff. Yeah, wait, is this what I want it to be, Chant? Bro, what the fuck? The wolf is inside of him, man.
Your bear will quickly slam down. Much more efficient.
Yeah. Counter skill. Skill tree. Oh, I've already seen the blind base. Dude, this is a classic. Is this where he blames it on his dog? Is this where he dies and then blames it on his dog?
Never found! Dude, I can't see because the fucking dog is barking!
What is that, dude?
Never found! Dude, I can't see because the fucking dog is barking!
Dude. The dog is barking. He cannot see. Oh my god. Okay, so that's today, guys. Wait, why is my one 8 minutes? Why is their one 9 minutes? Wait, is there a YouTube? Is there a YouTube, by the way? I want to have the backup YouTube redundancy ready to go. Are they streaming? They're not. It's time to watch, eh? Hey, look. You can use this. You can do this edit command. Edit command. Drops. Wait, it's already there. Never mind. GG. Already there. 2 steps ahead of me, bro. 2 steps ahead of me. No, it's already fixed. GG. I didn't mean to do that. Yep. Do I have a bingo? I do not have a bingo. I've just got, like, what I want list. So, yeah. I mean, I can go over it one last time. We have a class log. I want an in-game rework. Right? Because currently, like, dude, like, I got so inspired by PoE 2 last league that I played it. And the vibe was so on, and I saw the vision. And I was playing the game, and I was like, dude, I was having, like, a fucking orgasmic experience for moments there. And I was like, bro, I became a PoE 2 believer. But the in-game still sucks. So I want them to fix it and make it good. Which, you know, I believe in GGG. I want the draw to not be dog shit. I want it to have really cool, unique mechanics, unlike anything we've seen before. New melee skills would be badass, because then it gives me more stuff to do. New melee weapons would be cool, because it gives me more stuff to do. I currently don't like the current... I don't like the current gem system / weapon system. They need to remove all these restrictions
How
and let
about
players
after
use
the
more
mods
abilities.
aka Semias are fixing the command for you, you actually say thank you for once. Smile.
What the... I did. What do you mean? What do you think I just did, you little bitch? What do you think I just did, you little bitch? The fuck do you think I just did, bro? PoE 2 YouTube. Different link plus no ads. The fuck is this? The fuck is this? The Atlas skill tree. The Atlas skill tree. I want the Atlas skill tree to be way better, because currently, again, this is probably, to be fair, the Atlas skill tree is like in-game rework. I think it's the same thing. The in-game is both, the in-game is kind of flaccid, and the skill tree feels like it lacks progression. I want there to be, basically, I want there to be life nodes or something. I want there to be changes to the passive tree, so you have more choice between offense and defense. Yeah, nerf ES buff life. It's a relore and you act. That's all I got. 5-minute coffee. Yo! I actually need to get the new coffee. Guys, it's 5 minutes and 58 seconds. We're going full stream mode.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Gear Games. Today we're going to reveal what's coming next for Path of Exile 2. I'm excited to announce that, effective immediately, Activision Blizzard has completed a full acquisition of Grinding Gear Games. Next up, we've got a 5-hour GGG Campfire chat hosted by our new community manager, Woody Joe.
Yo, that is cursed. What the fuck? What the fuck? Don't, dude, that's nightmare fuel. Okay, wait. 2K source is a bad idea, right? Because it's just gonna look worse. But then that's probably the source. That's the source. I should have it on source, right? I'll do it. But you guys, I mean, it's not the play. I don't know why they do this. Every time they do 2K Source, it always looks complete ass. Every single time. They haven't got enough bitrate for it, and it just looks pixelated. Can you turn the caption on, please? No, captions are bad. No captions. If you want captions, go watch it on this. Guys, get your full chance ready. Everyone get your final coffee. Everyone get your final coffee right now. Oh, wait. Ads? Samizi's already 2 steps ahead, bro. I'm pretty sure. I think Samizi's already 2 steps ahead. We'll just make sure no ads for the fucking things. We don't get ads. There should be no ads. Coffee, piss. And then we'll raw dog on the shit. I can't pause this a live stream, chat. It is what it is. I'll make my camera a bit smaller, probably. As well. Maybe just like this. Like this. I'm least likely to affect things at the top right, yeah? Yeah. I'll be right back. What's that?
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Mom Smelly Farts. Ho 1 is dog shit. An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Queefin Mimoth. I fucked your mom last night, gifted 0 subs to this channel.
Oh, I'm back. I'm back.
Classic.
I'm back.
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Huge It and Ass.
Huge isn't. You're talking about Ed Zeri. This is an Ed Zeri reference. Okay. We're turning TTS off, guys. TTS off. And there's no channel point stuff on. Nothing's gonna pop up, right? Nothing can pop up. Let's just make sure we're doing final checks. Nothing can pop up. Check. Yeah, we're good. We are good to go, chat. We are good to go. Everything's looking good. Oh, I need to get my audio. I'm gonna get a bit loud. I'm not gonna. So you don't want the compressor on. Compressor on is bad because you gotta trust in the audio mix. I will enable compressor if I have to. Let's get it to 69. That sounds loud, right? You never know till you hear them talk, though. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. You my mic? How about you suck my dick, bitch? I'm not going to talk during when they're talking, though. Don't worry about it. I'm not going to talk when they're talking. I'm not. The most thing I'll do is I'll start screeching. If they announce Bone Shatter and it looks amazing, like they're just reinventing the Bone Shatter meta, and it's you know, new stun mechanic. Yo, Kinky Cupcake, cheer, but 14, 13, 12, 11, 10. Oh my god. Okay, at least you procced that before it started. 6, 5, 4.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2, and welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal for what's coming next for Path of Exile 2. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim your Verdant Wilds dodge roll effect by following the instructions below. Now today, it's finally time to show off a new class that we know everyone in the community's been waiting for.
Yeah, it's on.
So let's roll the trailer for Path of Exile 2, The Last of the Druids.
Dude, they ain't fucking around, are they? They ain't fucking around. Wake up. Oh, shit. Dude, ass.
Well, well. What have we got here then?
You lost, fella?
Hey, we're talking to you.
I asked you a question.
Oh, he's a werewolf! Nah.
What's wrong with him?
He's lost his bloody mind.
Okay. Oh, dude, that werewolf leap. Wait, he's using Eye Strike? What's that backslash attack? A dragon? A dragon? I wasn't expecting a fucking dragon. Oh shit, Game of Thrones style, baby. Okay. Oh wait, they don't have dragons in the game yet. They don't have dragons. It's a weevil. Chris Wilson banned dragons, right?
I will find you, Eve.
Oh shit. So they're kind of bad.
Now, as you can see, the Druid is a shape-shifting elemental spellcaster. After his fellow Druids were destroyed by the King in the Mists, the Druid lost his humanity in the forests of Ogham, where he wandered for years as a beast. Now, finally reawakened, he's determined to find his lost wife and regain his humanity. The Druid has been one of the hardest classes for us to design. As well as having human spells, he has 3 animal forms, and we wanted to make sure that there were interesting combos between all of them. The Druid is our first hybrid strength and intelligence class. That means he needs to have the ability to use spells and attacks. As a human, the Druid typically uses magical staves to harness the powers of the earth and the natural world. One of the first skills you will learn is the ability to create small volcanoes from the earth. This skill spits out balls of magma at your enemies, and will continue to do so for some time. While the volcano is active, turn into an animal and wade into melee range. Many of the skills you use as a human last for a significant period of time, giving you a good chance to turn into an animal and rage out.
Okay.
But how do you turn into an animal, you may ask? Well, the answer is a new weapon type that Druids use, animal talismans. When you equip an animal talisman, you can choose which animal form you would like the talisman to represent. Depending on what you choose, you'll be given that animal's basic attack as a new skill to equip. For a bear, that's Maul. To turn into a bear, simply use the skill. Your character will instantly transform into a bear and attack.
Clean.
If you want to change back to a human, just cast a spell. You will instantly swap back and cast it.
Clean.
We wanted to make sure that swapping between forms was seamless and immediate. Changing forms should be something that you do without even thinking about it all the time in battle. In order to allow for hybrid melee and caster gameplay, most of the skills you use in your human form last for some time and aid your animal skills in some way. The volcano we used earlier will emit more molten balls whenever you hit it with a slam, making it perfect for use with your bear form's furious slam. While in bear form, many of your abilities use rage. There are a lot of ways to generate rage, but the easiest one is simply smash your enemies with Maul. Once you see the runes on your back glowing, It means you have enough rage to do a much more devastating version of your furious slam. Your bear form can also go on a rampage, stomping the ground as you demolish your foes. The more rage you have, the longer the rampage lasts, and doing it over a volcano makes it even better. As you consume rage, your bear form will generate endurance charges, and these can be used with skills like Ferocious Roar. Ferocious Roar is a war cry that empowers your subsequent attacks to break your opponent's armor. The more endurance charges you have when you use it, the more empowered attacks you will gain.
Did he just dash and
But
bear form?
Ferocious Roar has another special feature too. It's a meta gem that allows you to socket any Warcry gem from another class into it, giving you the ability to use these skills as a bear.
I just watched this video.
Use the Warrior's Infernal Cry skill to make your enemies explode. Or use Seismic Cry to stun your enemies and double up the number of slams you do.
Dude, that rampage looks so OP. You can maintain that.
You can even use it with Ancestral Call, a skill that turns you into the fire god Khal. Ever wondered what the Karui god of war would look like if he was a bear? Well, wait no longer.
What the fuck is
Finally,
that?
build up enough rage and you can use one of the bear's ultimate abilities, Walking Calamity. This skill summons a storm of fire around you for some time, while generating even more rage to power your other abilities. A true bear-pocalypse. Now the bear is known for being a slower and more lumbering animal, with slower attacks and heavy slams. But what if you want to turn into something a little more nimble? Well, let's check out the second animal form for the druid, wolf form.
Okay, here we go, boys. Here we go.
For the wolf form, we wanted to go fast and furious.
Dude, that
Even
was
just
sick.
the wolf's basic attack will leap forward and rake his foes. After attacking, the wolf stands up on 2 legs, but after running for a short time, he goes back on all 4s, allowing to move more quickly between packs of enemies.
What is that dash?
The wolf has a lot of cold attacks based on his association with the moon, and the first of these is Lunar Assault. It's great for freezing your enemies in place. After they're frozen, use your basic rake attack to knock shards of ice off your enemies, which land on the ground
Dude,
nearby
ZDP
and
is
explode.
Bill.
If you want to
What a
get into
mess.
battle quickly, you can use your Pounce attack. This skill leaps at a target and applies a mark to them. Killing the marked enemy will summon a wolfman into your side, allowing them to fight with you. Mark and kill as many enemies as you can to build up a sizable pack.
Let's go.
While an enemy is marked, your wolves will prioritize that target and do more damage the more wolves you have. So make sure you keep your pack strong. Now, one problem you might run into is your wolf pack dying in boss fights. You often don't have any enemies that you can mark and kill in order to regenerate your pack. To deal with this problem, you can use Cross Slash. Cross Slash jumps backwards and does a vicious double slash. Any marks on your target explode and triggers their abilities. This allows you to pounce to mark an enemy and then summon a wolf even without killing it. Cross Slash also has another feature though. Remember those ice fragments from before? Well, Cross Slash will propel any ice shards on the ground towards its central target. First, freeze your enemies with Lunar Assault. Then rake them to create as many ice fragments as you can. Then follow up with Cross Slash to generate a field of icy
That looks
explosions
sick.
to obliterate
I think
your
I'm going doggy dick mode. I think I'm going dog mode, boys.
If they're still alive after that, your pack of wolves can finish them off.
The wolf pack.
Just like with the bear's raw skill earlier that allows you to use skills from other classes, Pounce is also a meta gem that you can socket mark skills from other classes into.
Oh, dude.
So for example, you might want to try adding Freezing Mark from the Monk to Pounce. After pouncing at an enemy, Cross Slash to
on
explode the mark
Pounce?
and gain extra cold damage for a time.
0 damage though, what the fuck?
The wolf has many other ways to go all in on cold though. Using the Arctic Howl Warcry will allow you to add cold damage and chilled ground to any slam, while buffing your pack of wolves as well. You can also use it to freeze enemies that are close to being frozen, making it much faster to use your other combos.
Leaving it?
Finally, the wolf also has the ability to call down the power of the moon to transform into an Arctic werewolf with Lunar Blessing. In this form, you move and attack more quickly and deal extra cold damage. Consuming Rage will extend the duration of your Arctic wolf form, so you could try a hybrid bear and wolf build if you want to utilize the skill to its full effect.
Oh my god, bro. Look at him go. Look at him go when he's unleashing like that. Oh, dude, do the backslash.
Alright, Let's talk about the third form available to the Druid, and I think it's a cool one. The Wyvern. The Wyvern has a number of long-range breath abilities. But that doesn't mean you can't get into melee range when you want to. The basic attack of the Wyvern is Rend. Jump forward into combat and slash your enemies with your lethal talons.
They're bleeding?
If they're close to being stunned, you can blow them off balance with a blast from your wings, causing an explosion of damage. After the battle though, it's time to feed. Devour the corpses of monsters to create power charges, and this is when the Wyvern's abilities really come online. When using Rend, you can consume a power charge to charge up your wings with lightning.
Sick, the way he eats him.
Not only does this do a bunch of damage, but it allows you to turn this melee skill into a much larger AoE attack. Once your wings are charged, your Wing Blast will also do lightning explosions for even more damage. If your enemies are close to death, no need to wait for them to actually die. When you see this blue marker, just devour them alive. Fresh meat is much tastier after all.
Trope.
Alright, so those are some melee options, but how about range? Well, you wouldn't be much of a dragon if you couldn't breathe fire after all.
Can he fly?
Rolling Magma is the first of the Wyvern's breath attacks. Spit balls of fire that bounce along the ground. These balls will trigger volcanoes as well, so it's a good idea to cast one as a human right before you start spitting.
Okay.
But that's not all you can spit. You have something a little nastier in that gullet of yours. Spitting a barrage of oil at your enemies will cover them in a viscous sludge that makes them easier to ignite. If you have power charges though, plant your wings in the ground and vomit a barrage of lightning-infused projectiles. The more power charges you have, the longer you can do this for. But make sure you keep your foes at range. You're vulnerable to melee attacks while channeling this skill. In order to help with that, let's take a quick diversion back to some of your human abilities. As a Druid of Scoth, you have the ability to harness the power of nature to create entangling vines to slow down your enemies. Another of nature's punishments is the thunderstorm. Creating one of these will create periodic strikes of lightning from the sky, and will also make your enemies wet. Why is that useful?
They're clean.
Well, of course, things that are wet are easier to shock. Use it with lightning damage from your Wyvern form to enhance your damage. Making things wet also makes them easier to freeze, so it works nicely with your wolf form as well. And you know what else likes water? Plants. Water your plants to give them various extra abilities. Use Lightning Storm with Entangle to make them last longer, and attach more vines to each enemy, slowing them further. Summon Thrashing Vines to slam at your enemies for a time. Any that are created in water will be larger and deal more damage.
Okay.
Now then, with our enemies sufficiently subdued with our plants, time to really lay into them with our lightning-infused barrage. Now, this last Wyvern ability is just ridiculous, but we felt like we had to do it.
Yeah, he's flying, bro.
Use Flame Breath to take to the skies and rain down a stream of fire on your enemies. You have wings, so we have to take full advantage of them after all.
Yeah.
So fly around and burn in it.
Are you immune to melee damage during this or what? Oh my god, dude. What the fuck? Let's go out burns the grass as well.
Now there are a few other skills we didn't cover, but there's one in particular that I think will open up a lot of builds. Spell Totems. Spell Totems are meta gems that let you create a totem that will automatically cast any spell in the game for a time. In order to create one, you will need to spend 3 endurance or 3 power charges. You could use them to throw fireballs, summon comets, or shower the area in lightning. Really, the options are kind of endless. Your bear form can easily generate endurance charges by consuming rage, and your wyvern form can easily create power charges by eating corpses. So it's pretty easy for the druid to get the charges needed, but they're also available from quite a few other places as well. I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of different spellcaster classes thinking about how best to take advantage of these. Now, of course, along with a new class comes a bunch of new support gems. We've added over 30 new supports throughout the game, but I'll show you a few of the cooler ones here.
Okay.
Fan the Flames can be added to any wind skill to spread fire from one ignited enemy to the other enemies behind them.
Okay.
It's great for the Wyvern's Wing Blast. We can also use it on many other classes with wind skills, like the Twisters on the Huntress, or the Monk's Staggering Palm projectiles. Accelerated growth causes extra explosive plants to erupt from the ground whenever you grow plants with rain. And Advancing Storm changes storm skills like your Thunderstorm or Tornado to move across the battlefield. It's great for watering plants en masse, or to turn tornadoes into a real disaster by sucking up multiple ground effects as they travel along.
Oh shit!
And the sorceress might like to use it with Firestorm as well.
Wait, it just moves along?
Echoing Cry causes your Warcry skills to echo. They will repeat a couple more times with a delay after you use them, giving you more empowered attacks. Use it for the Druid's animal form Warcries, or on the Warrior for a nice power boost.
That seems overpowered.
Grounding Shocks causes monsters you shock to turn into living Tesla coils, arcing lightning to nearby enemies. You could use it with your empowered wings for an extra damage boost, but it's also great with any other shocking skill. Try it out with Lightning Spear. It obviously needed more AoE clear. There's a whole pile more, but we'll leave those for you to discover.
Oh, good, dude. They better nerf that shit even harder.
Now with a new class comes new Ascendancy classes. The Druid will have 2 options for now, with a third being released later.
Oh.
The first class is the Shaman. The Shaman channels nature's elemental fury and can harness rage as a spellcaster, unifying his animalistic and magical tendencies. By allocating Druidic Champion, you gain spell damage the angrier you are, and with Furious Wellspring, you generate rage continuously and can spend it to empower your spells.
Dude, I gotta change this.
With the knowledge of the Asmerian
Change it now?
Magi, the Shaman can harness untapped power from runes and idols. After allocating Wisdom of the Magi, you will notice that all runes and idols have extra mods only available to the Shaman. These new mods unlock countless new possibilities for enhancing your build.
The fuck?
You can also allocate Bringer of the Apocalypse, allowing you to become a walking natural disaster. After dealing enough elemental damage, storms of all elements rain around you, destroying all who would face nature's fury.
Oh, this is a D4 ability right here.
There are other abilities for the Shaman, but I'll just show a few from each class for now.
Fuck.
The other Druid Ascendancy is the Oracle. The Oracle perfected the power of foresight and utilizes this in combat to gain massive advantage. When taking Fateful Vision, you will see visions of your future self using specific skills.
Don't they already have a
If
time
you decide
class?
to follow this path by using the skill yourself, it will do significantly more damage. And with Converging Paths, at a critical moment in battle when a monster is vulnerable to freeze, stun, or electrocution, the Oracle can use Moment of Vulnerability to see a vision of the enemy's future, and then merge it with the current timeline, allowing him to deal damage to both.
Huh?
And one of my favorites, when you first become an Oracle, you'll notice over 130 new extra passives appear in the Druid section of the tree. By allocating the Unseen Path, you use your power of foresight to learn from alternate futures and gain skills that would otherwise be unavailable to you.
That's cool.
For example, self-sacrificing allows you to be able to summon more minions by reducing their spirit costs, with the trade-off of making your reservation skills cost more spirit. Or Corruption Endures, which allows oracles to have a small chance to avoid death. Both the Druid Ascendancies offer interesting and unique ways to gain modifiers that no other classes can get, so we're expecting a huge variety of build possibilities from these.
I mean, it looks like you can make melee builds with this.
Now there are unique talismans for the Druid to use as well. We won't spoil all of them, but this one was particularly cool. Fury of the King turns your bear form into a fire demon, converting most of your damage to fire. As a demon, you can also use Molten Crash, a jumping slam attack that leaves fissures around you. This unique also continuously grants glory, allowing you to use your ultimate abilities more easily.
That's a map
Now, of
build.
course, the Druid isn't the only thing we're adding to
That's a map build.
040. We still have a bunch more to show. With every new release, we create a new league with new mechanics, new pinnacle bosses, and with a new story to tell. And this time is no exception. So let's roll the trailer for the Fate of the Vaal.
Oh shit! Oh
the
shit!
Palace of Queen Atziri. It is a ruin, but in the dark, machines still churn. The temple has many functions, and with it,
What
a
the
chance to
fuck
save
is
the Vaal.
that?
A gateway through time.
That reminds me of Synthesis League.
Travel into the past again and again. Alter the temple. Uncover its secrets. You will be rewarded for your sacrifice. And somewhere in the deepest chamber, my queen awaits. The beast cannot give you what you desire.
You may have studied it, Doriani, but you do not know it like I do.
Oh, shit.
It adores me.
Oh, shit! Oh!
Come now, give unto me your desire. At last, fulfill my soul.
That's how she gets the extra titties. That's how she gets the extra titties. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is looking good.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. In the Fate of the Vaal League, you will find remnants of the ancient Vaal civilization scattered throughout Rayclast. They seem to attract nearby creatures and affect them strangely. After killing them, the remnant appears to gain some amount of power, but not enough to fully activate it. It seems you will need to find 5 more of these arcane devices, and sacrifice the monsters you find there to fully activate one. But things don't always go to plan. These devices are old, and sometimes infected by corruption. Twisted versions of ancient Vaal may emerge, and sometimes even stronger foes. On fully activating one of the devices, you finally discover its true purpose. A portal opens and takes you deep underground to a lost temple, once the home of Atziri, Queen of the Vaal. What treasures could still be inside? I think you're gonna want to find out. In front of the entrance is a console of some kind, and on activating it, you can see a map of the temple. Atziri's personal chambers are on the far side.
Okay.
But how could anyone get there? There are disconnected rooms, and the layout doesn't seem to make sense. And that's when you realize the purpose of the ancient devices scattered through Rayclast. The temple is powered by sacrifice.
Oh, shit.
And this energy can be used to modify the very structure of the temple itself. Each time you run the temple, you will be given 6 rooms that you can place, allowing you to craft your own dungeon to explore. Place paths to link up the dungeon, and place rooms beside them full of precious loot.
Okay.
After you are happy with your choices, open the temple
I'm a game
and
designer
discover
now.
the results of your efforts.
Let's go.
Each room contains different challenges along with its rewards.
Oh my god.
On entering a room, the doors will slam shut behind you, and you will need to face the encounter within. But choose wisely. It's important where you place the rooms to get maximum returns. For example, when placing a commander, you could just place it anywhere along an existing path, but a much better strategy is to place it next to a garrison of troops for him to command.
Combinate, yeah, okay.
With better leadership, the garrison will level up, making the monsters harder, but also more rewarding.
Okay.
Different rooms have different requirements for leveling up. For example, if you want to fully level up a smithy, you will need to supply it with golems from an adjacent golem works, and hook up a generator to the power network to supply it with power. After doing so, the golems will be powered up, making them much more dangerous.
That looks bad.
You don't need to memorize what interacts with what. When selecting a room, you will be shown the locations that will make other rooms level up, and exactly what effect it will have on the temple.
Okay, I see. Okay, I see.
After running the temple, a few of the rooms will destabilize and be removed. It will be up to you to rebuild the temple, adding 6 more rooms each time you come back, making the temple larger and larger and larger.
Well, you run it every time?
So, that's the basic functionality of the temple.
You rerun it every time.
But there is a lot more. Once Doriani finds out about your travels to Lera Vaal, he will attempt to persuade you to take on a new mission. The temple entrance contains a prototype of the time portal device. It will be able to take you back in time, but only to one specific point. Right before Atziri triggered the cataclysm that destroyed the Vaal.
Oh shit, okay.
He requests that you go back and attempt to stop Atziri to prevent the Vaal from ever being
Back when she
destroyed.
in 2 titty mode. This is pre-4 titties. So you fight 2 titty Atziri. It's like a prequel boss fight. Oh shit.
Atziri is on the far side of the temple, so you will need to expand the temple significantly to get to her. And even worse, her chambers can only be unlocked by a room that isn't currently accessible to you. In order to deal with that, you are going to need to visit the architect of the temple. To get to him, you will need to place path rooms. But while doing so, you will probably want to exploit some of the Vaal technology only available in the past. Once you can travel into the past, a whole new set of rooms are available to you, and they have some pretty insane rewards. At level 1, the corruption chamber can be used to corrupt a single item. But placing it next to a thaumaturge to run the place, and a sacrificial chamber to provide soul energy, you'll be able to level it up. And it's worth it.
What's that? What does that do?
Because once you get the room to level 3, there are some very nice rewards to be had.
Double corrupt or what?
In a level 3 corruption chamber, you will find this mysterious device.
What's that?
It has a slot to place an item, and it only accepts items that are already corrupted. What will happen to them?
Huh? Triple corrupt?
Well, normally once an item is corrupted, you can't modify it any further.
Uncorrupted? What?
But this device allows you to corrupt your item a second time, adding another enchantment. This has the capability to craft some very powerful items indeed. But be warned, the Vaal are all about taking risks in the pursuit of power. There is a 50% chance that the item will be destroyed.
Okay. So that's kind of cool, because you have to land the first corruption first, and then you gamble on the second one.
Each room has its own interesting mechanics
that saves a bunch of time.
And rewards when it levels up. Many of them contain bosses to fight, special drops, and in many cases, new crafting opportunities.
Gem corruption, okay. There we go.
For example, a level 3 alchemy lab has a nasty Vaal construct to fight. But if you can defeat it, you can find new corrupted soul cores. Like Guatalitzi's Thesis, which on boots allows you to sacrifice your life to run faster. Or Sita Qualottl's Thesis, which on gloves will revive one of your minions whenever an offering expires. Get a sacrificial chamber to level 3, and you will need to face a highborn priest of sacrifice. Defeat him to be able to further corrupt a Vaal unique, modifying it in unpredictable ways.
Item ascension rate.
One of the mods of this unique will be removed and replaced with another random mod.
Shit, the animation's sick.
For example, this Soul Mantle. It gives you an additional totem, but lowers your totem's life and curses you when they die.
I see, get rid of the downside.
By using the machine, this could result in a terrible item if you remove the good mod, but also some amazing items if you replace the downside.
Damn, dude, Ziz is Kumi right now.
Now, one extra thing to mention about these Vaal crafting machines. You don't have to take the items you want to craft into the temple. If you don't have the item you want to craft with you at the time, then clicking this button will allow you to create a currency item instead, allowing you to do the craft later or trade it if you want.
Wow.
Now, there are all sorts of interesting rooms you can find in the temple, but the last one I want to show you today is the Flesh Surgeon.
Get fuck scammers. Get fuck scammers. That's just
a
fuck
Vaal
scammers.
Flesh Surgeon can be leveled up by placing him next to a high-level synth flesh lab. But be careful. The Flesh Surgeon has some rather unpleasant experiments in his personal lab.
Oh, yuck.
Afterwards, you might notice the surgery table just sitting there. The Vaal are great at crafting items. Why not do some crafting on yourself? After laying down, you'll be asked which limb you'd like to replace.
Huh?
Left arm, perhaps your right leg. Each limb can get a different set of random bonuses, so choose wisely. After getting up from the table, try out your new limb.
Dude, Cyberpunk.
It seems to work fine, and even perform better than your normal one. Now, there is just one thing with replacing body parts. If you die and are resurrected, your body will return to its natural state. You might need to return to the Vaal Surgeons if you want another robot arm, and maybe get a better one next time.
Semi-hardcore for softcore players.
Some rooms, like the Commander, can give you a new type of reward. Medallions that can be used to manipulate the temple in other ways. Using a Quipolatal's medallion will allow you to artificially boost a room, even if it doesn't meet the normal requirements to level up.
Okay.
And a Huatalotli's medallion will stop rooms from destabilizing when you complete a temple, allowing you to guarantee getting a reward a second time.
Okay, nice.
Great if you want to stock up on double corrupts.
Yeah.
Now, with all that aside, time to face the Architect, and you will be in for a fight.
The fuck is this? Oh my god, bro, what the fuck is that?
Once defeated, you will find another console that can be used to modify the temple. But this one is special. It allows you to place new types of rooms with specific rewards. There are rooms with specific uniques, special runes, and currency. But also a few other, more niche crafting experiments. Like this one, that can extract the socket balls back out of an item, at the cost of destroying it. Now, something really important is every league we release a significant amount of content for the in-game. In order to make sure that the Fate of the Veil works well for late-game players, we've added many mechanics to make sure that you can scale the difficulty and rewards to match. Getting some rooms to level 3 adds extra mods to the entire dungeon, and these stack with each other. So in endgame, when you can get some really big temples, you can generate a challenge that can even match the strongest of characters.
Oh, not
We also start to introduce ways to store up energy for the temple, allowing you to save up many runs so you can do them later at your leisure.
Okay, I like that.
And
I
not
like that.
interrupt your mapping too often.
Okay, yeah. Cool.
Now, in each league, it's important that we have a new pinnacle boss to test your character's might.
Shit, yeah, I need that.
In the Fate of the Veil, you will get to face Adzeri while she was at the peak of her power.
Oh my god.
One of the rewards you
my
will gain
God.
by defeating the Architect is the ability to place the Royal Access Chamber. Once connected to your temple, you can visit it to finally reach the Queen of the Veil herself.
Static? No mods?
This fight takes place at a critical moment in history.
Static.
Right as Adzeri communes with the beast's power and takes her true corrupted form.
My god!
Now, we are not going to show you the whole fight, but we will tempt you with one of the rewards. This is Adzeri's rule. This staff gives additional levels to all of your corrupted gems and lets you trade life for extra damage. But in addition to that, while using the staff, mirrors of refraction will constantly appear on the battlefield. Any projectile you fire at these will split into a nova, and they can chain from one to the other.
What the
fuck? That's the Fate of the Veil League. But we are also bringing the previous league, Rise of the Abyssal, into the core game.
Okay, nice.
Along with a few changes.
Yeah, to in-game.
Now, for those of you who haven't seen what happens when a league is over, it's important to understand that you will not be seeing abysses in every area anymore. Rise of the Abyssal is now one of the league mechanics that can show up randomly in in-game. If you want to specialize in running abysses, there is now a tablet that will allow you to add them to any map you run. You can also craft the tablet to add abyss-specific mods to enhance how they function. Now that Abyss is core, it also needs its own Atlas tree. You can gain your first points by completing an Abyss.
Don't like this.
But there are more available for doing depths and killing certain bosses. And there are a bunch of different options.
They fix the fucking
You
bosses?
might just want more monsters and bosses. But you can also make finishing an Abyss have a chance to overrun a nearby map with the Abyssal. Or make your Waystone modifiers also apply to Abyssal depths. You could specialize in the interaction with other leagues, or specialize in a specific Abyssal faction. One of the important elements that we have heard loud and clear is that needing to do Abyss crafting on Waystones is quite annoying.
Dog shit.
So, we have removed that.
Nice. W.
In fact, we have removed instilling from Waystones as well.
W.
This mechanic felt mandatory on maps because it boosted the value of all other content. But it was both annoying to do and resulted in a lot of visual clutter.
It was dog shit gameplay.
Instead, we are bringing back some of that power on tablets, which you don't need to craft nearly as often, since they last for 10 maps each.
Chat.
Once you defeat the Arbiter of Ash, you will be able to upgrade tablets to
What's
a rare
that?
with 4 mods using regular currency. Even this isn't enough to fully bring back the power you could have gotten from instilling, so we have also buffed the bonuses that tablets give. Going forward, we're not going to be adding any more crafting directly to Waystones outside of the basic currency, because it adds too much micromanagement.
Yep.
But on that note, Fate of the Vial does bring the ability to corrupt your tablets, hoping to get one of many different random outcomes. Now, with regard to Delirium Fog, even though you shouldn't have to have it on every map anymore, we still did want to make it less visually annoying. Delirium Fog has been toned down significantly, so you won't feel like you're just playing in a sea of grey.
Thank fucking God, bro.
Another big source of problems in the endgame is the feeling of getting overwhelmed with monsters. In 031, we reduced the number of monsters in early endgame in order to help with this, but still scaled up the number of monsters to previous levels by the time you got to tier 15.
I don't know if I like that change. What? I don't know if I like that.
Well, after letting this simmer for a while, we are still getting this kind of feedback. So we are no longer going to scale up the number of monsters you go as you get deeper into the endgame.
What?
Instead, we are scaling up the difficulty and rewards by the same amount. So to be clear, instead of increasing the number of monsters by 40%, they will instead drop 40% more items, grant 40% more experience, and have 40% more life. In addition to all the normal scaling they get due to being higher level.
I don't know about this.
This only applies to regular monsters, not bosses. We have also reduced the speed modifiers that monsters can get sometimes, which also helps a lot with this.
Okay.
Now, we did have a large amount of content for endgame planned for 040, but unfortunately we just didn't get time to finish it. The scope was a bit too large, and so we'll need to wait until 050 for that. But rest assured, there will be a ton of upgrades for the existing leagues, as well as new pinnacle bosses, and a significant overhaul to the Atlas passive tree coming soon.
Oh shit.
Now, another problem that becomes a much bigger issue in the endgame is game performance. And we have done a lot of work here. The primary issue is CPU load. And to address that, a lot of things have been optimized. And we have done a lot of work to take advantage of more of your CPU cores.
Okay.
You should see frame rates of at least 25% higher, and a lot less bad frame spikes during gameplay. It does make quite a big difference,
I wonder if we're gonna see new
especially
crashes.
on consoles. A lot more work in this area is ongoing, and you will continue to see performance improvements over
you
the
can't
next
see
few
it.
months.
Oh, fuck. My head's on it.
Of course,
It was
another
like
important
the same
area
frame rate,
is
but 20%
game
better.
balance, and we have made a lot of changes. Now, most of these we will save for the patch notes, but I'll do a quick summary of some of the numbers. As well as adding 11 new unique items, we have rebalanced dozens of others that are not currently used very often.
Okay.
We've also done a pass over lineage supports. 21 of them have been rebalanced.
Okay.
As well as adding 9 more.
What? Any new?
Alongside the 2 new Druid ascendancies, we have made balance changes to almost all the others.
Ooh!
With some of them getting a grander rebalance, such as the Smith of Katava. Alongside the 20 plus new Druid skills, we've also rebalanced 90 other active skills across all the different classes. And to top it all off, there are also over 250 new passive skills added to the passive tree.
Okay.
These changes should go a long way to increase the viability of many more
Life
skills,
notes?
uniques, and overall build variety that can tackle our most
Life
challenging
notes?
content.
He would say that.
Next up, we're going to be talking about our new supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Precursor and Kalgurin packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always,
Cosmetic.
the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Precursor series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. First up, the Marble Statue Character Effect. Once you finally stay still for a moment, a podium rises up out of the ground to immortalize you, turning your skin to marble. When you next move, the stone crumbles around you.
Okay.
The precursors had mastery over gravity manipulation. So too can you, now with the Gravity Well portal. Witness the power of its pull as you approach it. Draw in enemies with your own gravitational pull with the Awakened Precursor armor set. The Precursors designed and built many mysterious ancient beings. This one used to serve as a scout that would patrol and tase intruders. Why salvage gear yourself when the Master of the Forge can do it for you?
Yeah, that's kind of cool.
Molten
I like
gold
that.
spills out as the Forge Master breaks down your items.
That's cool.
The relic of the Precursor's map device is a mysterious machine that sits atop ancient colossal statues. It keeps track of the number of charges consumed on your Precursor tablets used in the device. The Kalguran Pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions.
Those level ups
The
never work.
Kalgurans had astounding skill in astronomy, being able to track
They
cosmic
never work.
events with absolute precision.
It's never
Harnessing
loaded.
that skill, with the Astronomer's
It's
level
always
up
in biz.
effect equipped, you too can now see exactly how long it took you to level up as it outputs the time in
That's
chat.
fucking cool.
The time
That's
taken
cool.
to reach your last 3 levels is also displayed on the item, so you can link it when you have a time
Oh
you're proud
shit,
of.
yo, that's cool.
Crush unique enemies by unleashing the wrath of the lost Kalguran fleet, led formerly by Captain Heartland himself. A Kalguran seafarer needs armor fit for the treacherous seas of Rayclast.
Okay.
This set has you covered with the classic tricorn,
Pig leg.
and of course, a pig leg. The Lost Treasure weapon skins top off your appearance of a true raider of the seas. These gilded weapons can be applied to wands, two-hand maces, and shields. After a
Fucking
long
gun.
day of plundering loot, retreat to the Kraken's Cove hideout, a home of some of the most deadly, ocean-dwelling creatures in Rayclast. Many ships have met their demise here. What better to accompany you in Kraken's Cove than a kraken itself? Replace your stash with a dormant kraken, waiting for its prey. As you approach, it will awaken and
Ew.
terrify both you and any guests in your
The
hideout.
fuck is that?
Alongside this, an extra stash skin item will be granted to you, and when placed, will automatically open to any stash tab set with the currency affinity, to help having to navigate through your tabs.
Huh?
Additionally,
Wait, that's
any
kinda cool.
microtransactions from the
Pay
supporter
to win.
packs will be
Pay to
made
win.
available for use in Path of Exile 1.
Yo, pay to win.
Thank you very
Pay to
much
win.
for all your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, at 11 AM NZ time, we'll post the patch notes.
11 AM, that's...
With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news.
So it's 8:43 right now.
Thanks for joining us
9.
today and checking out our latest developments.
So two
We're looking
hours,
forward to playing alongside our fellow
24
shapeshifting
minutes,
exiles.
26 minutes.
All while uncovering Lost Vale secrets by doing some dungeon crafting. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
What's on the screen? Oh, shut the fuck up. I was doing the maths. Okay, bitch. I was doing the fucking maths for you guys. Okay. How long we got? Let me see it. Okay, so. Let's see it, chat. Druid looks good. So we got like a check mark. Oh, fuck.
Welcome back, Exiles, to the Q&A portion. I am your host, Ziggy D, and today we're going to be touching on the design of the Druid and the fate of the Vile League while we gather some community questions. Then we'll deep dive into endgame, balance, and other game design topics. I am, of course, joined by game directors Jonathan Rogers and Mark Roberts. How you guys going today?
Oh, very good. I mean, you know, it's been a great one to work on this one. Like, I've really enjoyed it. So yeah, it's definitely great to see you again. And it feels like it's only been like no time at all since the last time you were here with the PoE1 release.
It feels like only several weeks, and that's pretty accurate.
yeah.
We get to see you twice as often now, so that's fun.
Yeah, I'm around every 2 months or so now, roughly. It's great. I love it. Let's keep going. So I do have to open with this, though. Is like Druid looked a little bit weak, I think, in the demonstration video today.
Yeah, I think one of the issues that we have is like we're so concentrating on like just demonstrating how the mechanics work that we sort of forget to be like, okay, let's actually make sure the damage numbers that we're doing on this like test character we're filming here are actually like in line with what people actually normally expect. So yeah, there's just a few things there that we probably should have caught and made a little stronger there. But yeah, when you actually play it, it's certainly from the alpha feedback incredibly powerful. Like
Yes.
you know, the like you know, we were seeing some people say, oh, you know, the wolf looks weak or whatever. Well, I can assure you that on alpha there's a bunch of people saying the wolf is super OP. So you know, it just comes down to the things you go through in order to demonstrate stuff.
I think we probably going to be worthwhile. We make some videos showing a bit more of the less demonstratey side and get them posted and stuff this week. Because honestly, you can just play it literally right now, and it's you know.
Yeah, I've definitely been playing and recording a bit myself because I was like, when I first watched it as well, the draft, I was thinking, it's like I don't really get a feel for what it feels like to actually play it. There's good demonstration here of the mechanics, but yeah, I can understand how from your perspective it'd be pretty easy to be like, oh, we want to communicate how this cool thing works and this cool thing works.
There's a fine line there for sure. Where if you get too hectic, people are like, I don't even know what's going on. They're just looking at a ruckus. And then, yeah, in this case, let's say we went on a little too far on the other side of the line, was just a bit too slow. And
they don't want to show you
as
full
a result,
ruckus
yes,
mode.
it can look a bit weak, but
they don't want to show you full ruckus mode.
Try and get some like raw
bad for
Druid
demonstration.
gameplay out to people to understand.
Sure.
I think particularly for this class, because of the shape-shifting stuff, it's so hard for us to. Normally, we can look at something and be like, "Oh, that's just a demonstration." We kind of know what it would look like at endgame. But I think
it's like
with
you
the
go to
Druid,
the
it's
players
just so
discover like what
unusual,
six links
so
and shit look
different
like.
that it's actually hard to judge what it would be feel like to even play it. And I'm happy for my hands on to say that like it's almost immediately like very smooth the shape shifting of it, the movement of it, especially because like in your demonstrations you're not really using dodge, roll, sprint, that sort of thing as well, which makes a big difference.
I suppose one of the things we didn't really dwell on in the video as well is that we do actually have dodge roll. I mean, they're not actually rolls for the animals, but yeah, all the animals can like hop around and that kind of stuff.
I saw that.
That was honestly one of those things that was like kind of funny because initially we actually had it so when you dodge roll, you would transform back into a human. And the reason we did that is because it's really hard to make animations for animals that like actually work correctly. Like we actually thought it was impossible, but then when we actually put it on alpha, there was the kind of visceral reaction of I want to still be a bear, like you know, while I'm hopping around. So we ended up having to like work out like how can we make this possible? How can we make it so that you can actually do the dodge rolling as an animal? And that sort of ended up being pretty good, I would say.
And this was like clearly the hardest class to design so far, and it took a bit longer. Like I think you were originally hoping to bring it out in a previous expansion.
Yeah, quite a while ago. But the thing is with it is that it's kind of like designing 4 classes in one, because not only do you have the situation where like obviously we want to have synergy between skills and stuff like that, and we can like look at that in a normal class and work out what those might be. But with this class, people want to be able to play just as a bear or just as a wolf, as well as people who want to play like dual with a human and a wolf, or people who just want to be a wolf and a bear, and like all the different combinations. So we had to kind of come up with a way for like each line needs to be self-sufficient and that it's got all the tools that you need. But at the same time, you have to not have it so it feels like there's just duplication between them. We're like, oh, like this is just the same thing as what a bear has, but you know, you are a wolf instead. So we kind of have to like, it's like you need all the tools, and yet you also need to have them feel different. And that just made it really, really tricky to get all of the things right with it. And then it didn't also help that, since the last time we were working on the Druid, way back when we showed it off in Gamescom 2023, we had WSD. And that is a whole other complication because, you know, like how can we make that work with the animal forms? It's like a whole thing. You know, like I'll tell you the wyvern, for example, like we had a hell of a time making it so that you could do the ranged attacks because you need to be able to walk while you're doing it. The wyvern's sitting there with its arms like planted on the ground, you know, like being able to walk while also spitting it. Yeah, it's like we went through so many iterations of that. So yeah, it was just a very tricky class overall, like just crazy.
I remember seeing some very goofy looking like wyvern like months and months ago.
Yeah.
We were like trying to, this is not working right.
Right.
Like,
well, I also remember like for a long time the wolf was just like a dancing dog. It was just like it looked really silly. And like man, the wolf as well. I mean, it was really hard to get right, and because one of the things we really wanted to avoid was I didn't want that too much of that whole like man in a wolf suit vibe. Like I wanted to actually get the feeling of like this is an actually different animal, which I think with the bear and the wyvern's way easier. With the wolf, it's like it's really hard not to just go back into that. So we had a lot of questions about like what even the locomotion was. How does it walk? Are we going to walk on 2 legs? Are we going to walk on 4? We ended up splitting the difference. You can do both, right? Like you get that when you're attacking and you can be upright walking on 2 legs. When you're walking, you run on 4, and you actually do get a speed boost while you're on 4 legs, as a wolf. Just so after like 1 second of walking, you go down on 4 legs, you start moving a bit faster. So yeah, it's
an interesting thing there. I don't think is each form form technically has a kind of passive benefit.
Right.
Yeah.
So obviously you got the running fast as a wolf. Can't remember exactly what the wyvern ones were, but like for the bear, for example, because you're just a bit bigger, you know, a bit of a tank. Yeah, you actually do get armor, and armor applies to elemental damage as a thing, and like, you know, there's a kind of which
That
is like
wasn't the case.
honestly, unless you actually click the bear keyword, is like undescribed everywhere.
I'd be pissed.
It was even more than that, because I was just looking at it in game before. The bear has like passive endurance charge generation.
Yes, it
from
does.
Rage
So from
expenditure.
rage expenditure, it does.
I was like, that's so cool.
Yeah. So we really wanted to make sure that each of the different forms had things that can benefit the other forms. So like it was really tricky to think like, what are resources that a bear can generate? What are the resources that wolf can generate? What are the ones the wyvern can generate that the other ones can then use in order to kind of get that cross synergy? So yeah, that's kind of like one of the reasons why we had to kind of come up with all that stuff. And that, part of the trickiness.
And that caught me by surprise as well, because like technically it's mentioned, but I never really fully understood the idea that you can swap between the forms, like human to animal and back. Yeah, I figured that's what's going on here. But but you can like leap in as a wolf and then immediately transform to a bear mid slam.
You absolutely can. So the thing with this is that you want to present a fantasy to someone as far as like what the UI is pushing you towards and all that sort of stuff. Like there are going to be a lot of people who are like, I want to be a bear, and they just pick bear stuff and they go all bear, right? But at the same time, we're unconstrained in the sense that you can pick all the other stuff. You can use it at the same time. So one talisman, like effectively when you pick on a talisman from like wolf, bear, or wyvern, what that's giving you is the default attack, right? That's what you're actually picking, and that's all it is, right? And that often will guide you, like what skills you're picking and so on, but you can just use with that same talisman as many different animal skills as you would like. That just means that you've got that sort of free-flowing, like, you know, trying out different stuff, sort of combo gameplay that we you know, like to try and get. So you know, obviously there will just be a lot of people who just pick one thing, right? Like I absolutely expect that. But yeah, no, there's a lot of experimentation to do there if you want to do it.
Big deck.
Yeah, so you've tried to hit like making it so like people who just want like a simple straightforwards, like I just want to run out as bear and slam the ground, like that's certainly very possible there. But also you with this whole class you had the problem of how do we make like a spellcaster and a melee attacker that's shapeshifter as well. I mean, this class has got a bit of everything.
For sure.
How did you make all that kind of like work together and solve that build problem of like, how do you actually scale these things together in a way
Combo
that
gameplay
just
feels
one
good
thing
when
isn't
it
way better
feels
than everything
organic.
else?
Right. Well, I mean, it's always tricky, and Mark's obviously the one who handles a lot of the balance stuff. But I can see, even just from a design perspective, you know, so I just throw over the fence all my horrible stuff, and then you're like, how the hell am I going to balance this? Effectively, like, so even with the spellcaster side, so one of the things we initially wanted with the spellcasting is a lot of it's like over time type effects that, you know, so for example, with the volcano being the really obvious one, right? Like you can create this thing, and then you can turn into an animal and do other stuff at the same time. So we needed on the human side a lot of things that last for a long time. But the problem you then run into when you actually go to balance the thing is like, okay, well, if you've just got like 5 damage over time style spells, why not just cast all of them and then you don't have to ever do anything else, right? Like, so it's like that kind of stuff makes it really hard. So then you have to start thinking, okay, we want to make it so that you cast a long-term thing as a human, but then being an animal is going to augment
Make it better.
that so that it improves it. So for example, with the tornado, it's got a similar mechanic to the little twisters that the hunters have, where ground effects can empower it with extra elemental stuff. And so then we're like, okay, well, if the animal forms are the ones that can create the ground effects, then that means that you're kind of like, you're going to want to do, you know, like, to mix that with the tornado, you now have to have both the animal forms and the spellcaster stuff if you want to get all of that together. So it's just a lot of that thinking about how can an animal form aid a spell, how can a spell aid an animal form, like all the way through. And then, yeah, as I said, we throw it over the fence, and then Mark tries to work out what kind of numbers can actually make it
it's a web of infinite difficulty, right? Because like we're talking about the 4 forms within the class, but each of these skills also synergizes with every other class and every other skill in the game. And it's becoming growingly more complicated, but that's also what's fun about the game and what all the things you can unlock and the crazy builds you can do. But yeah, I mean, like this week's focus has been like, okay, we had all the, like during our alpha testing and internal testing, we had like, you know, there was the I want to be all forms going between, there was the I just want to be wolf, I just want to be bear, I just want to be a dragon, and now we're getting a lot more of I just want to cast nature plant skills and do plant stuff.
Plant stuff was cool.
And so it's like, okay, well, how do we make that work? Well, because they're quite long duration, so we're having a bunch of complexity with that as well, and it honestly just, it does just spiral into
the wet
like...
build, bro, the wet build.
Oh my god, there's 20 million variables here. But it's fun. And at the end of the day, as long as it is honestly fun to play, then honestly we're golden. So, you know... I would say we're pretty much there on almost everything with this class. I'd actually say we're a little bit more prepared than normal. We've had a lot of testing.
Yeah.
Despite, I mean, partly because it's been in the works for so long.
Confident.
But yeah, it's, I don't know, like ultimately pretty fun. I'd say there's still something, obviously there's still more to do. There's obviously always more to do. But yeah, there's a lot going on, a lot of enjoyment.
It's better than D4 Druid.
I saw yesterday, I was just like walking past someone's computer and, you know, someone was mentioning like, yeah, it's just fun placing 6 volcanoes and then just slamming on them. I was like, all right, sweet, you do you. Like, that's fine.
I was definitely enjoying obliterating bosses in bear form, like with dropping tornadoes, and there's the totem which you can summon in animal form.
Yep.
And then you're putting fishes down and they're exploding, and you're putting extra things on the ground and they're exploding. And there was definitely some boss deletion going on there. So.
Even just walking past the just many entangles going out, and then there's that plant support gem. I'm like, all right, it's putting the new.
I see chat being like, no, Ziggy, don't get it nerfed. I do have to admit that I did already get one thing, let's say fixed.
Okay.
There was a thing that was like double generating rage. So I'm like, I don't know if this is intended.
Right.
And like, no, the designer said that's probably not intended. Thanks, Ziggy. I'm like,
I don't know.
Sorry,
we'll see
guys,
where
not
that
again.
goes, because I was like, no, that's fine.
This is a fisher.
It made it to me,
Yeah,
and
this
I was
is a
like, no,
fisher thing.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, because it generates rage when you first slam, and then the
So-
fishes, every time they pulse, it generates rage. I'm like,
Oh, really?
yeah.
Oh, shit, I didn't even know that.
Because like the totem's making it pulse, and that's generating rage each time.
Right.
I'm like, that
Okay,
doesn't
no, that's interesting.
seem
That's very
intentional.
It's
interesting.
fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
I love that because that's like
Okay. Fine.
ridiculously powerful. That
Yeah,
feels like way permissive. I was
Right.
like, this feels illegal, but that's like, you gotta let a few things in there that feel illegal.
It's doing what the skill says.
I may not have. Maybe I didn't get enough. Okay, cool.
I don't know. They might have changed it. I'll find out afterwards. I just throw my opinion in there. I don't want to necessarily be like, you know, I try and make sure with a lot of these balanced discussions, it's not like, you know, I'm just an authority on the matter. I want to actually discuss these things through, because maybe it isn't actually fine, but, you know, my first instinct is like, yeah, like let it run wild. Like, what's the problem, you know? So
yeah, you gotta.
We'll see what happens, but whatever. They don't know what the problem is, so don't worry. Oh, now they do. Thanks, you've ruined it. Now people will know if it changed, and now.
Yeah. They'll see the thing not generating rage, and yeah, let's see that line of text. Now that's the Ziggy line of text. I'm developing a reputation now. Just helping finding bugs. It's okay. So, like the shapeshifting stuff comes from this trinket, the talisman?
Yeah, the animal talisman.
And is there any limitation to just kind of like putting that on another class and just say like, I am playing my Mace Marauder or my Quarterstaff Monk, and I want to do a wolf leap slam that marks targets?
You can do it. In fact, it was one of the things initially that, you know, it's funny with the audio team, because initially like, oh, we want to record like bear lines for the Druid the whole time. And I'm like, hey guys, remember, anyone can turn into this animal. You're actually going to commit to every single class is going to have like a three different extra versions of every single line the character can deliver.
Maximum effort.
It's like, yeah, that's a bit tricky. So we ended up going with a voice mod in the end. But yeah, that was one of those.
It's like their thoughts. I think it shifts to. It almost sounds like, to me, that's what it sounds like. They're like, they're thinking it or something like that. I don't know.
But yeah, it would have been completely impossible to record every single line an additional 3 times for every character class.
Voice actors, everybody come back and we need you to roar like a bear.
Exactly. But yeah, effectively, every class can be an animal. It's exactly the same as the weapon restriction. Ultimately, being a bear is the same as having a mace, which may sound a little bit odd, but that is actually how it works and what allows having.
Whoa. I didn't even think about that. Wait, so you can use mace skills while in bear?
No. What I meant was that it's the same. I mean, it's the same in the sense that it's just a weapon type, right? Like,
yeah, right.
Like,
Okay.
Yeah.
Damn it, now we have to make that possible.
Well, I mean, you can turn into Calm as a bear.
That's unique item territory for the future.
It often gets talked about like the idea of like, why are things like so weapon locked? And I've always maintained the position that you guys want to kind of do that as much as possible initially, and then in the future you can blur the lines a little bit. Like there's maybe in the future you're like, oh well, maybe this skill has a way of crossing over.
You can do, but the thing is, a lot of the identity of a weapon type really comes a lot from what it can do, and so that's the main reason why we do it that way. But but the thing is as well, the weapon swapping, you can still use skills from different elements.
I
don't like it. Weapons and things like that.
The thing is, like, it's funny that you mentioned that with the bear, because like definitely some of the bears, I noticed parallels between some of its skills and some of the mace stuff, and I could see absolutely combining like this bear skill that places fishes with the other stuff on the mace that triggers the fishes. Like there's like very obvious like cross
yeah.
synergy build.
Well, I
there.
mean, they're adjacent classes, right? I mean, you've got like strength versus strength int. Like, we want to be able to make sure that some of those key elements do like cross over, just so that to open up the way to have synergy between the different classes more easily.
Yeah. Well, as you get more classes and more skills, you obviously get an overlap of the kind of mechanics and keywords and stuff, you know, iterating, and thus they will always cross-synergize. And where there still will be new things a class offers, yes, there's always going to be a bunch of stuff that they use that will then interact with all the other skills. So.
Yeah, and now you added plants and plants that grow from rain, and there's a plant keyword that has overgrown as a keyword.
Yeah.
Like...
It's interesting actually, those ones, because they're on completely opposite sides of the tree. You've got dex versus strength int, and that's been a little bit hard to kind of like get the like where the mechanic should go on one side versus the other. So where we ended up going is that the nature side of things for plants on the strength int is like you've got the poison on the dex side versus the kind of like just pure nature like physical damage spells on the on the strength int side. But that's been fun though, because now it's actually been really fun designing the supports, because you know, the more classes we have, the more we can start to think, okay, like here's a support that's for something obscure. How can we make it so this can apply to some other kind of thing on the opposite side of the tree, where like now you've got some interesting interaction. So there could be some kind of like thing where growing plants as a ranger could be sort of something. I mean, like I can't say I've tested the potential there myself.
I mean,
but
it
like,
makes sense.
we made all of that work. All the plants can, you know, like plant stuff all has mechanics around like watering the rangers' plants is like a thing. They all have ways that works.
Yeah, like
I mean,
entangling them.
definitely opens up interesting party options in the future as well. Like
it's a thing.
I do like the idea of being like a druid watering.
It's a thing. It's easily a thing. It's not even hard to do as well.
Right.
It's kind of just like, thanks, druid, you buffed poison rangers.
Yeah.
Like, that's kind of just what happened.
Yeah.
Right, good. Yes, and the rain buffing lightning skills as well, like increasing shock chance. And stuff. It's pretty wild how much stuff you've just jammed into one class here. How did you like kind of settle on a identity for the wyvern in particular? I feel like people know what a bear is, people know what the wolf is. And even a lot of the like druid stuff is pre-established.
They can't pick dragons,
you got plants, and you got like nature, and you got like lifting up the earth, that sort of stuff.
Well, we really wanted to have a third form that was a little bit out there in terms of different from what you'd seen in another game. I mean, obviously, like every game that's got transformations has the bear and the wolf, right? That's just like the staple. But and actually, funnily enough, for that reason, we couldn't not do it. There was actually a period there where we weren't going to have a wolf because we were a little bit unhappy. Yeah, with us, and it's just like, well, exactly right. That was the reaction. That was the reaction of like all the furries come out of the woodwork and like, you gotta have a wolf.
How dare you?
Yeah, how dare you? Exactly right. So we're like, okay, we'll have a.
I'm a wolf inside, but I'm a lone wolf.
Don't anger them. You know, so that was that was a real concern. So we decided to go. We needed the two familiar, and then we needed one that was a little bit more out there. And really, when we were looking at the bear and the wolf, it was kind of like we want the slower, harder hitting. We want the faster and like speedy kind of version, obviously being the wolf. We also wanted something that had some range elements, and then a sort of more spellcastery vibe.
I was thinking of
Spriggan,
but yeah.
And so we sort of thought about it a little bit like, what animal is ranged? Like, it's not really, there's like kind of not a lot out there that can really sort of do that. And so eventually we settled on the wyvern. I mean, someone of course at one point was like, how about a dragon? And we're like, what the heck? What are you talking about? But then eventually I thought about it, and it's like, actually, you know what? There's some potential here.
If you suggested to me, I told you not to do it because like there's no way you could make it look good and not look stupid. But
it eventually it was hard though. We did get there.
It actually looks pretty cool.
Yeah.
But it's kind of a spell blade almost. Like it's got a bit of range stuff, but it's got a bit of like spell kind of melee things going on.
I mean, as it should be for strength int.
Yeah, and you were asking what the passive buffs were. I was looking at it before. It's like it's got buffs to freeze, shock, and energy regeneration actually as well, like energy recharge, I think.
It's a shame you knew. The reason I was actually being vague is I knew what they were. I just wanted to change them.
Okay, I mean that's fine. Do something.
Sorry for my slight disingenuousness. I kind of feel like they shouldn't. I didn't want them to be offensive benefits.
Yeah, they're supposed to be defensive.
It forces you into certain build types. Whereas, like, if they're utility or defensive, that way they will work across all board. That's my general philosophy. So I was like, I feel like I want to have a go at trying to design the energy shield thing. I don't mind. I wanted to have a go at designing stuff that's more utility or defensive only, and that way you don't feel like, oh, I should have to play lightning or fire because it gets the passive benefits.
Okay.
That way, if you wanted to do a kind of weird out there thing, it doesn't feel so bad. But we'll see what I come up with.
Do you have an idea, or are you still figuring it out?
Nah, I got no clue. I don't know. You could play on the fact it's got wings to something defensive for block, or something for hard carapace maybe, or I don't know. The fact it has wings. Something to do with the
so
wings.
much dragon
right?
lore to pull from. I got like a book that my daughter really likes to read that's like full of dragon lore. I'll send you some ideas.
All right, sweet, yeah. Dragon, they hoard gold, right? Gold finds.
Yeah,
that
totally.
sounds like
Eight piles of gold for buffs or something.
there's gold over there. Quick, shapeshift, pick it up. Shapeshift back. No, I'm obviously joking. Please, I'm not doing that.
Gold find, no, please don't. Mandatory dragon gold find build. I know it's kind of funny though. It's distinctly PoE. So the druid is this like strength int class, and with the Templar we had the idea more of like you've got that armor energy shield stuff, but that's still the case here, as that's the strength int base. But I feel like the energy shield stuff is not as iconic to druid. How have you incorporated that and made it feel like something that makes sense, or like in what ways have you incorporated that to the druid? I feel like it's not obvious.
Yeah, look, is a little bit off in terms of the feel there, but at the end of the day, they kind of don't really have many options as far as what we can do. I mean, like that, it is important for it to be that it has that, like armor and energy shield approach. There's a few sort of interesting, what do you call them, spirit reservation gems. I don't know I can never remember what the official name of that is. That sort of interact with that stuff in a dual way. So there's like that bark skin thing that effectively allows you to take advantage of energy shield to generate armor. Like, so when you lose energy shield, you get armor instead, and like it like creates little bits of bark on your skin.
Cool.
There's like things like that we've added, but yeah, it's a little bit of a thematically weird thing. I think probably the weirdest part about that is like, yeah, you're gonna have energy shield as a bear. It's a bit strange. Like, getting hit as a bear and then
why
there's a
doesn't
little
that
energy
transfer?
shield pop. I mean, yeah, it is what it is.
Shouldn't ES turn flat armor or something?
Well, you don't have to.
What?
Well, I suppose, sure, you can get full armor if you want, but
well,
yeah.
I feel like because there's like such a range of identities within that one class as well, that you've got the bear maybe that doesn't really align as much with that. There's definitely more armor stuff.
Yeah,
going
so you
on
could build more strength when depending on what animal form you're playing, of course.
Yeah, whereas like the wyvern
I feel like
potentially
it
has more
should
of that
transform
kind of magical
it.
aspect to it, where it's like that's
I mean, and that's why the wyvern itself does get the benefits to energy shield, and the bear does get the benefits to armor, in order to kind of make it so you are like, depending on what animal form you're going, there's a bit of alignment in the defenses there.
I mean, really, it's the tree that inspires and motivates this, right? Like, a sorceress could be on the bottom side of the tree and still have the same skill set, and obviously the damage nodes are a bit weird, but it could work.
I did that.
There's nothing saying. I mean, that's part of the beauty of
the Blood Witch
of
melee
the game
character
as well.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I had that experience where I was like, because it wasn't as clear, I was almost inventing my own lore there a little bit, where I was specking the regen from the druid, and then the Zealot's Oath right there. I'm like, oh, this actually, like, you're converting your natural kind of like life regen into energy shield. This is kind of the druid's thing. Like,
I mean, that is a way for sure. Like, keystones certainly are pretty powerful, and we have a bunch of, I think there's an extra. I can't remember what it's doing. There's one that says "Do not translate" on it, so it's in progress. But yeah, we were playing around with some, trying to have some armor, energy shield, more hybrid stuff going on with the keystones there. It was based on what's it called? PoE one's is it Divine Shield? Is that the name of the keystone? I can't remember. Too many names.
I love that one.
But it's based on that, but not exactly the same. Like a derivative of that we're trying to get going. But yeah, it's just because I was like, we need more keystones that I feel more druidy, and I know there's a rage one there that is embracing the animal ferocity, where it like what does it do? It's like doubles your maximum rage, but makes you don't get inherent bonuses from rage. So it's like, if you really want to do the skills that are rage consumers, like rampage, and you just want to rampage for as much time as possible, you obviously go for that keystone. You lose the benefits of rage, but you get to rampage around for twice as long.
Double generation rate as well,
a few things like that we're trying to add that are thematic as well. And I think that's another one of the really cool parts about adding a class is 1/6 of our tree was just filled with just placeholder garbage. Like, actually.
Okay.
Like, there's a giant link thing there. There's no links in the game, really. It's like, what are we doing with that? It's like, so I was like, well, that looked like a vine. Just make that a plant thing. And, so now it's a plant thing that talks about overgrown plants. And but we filled in that hole in the tree. And guess what? Now witches and sorceresses have more
YOLO
energy shield stuff on that kind of direction around towards the druid
thing.
And warrior has more, and and I don't just mean energy shield, I mean everything, all the mechanics, right? All the int mechanics are kind of there, the strength mechanics, everything. So
it is nice we finally have a class in every different part of the tree, so like we don't have any just like weird open stuff anymore.
Yeah, that area of the tree was a little strange. I mean, it's such a massive tree already, and you're adding more to it, and then like I have to wonder, like, you added this Oracle class. Like, I saw the Shaman one, I was like, yes, this is exactly what I expected. But then I saw the Oracle, and you guys had like 130 extra.
What is that about? What is that about?
Like, why do you do this to yourself? Like, that seems ridiculous.
It's fun.
Because it's cool. Because it's cool. That really is.
I view it simpler than it sounds.
I was like, I really went through, I mean, I know we showed 2 examples, but I was like, really want to make sure there's like cool off-spec stuff here. I want to make sure that if you want to be able to get more of a certain thing, this is a way to do it. I mean, at the end of the day, it still costs passive points to allocate, right? So it's more about, maybe you want some stuff that normally you'd have to go to the deck section for and get, maybe some projectile related stuff, and now you can get it up there because it allows for some kind of weird off class. And it was all themed around, if you got to live your life again, what would you change? Like, what different paths would you take?
Okay.
And so it's this interesting, like,
Jesus,
existential crisis as a node.
That's just theory.
Initially, I always do write my little blurbs about them to get them in the live stream, and I was like, it's got all the passives not yet added to the game. I thought it was an interesting way of looking at it. Not that that's actually how it is, but I thought it was like a kind of, it's like lessons you learn, you get to now use in advance kind of. I thought it was just a cool thematic thing that linked to the class. And it's easy, by the way, as designers to see that kind of thing and go, we have a million things to do. Like, is that really, like, that's too much time, too much work, right? And I'm just like...
What?
Revealing hidden powers. Like, we're setting ourselves up for a large amount of cumulative time over a while, right?
What the fuck?
Any rune we add, anything, like, we have to add and consider the shaman stats, and we have, that's enough.
What the fuck?
Meta balance every league, and same with the Oracle passives, and every time we change the tree, and like when we eventually add the Templar, we're going to have to relocate all those nodes because that tree's going to get a giant. Now we've got 3. Going to get a giant. Now we've got 2.5 classes in one section, but it's worth it. It is actually worth it. You add so many builds, so many cool things, and
sorry about that, chat.
If you don't want to deal with it, just pick another.
Oh my god! End it.
You don't have to, or pick other nodes on the same class. You don't have to take that node. So.
I think this like very clearly communicates that you're also okay with this idea of there being just like hidden cool stuff to discover that you're not going to know ahead of time, because you can't like look at the class options on the character selection screen and know what the passives are going to be that are hidden behind the Oracle ascendancy, right? So it's like, yeah, that's cool, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, you just look. There's always going to be community tools, and they're going to come up with a way to make that, to the build guides and all that kind of stuff. So like.
I love the secret stuff. I actually got my secret Abyssal Lich.
Yeah, wild.
It was an actual final secret, and maybe there's more. Well, you want to do more of that, don't you? I can tell.
Look at him. He wants to do more.
Of course, I love it. I love people having cool secret things they can find, and it isn't just like 1000% pre-planned.
Yeah.
Out of the gate. Like, I understand the need to plan, I understand the need to have confidence in a build, and you don't want to go in and only realize you've made the wrong decisions and stuff like that, for sure, but I definitely want to find that balance where you have that while you also get your cool secrets that you get to add to the game that are fun.
Yeah.
Data miners suck.
I think there's like a couple more chat questions on Druid, but we'll try and move on to the other stuff soon, because I know people want to talk about the other thing. I could talk about Druid all day. I think the design's super interesting here. But some of the questions were that I think people are a bit confused about like the talismans and the forms and how that stuff works. So the talismans are effectively just like another weapon.
Yeah, exactly.
And things like attack speed, movement speed on gear and everything will affect you in your movement.
Absolutely.
Animal forms. It's not like... I think because a lot of other games do it where when you change form, like all of a sudden, oh, your weapon's not affecting you, or this thing's not affecting you.
Well, I mean, effectively...
Fucking goddess. What? Wait, pause. I'm just going to pause it.
Blazing weapon swap, so you've got 2 weapon sets.
I'm going to get... Oh my god, bro. Oh my god,
Like,
bro!
If you're playing a druid, you are going to have to learn how to use weapon specialization passives and stuff like that if you want to have the spellcaster and melee thing. Now, a lot of the passive tree nodes, like in the druid section of the tree, all have like attack and spell damage and that kind of stuff. So like certainly for most of the start of the class, you won't have to worry about it. But as you get deeper in, and if you want to do hybrid spell attack, you are going to have to think about like, okay, what are my attack passives, what are my spell passives, and do that.
I was actually surprised at how simple and straightforward it was to do. So like the weapon specialization tree thing, you still do need to think about and understand how that works. But the basics of it, like using the actual skills, just happens automatically. Like I didn't ever have to actually go in and
No. You don't have to worry about that part. Just because of the fact that because this has always been the rule, but it's really apparent here. Like if it'll swap to the weapon set that can use the ability, so therefore you don't have to actually tweak. You just put it in and it kind of works.
Like if I tried to use my spell, it would shift to human automatically and use the staff. So like that was all automated, and I didn't have to like program anything like that. Right. Like I have on some other builds, I guess, where it's a bit.
Yeah,
more
mostly that's just
unclear.
because you get into a situation with those where because it's usable on both. Now you have to start going in there and tweaking that stuff. But here, because it makes it much simpler when you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, so there's a decent onboarding there, given the potential complexity of that. All right, so we'll move on now to the Fate of the Vaal expansion.
It's pretty easy to understand.
And there's definitely more of a like clear divide between the two things, and you even actually made two separate trailers this time around.
Well, it would have been super weird to have these like two completely clashing themes in the trailer. So yeah, in the end we were like, normally of course we'd make one trailer with everything, but we're kind of like, man, it's really hard to unify these two things in a kind of reasonable way. So yeah, in the end we decided to do two trailers and just like show the content completely separately.
They're not connected.
I need to go watch I need to go watch the ad series again.
Aside from both of them having a buttocks in it, they're not.
Double ass.
Yeah, that was total accident, by the way. It was
Double
just
ass.
like two totally unrelated.
Yeah, sure.
Did this pause. Oh, come on!
I was praising the equality of it. Like, yeah, I was great. There's buttocks for everyone here in this trailer. Excellent. Thank you. So this expansion is, and we saw this a little bit where you tried to work in the previous League mechanics into like story quest stuff, which I was super keen on. This expansion definitely feels much more deeply linked into the campaign and story, to the point where like Doriani's saying, go back in time and try and change these things that happened in the campaign. I was like, this feels like a major campaign story beat.
Yeah, so I mean, there's a few things going on there. So like initially, this League, unlike I think what we've done too much of in the past, the storyline develops quite a lot more kind of like through the campaign with different events that happen and sort of link in a lot. And part of the reason originally for that is that one of the things we sort of don't like necessarily about what leagues do is like you've got this situation where you like walk out of town in like literally the first area, and it's like some eldritch entity is immediately recruiting your services. You know what I mean? Like it's actually very like unfortunate.
Put this rusty thing in your body.
Exactly right. So we kind of wanted to try and make sure that there's a little bit more like it doesn't feel like the world is on your shoulders like right from the get go. Like there's actually like a little bit a growth of epicness throughout the League. So like if we'd have had it so it's like you're time traveling into the past, like the moment you walk out the gate, it's like okay, it's just not quite right. So we decided what we'll do is we'll make so that there is the temple. We've got a kind of like almost a baby version of the mechanic where you've got a lesser number of rooms, like it's kind of a bit simpler, like to start out with. And then once you pass the sort of key point in the storyline, then it like really opens up. You go into the past, you've got a little more story stuff going on. It did add quite a lot more work to kind of have to make two versions of a bunch of things and that kind of stuff. But I think it is worth it because it means that it feels like the League has a lot more going on. And
depth.
It just doesn't kind of break you don't break immediately the feeling of the world, which has been a problem in the past.
I have very strong opinions on this one. It's like dark horror gothic secondary 3 dimensions deep of I'm in the past and or in some sort of demon realm now. I don't know what's going on here.
And I mean, it's fine as you go, but this is actually one of the challenges I think we're going to have just designing leagues generally, is that they're going to require a bit more work to make them feel right. I mean, even just something as simple as like the Vaal sacrifice circles that you get throughout the world. Normally what we would have done is like make one thing and call it a day. Here what we've done is we've got like 10 or more. There's a ton of variations of those where for like each act we're like in like each area we're thinking like, okay, which like we need more of these so that we can use them so they feel natural in the place where they are, like do a bit of material reskin, stuff like that. Like that's kind of the stuff that we now need to do to sort of make it feel like you're not breaking
like
the world stuff.
The PoE1 style, betrayal basement You know, you just okay,
Just
so there's just a
randomly.
basement everywhere, like in the mud flats. Like, okay, you know, that just doesn't fly anymore at all. So like we want to make sure that these things are way more believable.
What about the abyss
like
inside
you're
the second
actually
story of a building,
like,
bro?
You know, this makes sense.
Abyss
you
in
know,
the second story
I'm
of a
not
building?
just in a basement in the mud flat in a swamp. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the Val is a very distinct thing, and it's very like tied to Act 3 as well. So
Yeah.
I was a bit worried about like the tone of Act 1 with the Val
delete
stuff,
that
but
emote.
then like it fits in reasonably well. Like you've definitely taken good care to make sure that it doesn't.
Well, I mean, yeah,
It's
it's
not
a matter of
super
making it feel like there's some ancient ruin that then later someone came along, like some Ezomites went in there and they built some stones around it because they're like, well, what is this thing? And like, we just thought a little bit about like how would the culture here have reacted to the fact that there was this ancient ruin from long ago in this location and that kind of thing.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. And you mentioned to me that this is the bar for what you want to be doing. This is the quality level for what you want to be doing.
So I'd say that like it does sort of. I would say here, like the level of polish and the stuff that we're doing, like the amount of content that a league needs to actually be good. Like, you know, obviously when we did 020, the league was a little bit like, you know, it was just the Asmerian spirits, and like, I mean, it was a league, but it wasn't really. Didn't have like the depth of content and stuff that you needed. And then with 030, I think we did a lot better. Like it came a lot better, but I still don't think we quite got there in terms of
that was like
the
PoE 1 level kind of.
And then this one here, I think like, you know, you get up to the level of quality that we really want to be delivering in PoE 2, like, you know, post release and everything, and like the kind of the amount of content you need for a league. Like it needs to be quite sizable and good. And it did take a lot of effort, but I think it's worth it because it sort of shows you what we can do when we.
I was gonna say that's like a high bar that you've effectively kind of like locked in committing to for expansions.
Well, hopefully I don't come to regret it, but you know, it's and honestly the scope did explode a little bit because when we
in-game's next batch.
One of the things, so when I initially designed the league, I was kind of like, okay, we're going to have like some limited number of rooms. We kind of spec'd it out, and like we, you know, and each one will have a few levels, and it kind of didn't seem like it was that large. But really, in the context of PoE 2, it's like, well, if you're going to spend effort to upgrade a room, it needs to feel meaningfully different and have meaningfully better rewards and all that stuff, and it pretty soon expands into like a really huge list of like different combat encounter mechanics and different like crafting mechanics and different rewards and everything. Like, there are so many new rewards and things in just in the temple. It's crazy.
I like how you can itemize it.
Like, there's a lot
nice.
there. Like, certainly the number of expanded crafting options and all that sort of stuff. I mean, you know, we could take some inspiration from what PoE 1 did with Incursion, you know, in terms of double corrupts and stuff, but we had to make it work in a PoE 2 context. You know,
I fucking hate
there's just a
PoE
lot
1.
there.
Yeah, I've followed your progress with
Double Crop
designing
Simulator,
this
that's
one
it.
from the very beginning.
Yeah, the funny thing is about that is that it actually came from a game that you recommended that I play.
I wasn't going to even say
no. So you recommended that I play this game called Loop Hero, and I really enjoyed it.
I should have played that
Everyone's
game.
going to think that the game we were inspired by is Blueprints, but it actually wasn't. It was Loop Hero.
It was so good because I told you about that game, and then it was like a week later or something, you sent me a message like, "Hey, I've made this little program."
Yeah. So I prototyped up like a thing that's for what would become the UI for Incursion. We actually ended up. It's funny because this is like the first league I've actually personally done code on in like quite a long time.
You got into it.
Yeah. Because I mean, it was a real fun, just like evening thing to like go and just like, you know, work on this design. One of the great things about doing that is that I got to make so many design changes just in the course of like of writing it, like, which I don't think necessarily would have gone exactly the same way if I was getting other people to do it. So yeah, that was really fun. And you know, just make and then effectively the back of it is like the code that I wrote, but obviously the UI of it is like a whole thing that a bunch of other people worked on and made really look really awesome. But yeah, that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, what is it like about this one that grabbed you so much? Because you got so involved and so personally, like working on it at home.
Yeah, I just really enjoy this kind of like little game within a game, like little metagame things. And just that dungeon design thing is just a really fun thing for me.
Tile placing,
yeah,
good,
it's always it's really fun.
Love a good tile place.
You know, and I just like coming up with all little ways that they can interact and that kind of thing, and you know, trying to make each feel a bit different and that kind of stuff. It's just a good time.
Yeah, and it's got this like iterative design where you're building a temple, you run it like it's a really small one at first, and then it crumbles a bit, but you're still kind of building on what you're doing each time. Yeah. It's like a weird kind of like roguelike-y thing without being a roguelike itself.
Yeah,
exactly. So with that design then, I'm curious, like does it like fully reset at some point? Like for example, when you kill at Zeri or
It never fully resets, but when you kill at Zeri or defeat an architect, quite a lot of the temple gets destroyed. So there's this kind of destabilization thing. It goes back to not the start, but kind of I think it removes like 2/3 of the rooms. There's some number like that it gets rid of at that point, and then you kind of have to build up again. So that's just that effectively means that like when you do those options, you're getting like new reward rooms and things to play. So it's giving you new goals, and then you have to work towards those goals again. And then ideally, those reward rooms can be rewarding enough. That the benefit of going back to smaller is sorry, or I'd say the negative of going back to smaller is completely outweighed by the benefits you're getting from the extra rooms that you're able to play.
So you can juice it a fair bit too.
You can, yeah.
There's a lot of like modifiers that are getting added on by each room, and you can place quite a lot of them.
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Do you foresee people building out like a huge temple and then kind of not having it decay as much as possible?
Yeah, I mean,
Atziri?
It's absolutely intended that you'll do that. I mean, once you've defeated Atziri enough times, you've got the uniques from there, and you've done like other things like that. Then you absolutely will like probably want like for ultra end game play when you really want like the most challenging stuff, and you're just like looking to get like as many double corrupts as you can and stuff like that. You're probably going to want to keep the temple large and specifically not do the stuff that would cause it to destabilize, because if you don't kill the architect and you don't kill Atziri, then it will it'll only pull you back. I can't remember the exact number of rooms, but there's some number of rooms that go away when it's quite full, and then you can just juice it really high and have really challenging in-game scaling stuff.
Not a souls up energy.
One of the things we were sort of concerned about is that there is some in-game content that just doesn't really scale as hard as it needs to scale in order to make it properly in-game viable.
It sounds like
Ravagous
make sure
farming. That this was not the case here, that it actually does scale enough into the in-game.
Okay, so like designed to be pretty farmable and to be pretty late game relevant.
Of course.
Now that they're going to nerf this,
pretty hectic with all those mods.
Yeah.
With how many rooms are on there and like.
Yeah. But also just other things that you want to do, like so for example at the start of the game, you can only you can't like store up temple runs, as it were. As you get into the game, then now we start to have it so that you can store up more runs, so that you can like map for a while, then like do a bunch of incursions.
I think we have it that eventually you can do 60 maps and then temples, and then 60 maps, then temples.
If you want. So
if you want, or you can do 6, then a temple, then 6, then a temple.
So you can effectively store
anywhere
10
runs,
in between. 10 runs if you want.
I feel like with these things, like now I keep seeing like, you guys have thought of it.
Well, the thing is that we've got so much experience and stuff. I mean, like so for example, the whole like taking the currency away from the temple instead of having to craft inside the temple thing.
Yes.
Like that's just a hard learned lesson from PoE 1 where you just need to.
You say we thought of it, and I have, because I'm just going to bring it up. But like, and a thing about, and this is something that I'm on the fence about a little bit. Personally, but the thing with the killing architect and Atziri, destroying a bunch of the temple, creating that clash of either farm temple or farm boss, can be quite a divisive thing for people.
Right.
You're looking at Betrayal Katarina, right? And the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Where it's like we've now in PoE1 we separated those two things, so they're not, because it always felt bad doing one or the other. Or I could feel bad doing one or the other, depending on how the balance went. And so you might get a similar thing here. Now, of course, the amount of the temple that can get destroyed is variable, and there's a bunch of stuff we can obviously tweak. But yeah, like getting that right and feeling right will be important. It's honestly hard to say if it is right now. But it's a thing, we say we've thought about it, but it can be very easy to see that and be like, hey, they're doing the same mistake they've made last time.
That's instantly what I was saying.
You're not wrong. Except depending on honestly having the lever this time in place of how much gets destroyed instead of entire board reset kind of thing. We get to control that a lot better and iterate on that if we need to. So
yeah, that's true.
We've thought about it, but it can. I could see, because I was just thinking about it, going, I reckon people are going to get mad at this.
I was thinking it sounded really hypocritical.
The idea that it's like, hold on, I can't farm the bosses. I either have to pick bosses or pick temple. It can be quite bad.
Well,
so
yeah, that's clear then that you've kind of already got your hand hovering over the lever waiting to like adjust it as needed.
Yeah, and it's honestly kind of hard to know with, I mean, even if, it's...
The thing with this sort of stuff specifically is you're talking about that's the type of gameplay that is hard to test internally.
Yeah.
Because how can you do just like you can't really test like what is weeks of grinding gonna feel like, it's
So I expect us to maybe we hit the sweet spot. Who knows? Hopefully. But I could imagine that this is a thing that gets adjusted for sure.
Yeah, so you've made the the ability to sell like the corruptions, the double corruptions as an itemizable thing you can just take away and sell. Is there any reason to like itemize the temple like we did in PoE 1?
Nah, so that was really more of a band-aid solution in PoE 1 because we didn't have an easy way to change that. I'd prefer that the temple is your temple and that you don't sell them, but just that all the rewards are the things that you can trade. Trading the rewards was the reason why I did temple itemization in the first place. This time we're just making sure to design the stuff in a way that can be take back that you can take with you.
No need for the band-aid in the first place.
Yeah, exactly.
There's some really basic crafts that, like, your classic exalted orbs and stuff like that. Mostly, honestly, in the campaign.
Yeah.
And this is so when you're doing the tempo, you're getting not just the opportunity, like, because obviously some of that double corrupt stuff, you're not going to do that at like level 8.
Yep.
You know. I mean, Varlobs aren't even in the game at that point. Yeah. So you have this thing where it's like, well, you don't get a lot of the crafting. Now, there are still rewards. There is, of course, all of that, but there's also just basic crafts like exalts and regals and stuff you can just throw on your gear. Now, you can't take those, and that is an intentional decision so that you feel like you're actually wanting to use it on your gear in the campaign and as you're progressing. And you're not, because if you can take it, most of the time you're just going to hoard it for endgame.
Right. So it's those things to make the early game have more crafting stuff that you want to just use right there.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like, what stops you from just like keeping your results until end game?
Yeah.
You want to use those patches then.
You'll see those and go, I want to take that home, but really just use it.
Yeah.
You know,
it was a substantial buff to campaign crafting from my experience of messing with it so far. It's like you can basically go in and there's like 6 crafting rooms, and you like just go on a little crafting spree of like upgrading your gear. Like,
yeah, I mean the temple. We it's funny because there's always the question whenever we make a league of like, well, what if people always say, oh, there's no reason to do this during the campaign, and it's like we really have to incentivize that to make it so that no, there's actually worth doing. Like you're going to get a substantial power boost if you decide to engage with the league.
Yeah, you could. It seems like you can kind of like hold off as well. Like you can be like, oh, my gear's kind of okay now. I'm going to do that a little bit later.
You always want it to be both feeling rewarding and give you obviously an advantage, and also not feel so mandatory that you're like, ugh, what?
Yeah, it felt like kind of a bit optional in the sense that like, oh, I really need some gear upgrades now. Let's go into the temple and spice up all my gear.
Perfect.
Nice.
That's what we want.
Yeah, cool. And it is interesting that you've got this like raiding the broken down version of the temple in the beginning, and then it basically changes into this whole other thing.
I like that.
Halfway through the campaign.
I like that.
That's story beat there.
The other thing about the campaign thing is the same thing we learnt from Abyss, where we did the area specific rewards throughout the campaign. We have also dropping here from the in-world encounters.
Yeah.
So even if you're not doing the temples, doing the in-world encounters can give you that extra drop per area.
It seems like on the back end, maybe you've kind of taken what Abyss was doing and almost shifted it over.
Yeah. There's some modifications, but it's the same kind of thing.
We've effectively got our, allocated amount of rewards and crafting and stuff for what a league is allowed to do and should do, and we're just trying to make sure that it fulfills that it fills that budget, so to speak. Of
you're getting a lesser jewels or bin keth or something like that, kind of similar to before, which is good. But yeah, I was definitely, that was a huge thing with Abyss. I thought that was like a really good improvement to campaign, so it's good to see continuing with that. Then it felt pretty successful as a design decision. Nice. I'm really glad double corruption is back. I feel like that's a great thing from PoE1 to be returning.
One thing we've changed here is that because double corrupt existed in PoE1, you never Varlorb gear. Well, I don't want to say never. Obviously, there are still cases, but
naked raw dog.
Generally speaking, why single corrupt it when you could double corrupt it?
Yeah.
So we've made sure here that the double corrupt has to occur on top of a corrupted item.
That's cool.
Right.
So yeah, you have to Varlorb land it, and then you have to land the double corrupt on top of that.
Oh man,
you
it
can
almost
buy
feels
bases.
like you're in some cases risking something even more, because like you've got that really high and unique with like a really good corruption already, and now you're risking that. You're not just risking a blank item on a double corruption. So like it's a heftier
trade catch will like
this.
I like
cases.
it. I like it.
That's the Val spirit right there.
Like, oh man, this thing's already worth many divines at this point. I was like, oh no.
Some good streamer moments. So
you actually have to though. Like it has to be crafted.
Yep. So you craft it first, and then you can apply the double craft.
Okay, cool. It keeps the usefulness of the Varlords there as well. To kind of
I didn't want the Varlords to just. I mean, you still use them on like waystones or whatever, but. I didn't want them to just be like never used on gear anymore, because you'd rather just double corrupt it.
This is way better.
So it was a suggestion a developer made a while back, and I was like, that's immediately a win, and I almost want to change that in PoE1 as well, but then I just forgot about it, to be honest. So
it's an easy layup,
I'm not sure if I do want to do that just before everyone.
Maybe people get you get to bar way more shit.
Consider it.
I like the idea, and I think it is an overall improvement.
Yeah, it sounds like a great idea. And then you've got this whole other system now, which you had a little bit of it in PoE1 recently, where you can corrupt uniques and it replaces a random modifier on them.
Yes.
So this is limited to specifically Adziri. No, what
Not
is it?
Adziri, Val uniques. Yeah, so
uniques.
I really wanted to make it so you could just replace arbitrary mods on any unique. But the
Crazy.
problem is, yes, it's just a can of worms that like was just not even possible to contain. Basically what we were like, okay, is there still a way to do this that's like not going to be quite so crazy? And then we were like, okay, if we can pick a subset of uniques, and we ended up going with Val uniques, for obviously thematic reasons, then we can sort of make sure that like while it's still crazy, like there's still sort of insane interactions, we can kind of at least have somewhat of an understanding of what happens. But it does truly work where like it picks a random mod that's on the item and then replaces it with another random mod. So
Patch notes is 1.5 hours from now.
You can create some.
You can use it on non-Val. It works differently.
Huh?
I don't know. This is news to me. I didn't actually know that. What does that?
Excuse me?
I think it's similar to Ancient Orb in PoE 1. So it like re-rolls. The idea here is like it's meant to work on these Val items because they've been like infused with royal bloodline blood, and so it's like the way it works on Val uniques is different to just random uniques. Where it's like, hold on, it works a bit more chaotically.
And, that's what I was thinking. Chaos
just changes the item entirely to something else on non-Val. So, and I only say that because obviously it's pretty bad to be like, I have to have a Val unique in order to use this. Now, no, you can take the currency home, so that's never the end of the world. But I want it to be like, just go grab some random unique and re-roll it. Using it on the Val uniques is like quite cool. Right now, I'm trying to make sure, a process that we've been doing is that we're not just replacing it with kind of just some random basic stuff. Like that will happen. That is a part of the pull, but we're trying to go through because we have a more limited set of uniques we have to actually do the mod replacement on. I want to make sure we're actually thinking about, for example, the Zerfi's body armor that has like Soul Leader, and it's like a level 39 base type.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking like, this is a tool we could use to make that more in-game viable. And so you can do things like heavily increase the defenses, because obviously level 39 versus a level 75 base type or whatever is going to have very different defenses. But then you can also be like, what about if I was like, what other weaknesses does this item have? Well, you can't generate Soul Leader stacks on a boss. Maybe this can turn that on, and so also you can replace, I don't know, the life regeneration rate with a Soul Leader now generates once per second while a boss is in your presence or something like that,
That's OP.
Now, these are kind of examples, but that was a specific one that I really wanted to do.
Relax.
So, but I was like, I don't know, what if you did plus 25 Soul Leader stacks and stuff? But it's like very specific outcomes, very specific to that unique.
Yeah.
And I wanted to do a bit of that to use it as an opportunity to be able to save low-level uniques, if you know what I mean, to make them more in-game viable. And I thought that was a cool way. And obviously that's restricted to the Val pool for now, but like, if it works and works successfully, there's no reason that like some other mechanic can't do it for Ezomite uniques and other,
now,
So, we'll see how it goes. But I'm hoping now, obviously, because I don't know how far through we'll get with all of these specific, because it's like a lot of stuff. Once you start doing specific things for specific uniques,
there's so many.
It's a
then
lot
every
of
unique
stuff
becomes
to
the
implement.
second step.
So I don't know how far, but I was like, let's start with the mythic uniques, the rarest, most powerful ones, and we'll work backwards, getting to the more common,
speaking as dev,
ones at the end.
I mean, you've also got the general like buffing of a bunch of other uniques as well, right? I mean, there's a lot of that.
What would Rishi do, Chad?
I mean, that was
think he
part
would
of
do
that
that.
when I was like, okay, how can we buff this? How can we buff this? How can we buff this? And then I was like, well, a lot of them are like, this is too low level. And I was like, well, we have this system in the league. So yeah, I mean, we'll see how it goes, hopefully. And it's the kind of thing where even if we don't, obviously these leagues end up often going core in some various means. So if we don't hit the mark entirely with all the uniques, I'd like to eventually get there where we'd have a good, cool, really thought out set for literally every Val unique.
All the default ones suck.
Hopefully that's fun. And then you do the cool things where you just get these really, really... I assume you're going to get some that have these... You replace the exact two bad sides with the exact two... Because you can replace more than one sometimes.
Oh.
And you get the you get the exact, like, holy, this unique just went from being worth, something.
They're breaking the rules of the
unique
uniques
300 divine, kind of territory. So hopefully
I
that
think it's
happens.
fine
If it
with just
doesn't happen, I'll
Vals,
be a
but
bit
not
sad.
all.
But we'll try. You can never know with these things for sure.
And this includes the new Adziri uniques that she's dropping then, obviously, since she's kind of the queen of the Val.
Adziri uniques, Trial Master uniques, a bunch of stuff. So
it's a fair few there then. Is that something that you anticipate expanding upon in the future then?
I mean, we'll be always adding more Val uniques.
Right.
So yes,
but in terms of for other cultures, that would probably come in a different form in a different league mechanic or some other place like that.
Yeah, that makes
Don't
sense.
do it very unique,
in terms of the
bro.
overall
Please.
idea of upgrading
Please,
low level
bro.
uniques.
Yeah.
Please don't do it.
Did you ever discuss the idea of Val's skill gems? It feels weird to add that when you're still adding regular gems.
It doesn't quite. So I mean, fundamentally, what a Val skill gem is in PoE 1 is a kind of ultimate type style ability in some sense, So it's we're kind of doing that in our normal gems at this point. So it didn't really quite make sense to do it here.
It's the glory on the skills.
Glory
is kind of
yeah.
That's what I figured. That it's kind of you'd only be really doing it for nostalgia.
Right.
I don't like Val Souls.
No, that isn't to say there won't be something in the future, but I agree that doing something like that when you haven't even got, all the classes and skills in place and all that, I would say that's a post-release feature, not a pre-release feature kind of thing.
Yeah. And are you still kind of with challenge leagues planning on having things like challenges, challenge rewards, etc. Post-launch?
So the plan for that was post-launch. Basically, was kind of during early access, it doesn't quite make sense to do that. But post-launch, we'll return to that again.
All right, shifting onto the topic of endgame, but first, just a brief detour. Trial of the Ancestors, or the mystery content in the new act, and our third means of ascending. What's the progress like on that?
Well, we don't have anything to say at the moment, but it'll need to come obviously at some point. But we didn't have time in this one certainly to work on that.
It keeps coming up. It is really just a matter of when, at what cost, etc. The classic, just resource distribution kind of things where it's when are we going to do it, and what, instead of this, and we have all these different ideas, and so but right now,
Well, we're trying to farm 6/7s.
So on endgame, firstly, thanks for nerfing the delirium fog.
Yeah.
You saw the memes,
Thank
I guess.
fucking God.
So I've been enjoying the foggy memes.
I hated the delirium.
That's good. Visibility improvement for the
fog,
endgame, but not only that, you guys didn't just tone down the fog. You've done some pretty major things with the Waystone system.
I mean, the very first question, and before we even toned down the fog, the first question was, okay, well, why do you feel like you have to run every map this way in the first place, right?
Yeah.
The fact that something feels mandatory is already a problem, regardless of the fact that the effect is also annoying, So that was the first thing to solve, and it really then started coming into, okay, well, how people are finding Waystone crafting more annoying. And we only made it more annoying in Abyss with the having to go somewhere else and get it, it just made it not not particularly great. The first question is, well, how can we fix this problem, right? And effectively we're kind of we can go two ways with this. We can either make it so that every league has something that feels mandatory that multiplies with the rewards, or we can say no leagues do, in which case it's more about which league do you want to run for different for various different content that they can provide. So we decided to go with no leagues do, because I think that it's probably just less busy work, less annoying. If every league gave you something that you needed to craft and do something with, it just would have been a pain. Which is why even in the live stream we're from this point on, just Waystones, they all get regular, they'll have the regular crafting, just regular base currency, but we're never going to add to them again a thing that requires you to do more crafting than that. Another layer of that, because I think that having to do that every map is too frequent.
Bloat, bro.
Doing it on the tablets means that it's just way less frequent that you have to do these things, which helps a lot. And then of course the question was, how can we make sure that we're not doing a nerf to overall juicing potential here? So then we had to look into how can we get back the the power you had. So that's when we got
the
into
density changes sound scary, by the way,
and things like that.
I'll be real.
In order to sort that out.
Now, obviously, you were hoping to do more endgame for this expansion. So, what's kind of happened with the?
Well, I guess the sort of two things that we see as the major problems in endgame. One of them is when you get there, it can feel like you don't really have a proper goal. You don't have an immediate okay, here's a quest to do this and a quest to do that and that kind of stuff. So there's a little bit of that missing, and that really is a content thing that just requires us to expand upon what a league is. Now, something like something like Fate of the Vaal, it immediately has story stuff to do and so on. So when that goes to endgame later, you'll have storyline things sort of built in a way that can make it so you've got that. But the other leagues don't have that as much, so we need to really make sure we're expanding on those. But the other thing as well is the Atlas tree just needs a lot more love and attention and the way that it works and stuff. So we just need to do a lot more there.
I opened that tree yesterday and I was like, oh, this sucks.
It's a little
does.
It sucks.
It's so bad.
So
it's so dog
the thing is that in order to make it good, you have to spend spend a lot of time and attention making new notables that are cool, that require like actually modify things in cool ways and like actually really meaningfully do something. And that's just a lot of time and work to do that. So
do you have an idea for what you want to do with the ascendancy tree side of things? Like, is it kind of angling more towards what you've done in Path of Exile, which has been pretty successful?
Well, I don't think we should be talking about that yet, just because that'll be it's more for later. But yeah, I mean, there's things we want to do.
It's good that he knows that it sucks.
We're trying not to spoil anything here.
If he's a D4 dev,
we obviously
it's
are
fine,
spoiling
it's
the fact we are
perfect,
doing something.
Bro.
And I'll tell you, it's not even. It's not the same. It's not similar. It's like it's in a whole different universe.
Rework.
So it's kind of like, which makes it a little bit hard because obviously we're in this state where we want feedback about the in game.
Yeah,
and so I do want to put like people should keep giving feedback because I don't want people to think they're reworking it in game anyway. So I'm not going to say anything, just in case. You never know.
There's
and
also different parts of the in game that kind of are like independent of the just things like how the Atlas tree works.
Yep.
So
but yes, that tree is effectively going to be completely reinvented. So that will get a full drastic change, and then the something that like PoE1 with the whole complete your Atlas being a very clear, very obvious goal. You just complete all the maps and you get your Atlas is complete.
So good.
And then there's heaps more beyond that, of course. There's all the boss farming and all the different progressions and even that has like multiple quests throughout the main quest line with the different pinnacles and all that. We just don't have any of that really. It's just immediately into this infinite unguided adventure, and there's a little bit of things with the corrupted zones and bit of that and like the burning monolith but it's still mostly unguided. You don't really feel like you have like, I've completed the main thing, now I'm going to farm, at the moment. It's pretty unsatisfying, I'd say. So really trying to drive that home. And then the other thing that honestly, we spoke about upgrading the leagues and adding more bosses is like, that whole like having King in the Mists and Olroth as the pinnacle bosses of the leagues, just being like copy pastes from PoE1 was not our end goal. You know what I mean? Like they're a bit sad as pinnacles right now, and like honestly we need to up the epic. The epic a lot. So we got a lot of that coming, and then just general upgrades to all the leagues. Like some of them are too, Ritual has the whole omens are too good, and others are just like, well, why would I do this? And there's a bit of that going on. So just a general balance and via adding more content and different axes and all kinds of stuff. So there's heaps coming. But based on all that, to answer the original, is that's how you can see how it didn't make the cut, because it is a ton of work. It turned out to be way more than we had anticipated, and it was just like, oh, damn, we kind of talked about wanting to do an in-game upgrade, a big revamp in 040, and now we've got too much work, and we still believe it's the right thing to do, so we're going to commit. And normally we often get faced with the option: do we cut it down to make it fit?
No.
Or do we
do it once to right,
commit to it all and do it? And
do it once to right.
I don't think in this case we could have cut anything without kind of just honestly,
or do it second time,
making
do it right.
it look half-assed, to be honest. So we were like, no, we need to do it all, which means unfortunately, yes, it's not going to make 040. But then we were like, well, we can't just now do nothing. So what can we do? Well, obviously we're not just going to be like, because we're doing an 050, we'll just leave the fog
Make it
alone.
a little better.
Obviously bad, which was a bug, by the way.
Really?
All fogs, like the volumetric fogs in the game, have a cutout around the player.
Yeah.
That like cuts out and then tapers off. And all fogs in the games, there's multiple different fogs, had it except for Delirium Fog. It was the only fog that didn't have
and
this.
You don't notice that.
That was we can start there by re-adding it, and then we'll iterate until we feel like it's about right. But yeah, kind of sad when you look into these things and you're like, oh damn. Oops. It was just broken the whole time.
Spaghetti code, bro.
Either way, like a player doesn't know if it's broken or just intended. So obviously, fixing it is the important thing. But yeah, I know there's the guy on Reddit doing a post every day, and
they can finally rest.
Thank you for your service.
Your watch is complete. Yes, we can actually see the ground. It was just hilarious in some maps, whereas like they have holes in the ground and like there's so much fog you actually can't tell where the holes are. It's like I can't move anywhere.
I know what he's talking about.
It looked a lot better from the footage, so it's a big improvement for sure. So you mentioned that, but there was also another kind of key change that you wanted to make sure to get in this one, and that was the kind of like monster density getting swarmed issue.
Yeah, that's a very interesting one because
This is sketchy.
So when we were doing 031, this was actually already a thing that we were tabling and talking about. We kind of thought that players probably wouldn't like it because the
density going down.
like monster density can be a very touchy thing, right?
Me like
But
density.
the funny thing was what we found was that even after we like what we actually sort of heard more was like, oh, we actually liked what the improvements were early in game, and we actually would wish that the rest of the in game was more like that. And we're like, okay, well, if that's the case, then like the main thing we have to do is not like nerf rewards, make sure that experience gain doesn't get lowered or anything like that. But you know, overall, we don't necessarily need as many monsters as what we were having in the top. And I think this is actually going to also just generally improve things because it makes when monsters have more life like that, it makes more builds viable. And because like there's obviously a point where like once you can one hit everything, then there's no point in like you might as well just go for whatever the fastest thing that could do that is, right?
Yeah, the lightning spin.
Right. So effectively, by making it so that monster life's a little bit higher as you get up there, it sort of actually means that like higher damage builds become more useful.
The need for having to target so many enemies goes down.
Exactly,
and thus
right.
You aren't just now funneled into the highest AoE thing possible.
So it means that like things that are less AoE focused and more like, I mean, obviously you're still going to want AoE. You're still going to be wanting to be clearing like
slower, more
like
methodical
that sort of
builds
stuff,
can
of
be better.
course. But like effectively, just by
builds.
tweaking it down a bit, you just don't have the like so much need for everything to target quite so many things. And so you know, the sort of higher damage skills that are a bit less like, you know, not like more than a screen in size can actually be viable. And that should hopefully improve the situation there.
I want to make sure that even if people are like, but I prefer the swarminess, and it was fun for my build. And the thing is, like, that, speaking of, like, Atlas Tree, that's a thing where the Atlas Tree should be the thing enabling.
40% more
it's like
mobs,
your build.
40% less loot.
So, like, I want to make sure, like, for now, not doing it, but I wanted to do a thing, because we're doing this whole, like, monster effectiveness goes up more, right? I mean, it's a pretty...
Fuck does that mean?
Hard thing to understand because monsters just get stronger with higher levels, so like it kind of just happens. You don't really, it's not like a thing you need to worry about or anything of the sort. But I want to do a thing where you can spec into making, like on the Atlas Tree, you know, I guess this is a little bit of a forward spoiler, but we're adding a little bit of it in a few places, but I want to make sure that you can invest into making monsters tougher without increasing the number of monsters, where like often it's just been pack size, and stuff like that. So but then I would love to do a thing later where like you can convert that effectiveness increases you can get into like pack size. So it's like, you know what? Nah, I want the swarmy, you know, weaker monsters thing. And I don't want one to at that point you can make sure the conversion results in the exact same amount of drops and XP and all of that stuff.
So that way you can incentivize. Well, you don't incentivize one or the other, right? Like it's more about what your build is, what you'd prefer, rather than being like everyone has to have most pack sizes possible.
Whereas right now, pack size is just a straight up multiplicative drops XP scaler. I mean, obviously not for rares and bosses, but you know it is, and for a lot of people, it's a multiplicative fun scaler. And I don't want to take that away. Like I want people to be able to do that, but that's what the Atlas Tree should be able to achieve. However, it is too chaotic at a base level.
Right.
You get this weird thing where it's like the campaign has a entirely different vibe to the end of the end game now, where it's like you step into the end game, it's kind of a right, and then you get towards the end. I mean, at the start, for people who didn't play 031 onwards, it was just like, okay, I'm going through the campaign. It feels a bit more tactical. It feels a bit more, you know, intention. My actions are more intentional. And then I get into endgame, I'm like, what the heck is going on? There's monsters everywhere. It's out of control. And so obviously 031 alleviated this a bit, but it is, I don't want it to be that there's this feeling of there's two games there. I want it to be that you build that extra layer, that you change it through your Atlas Tree and through decisions you make for the end game, as opposed to it just being inherent. So if you want to, we're going to make sure that we try and keep it that if you want to make it more swarmy and that kind of stuff, you can, but it doesn't give you a drop advantage necessarily over the tougher monsters. There are reasons to do both. That's fine. There'll be heaps of mechanics and stuff, but like, ideally, you can kind of play the game you want to play the game. And so in our tree and our builds, much like you can play the character how you want to play your character, we can do that with the end game as well. And that's the beauty of the Atlas Tree and the keystones and stuff like that. So But I can't. It's hard to get into more of that without getting into like kind of spoiler territory.
That's,
but yeah,
that's interesting to hear that you want to kind of.
Oh, you guys got
make
ads?
things a little bit less binary. Where like in the past, it often has been the case where it's just like, oh, you just stack as much of all of the things you can stack, or it's just stack as much pack size, or stack as much rarity as you can. But maybe
I don't know.
having angles for both of those things, like I'm juicing pack size, or I'm juicing difficulty and rarity with. I mean, that's exciting to me because I like the ability of being able to spec content that rewards your character that has low AoE, that is like really good at like dueling really tough rare monsters. And like, you know, we did get to see a little bit at Imperial 1 where there was different strategies for juicing where like you had like Titanic Scarabs or something that was making like really strong rogue exiles, and that took a specific sort of build to do. So it sounds like that's kind of the direction you want to head with that, which is pretty exciting to hear. And kind of tying into this topic then, and you touched on it a little bit, was like, there's definitely been, like, it's been noticed that rare monsters seem to drop the vast majority of loot in endgame maps, or at least compared to normal and magic monsters. There's a bigger difference, I guess, than has been the case in the past. And where are you guys at with, like, noticing or feeling that, or what problems do you foresee with that? It gets talked about a lot.
I don't think it's necessarily wrong that it's like that. One of the things we really want to try to make sure of in PoE 2 when we're sort of doing a sort of from scratch pass on this is that the amount of rewardingness of something is equivalent to the amount of difficulty that it takes to kill it. And that's kind of where like we're trying to normalize that because by doing that, it means that we can try to get like we don't want a situation where like some content just is randomly just way more rewarding than other content, and so we're trying to just make sure that we're keeping tabs on that really well. And what that's kind of ended up with regard to the magic versus rare is we've got the balance of that where it should in an ideal world be the case that like killing a rare versus killing a white monster is does in fact drop the correct amount of rewards relative to each other. Now the issue can come with the fact is what if your build can one hit either of them in any case? Well, so that kind of like changes, I guess, the way that feels a little bit. So but as I said, it should be the case that rares drop more than white monsters, and white monsters can drop anything still. It's just
it does make a certain amount of sense, but I guess like with what you were talking about, Mark, it seems like something you'll have to think about, because like if you want both strategies to be viable, like the pack size juicing, then there needs to be a reward, a payoff to that ultimately.
100%.
So that's something you'll be looking at then.
But I mean, as far as I'm aware, it really is the case that if you looked at entirely just around the life of the entity, the drops should be pretty equivalent to the amount of life that they had to in order to kill them, as far as like relative to each other. So if it's got 5 times as much life, it does 5 times as many more drops effectively. Like that's kind of what we're shooting for. We're trying to balance.
Shits out a bunch of loot.
Yeah,
it feels
I think
good.
with the balance of how things are and the options we have now, it probably makes sense. But yeah, it looks like something you'll be keeping close eye on.
You kill a Kandi mob and it
forward.
takes ages and drops
There's
no
a bit of a
loot.
parallel with one of the kind of issues I see in Path of Exile 1, where like everything is in reward icons, little floating symbols, and that seems like something you're trying to avoid moving forward.
We haven't really been doing that for a little while now. There was certainly a period there in PoE 1 design where it was like every single league was just like those reward icon type things, and it ended up really beiging the rewards a lot, because you just had this thing of like every league drops, every other league's drops, and it kind of didn't really like it wasn't really that great. So I mean, it's going to be a little while since we've done that stuff in PoE 1 even, and in PoE 2 we kind of steer away from it to make sure that like everything feels like it's got distinct drops and a reason to do it and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, it appears in some regards. Like, for example, when you get the reward rooms in Fate of the Vow, you have a unique item room.
Sure.
Like, but it's not just like a floating symbol above the monster.
Right.
Yeah.
Which also, immersively, I don't know what the heck that is, but what is it? It's just nothing. It's a clear and just obvious game mechanic.
I see some like floating, glowing cash money dollar bills above your head. Guy's loaded.
Whoa. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. You can't have my loot. But I just remembered you spoke about rare monsters, and I was like, hold on, I don't think we deployed or spoke about this change, but I know that taking away all the rare minimap icons was a bit anger-inducing. Because honestly, we knew it. We knew it was going to be.
Yeah.
Now, they aren't a requirement of the map, but as you're saying, they kind of drop a lot of the loot, and people were just doing the whole minimap, coasting between minimap icons. The middle ground we've come to here, which I think is quite cool, is once you've activated all the checkpoints in the map, which sometimes is 4 too, the things for fast traveling and respawning, then all of the things
appear on the minimap.
Appear on the minimap.
The funny thing is I thought we already deployed that.
I don't think we have.
Okay, right.
That's what I was just remembering.
We intended to deploy that back when people were complaining about it, and I feel like maybe we just kind of forgot. But that was implemented a while ago.
Play your map. You generally find the checkpoints. If you're in a straight line map, there's one at the start, one at the end.
Yeah.
How the heck are you missing rares? Anyway, I don't know, but it can happen. Yeah. But it doesn't just reveal the rares; it reveals everything. Every icon.
Yeah.
So strong boxes you missed, rogue exiles you missed.
Okay. Just so basically, you find if there's any content that you still wanted to grab.
Oh my god, what if you get a
now,
speed
some people might argue, well, hold on, I'm just going to run around the entire map, activating them all, and then go clear. And I was like, well, okay, if you want to waste time.
Right. But you're going to clear the map while you're doing that, right? So you probably clear the whole map anyway.
Yeah, so it's kind of just meant to be a like, look, you've explored at least, I mean, like, if there's generally speaking, if you've got like a big square or circle map, you're going to have 4 checkpoints. You activate all 4. You've at least explored probably 75% of the map, right?
Yeah, it's about getting those last things, and
and then it's like, okay, look, you're now allowed to see if you missed anything.
But then you can also use the checkpoints to get to the closest place where the stuff you missed was, which is kind of nice. So yeah, it kind of helps with that. So we did finally find a solution.
I'm hoping this is a good middle ground. Because so then at least you've done 75% of the map, probably without just doing blind mini-map gameplay. And then from that point on, it's like, look, I get it. You probably missed something. You know where it is now. It should actually maybe overall be even more helpful because it's not just revealing the rares. It's going to reveal even more. So you'll know about everything else you missed. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, I understand that was a bit of a aggravation for a lot of people. But, that's a perfect example of, again, it's, it's why I don't want people to not give feedback.
You think you want
this
the
kind of
mini-map,
stuff still
but you
should be
don't
fixed
check.
pretty imminently. And so, it's
a good case study because I'm honestly surprised that you did do that because this seemed like I loved the rare icons, but I was definitely a victim of the, like, I'm only looking at the minimap now, so it kind of seemed like a change for our own good situation. But what you're doing
I think
here,
this is a good middle ground.
Yeah, it seems like it's saving the players that feel like that they're FOMOing because, like, I know I missed like a league mechanic in the map somewhere after this. Like, that is really bumming me out. And then they have to go and crawl back through everything and waste a bunch of time. So that's just kind of saving them that.
Bro, look at Silent Hill 2 and how immersive that game
nice
is.
Little extra bonus reveal there.
They basically have no UI
You
in the
just said
video
rare
game.
monsters, and I just had this random.
Legit.
Good.
Wait,
What more words can I say?
Probably should have put that in the live stream if we hadn't deployed it yet. But everyone forgot.
It's in the Q&A. Good stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
We shall move on to kind of gear and passives, and this is in the topic of balance and character power, and this sort of stuff has been talked about a fair bit. Something that's mentioned a lot is that the ratio of player power that comes from gear versus what comes from ascendancy and passives is much more tilted towards gear than in Path of Exile 1. And so kind of like roughly for an example, like the average PoE 2 passive is like 10%, whereas the PoE 1 passive is 16%, whereas the amounts on gears are pretty similar. So like the 100% increased fire damage on a wand is consistent as tier 1 affix between both games, meaning that like more of the power is kind of being shifted away from the tree, the thing that you get by default, to gear. So this seems like a conscious decision to make gear more powerful. Is this something like you've thought about or made like specific strides towards?
Probably the main thing that we wanted to do in PoE 2 was make it so that the tree is more, like we're trying to be more stringent about how the tree is multiplicative with what your gear does. That does make gear more important. I wouldn't say there's necessarily been a thing of like necessarily wanting to, the amount of power overall that you get from one and the other is more unbalanced, but it's just making sure that like when you are using the tree, that it's specializing your character more towards what the bonuses that your gear is giving you to kind of make the two things together.
Two trees mid.
Like be sort of important to be thinking about both. So that was kind of our primary goal, but I don't know if you've got a different feeling
mid,
about
bro.
It certainly wasn't like the passive tree being weaker. Like I guess we didn't really even think about it in the point of comparison. We just kind of like went back then. We went really back to the basics and evaluating a lot of our base balance, and so it wasn't like let's nerf it compared to PoE 1. It was more just like what do we want gear to do? What do we want the passive tree to do? What do we want? And all of that at the end of the day is just relative to then how do we want the monsters to scale? And
I don't like it.
Which they're all different, right? The way that the monsters scale per level isn't the same. The way that the tree and thus the tree benefits are different. The gear is different, and everything. So again, not really. It was conscious decisions, but not conscious decisions to nerf from PoE 1 or anything of that.
I feel like this is like theory versus practical implementation.
Yes, I mean, couple other things. I mean, we made, for example, the decision that like we wanted the class starts on the tree to be weaker than the exterior. So generally the nodes are meant to go up a little bit in power as you get further away, so you don't just get the like class hopping kind of thing that historically occurred in PoE 1 quite a bit.
The class starts were stronger than
you know, you get
stuff,
the M on the top and stuff like that. And so that was a decision we made. But yeah, I mean, I guess we did kind of have like, we want gear to be more important, especially base gear. I think we maybe overcooked it a little bit right now.
I think they overcooked it. It's bad.
And just a little bit. Well, more the ease of it, the ease of getting it. But that's a whole crafting discussion, I guess.
Talk about that too.
More of an in-game problem. But yeah, I would say, I mean, I'm personally pretty happy, honestly, with how it is.
No.
You know,
just that like ratio of importance of gear compared to passive. I guess like it's a question of how much power do you get for free, right? Like ultimately that's what it comes down to is like if I'm wearing all white gear, like how powerful is my character from just the tree? And that's like a little bit lower, I think, in PoE 2.
And the reason for that
bothers some people, I guess.
The reason for that specifically is because the tree is more multiplicative than it was in PoE 1, where there was more just base stuff,
right?
You know, there. I mean, you can look at it even in simple things like, you know, just life on the tree, for example, right? Like that's sort of another example of part of the thinking there is like, you know, we you know, like the more base stuff is available on the tree, the more the same characters can be because they can just allocate the same stuff and get the same stuff without having to worry about the items. So yeah, that's kind of
obviously
just
that's not entirely base in PoE 1, but you have base life.
I
get as in life without gear.
Yeah. And where are you at on the life
Just
thing?
way more bland and boring than PoE 2.
Still pretty happy with the decision to like remove that from the tree.
I mean, look, we just wanted to. We just didn't. It's more that decision's mostly about not wanting every character just another one of those cases of every character being the same.
Yeah.
You know, like it's like we'd rather you specialized in the defense that relates to your character rather than just the same stat that every character should use. So we'll just have that general feeling.
I mean, we've obviously still got imbalance here, and there's obviously still work to do. Never ending.
Marketing spaghetti.
So, like, you know, the tree will just continue to evolve. And, like, we added a lot of passives at some point that are a lot more powerful, and we intend to keep doing it. And now we've obviously just added all the Druid ones. But not just that. Like, we added more, like, Ignite support around the Mercenary, you know, for example, this time, like, as in 040. We're doing that. And then there's some changes to, like, more prod speedy stuff. Because, like, we were, like, you know, looking at shotguns and trying to see how can we have them scale. And it's like, well, it turns out if you get a bunch of piercing with prod speed and some other stuff, like you can shoot them across the screen. And so we're like, well, how do you get that? Oh, there's not many, you know. So we're doing a bunch of like little increments like that, just based on what builds need. I know bleed needs a bit more love in the bottom right, and you know, so to make it not just entirely all blood mage spear users and that kind of thing going on. So again, it's going to just, honestly, we'll just do more and more and more and more and more on the tree. I suspect you'll get more. I'm not saying I'm going to increase the value of every node, but just by the nature of how many more things you can invest in and multiplicative elements, you're probably going to end up with a lot more power coming from the tree than what you do right now. But I actually prefer it doing it that way than just increasing all the numbers anyway.
I just want
because at the end of the day, if we then increase all the numbers and then it turns out the game is like too easy, well, then you have to nerf something somewhere or just buff monsters, and then you kind of end up in kind of the same place.
The EHP nodes suck,
what did you actually achieve?
So with the like approach to life then, which I feel like makes sense, like not wanting the trees to like look the same and whatnot, how do you feel about like why does ES kind of get a separate treatment when it ultimately, although it's a defense like evasion and armor, it functions much more like life? There's a lot of ES scaling, and ES numbers are pretty high compared to life, and definitely
I mean, that's a current balance issue for sure, but like, you know, just because it happens to function more similar to life, they're all at the end of the day a form of effective HP, right? So, I mean, they just, as long as they're not entirely symmetric, which is what makes them interesting, which is why one works this way and the others work a different way. And but yeah, I mean, there's clearly a misbalance. I mean, you got issues with Ghost Dance obviously being a bit hectic, and
I guess
going to start listing off things I'm going to nerf, I suppose. But you know, like, I don't know. There's changes to be done here. There's a few changes coming. But we're at the point where I still look at it and I'm like, I'm pretty sure ES is still going to be pretty crazy. That being said, it's like, you know, I don't want to make any last minute kind of knee jerk reaction nerf kind of things around this. So like, because we've changed and rebalanced so much, it's really hard to know, and even changes to how the monsters scale and whatnot. It's kind of hard to know exactly how things are going to play out. So it's this kind of thing where I'm like at the point again where I'm like, all right, let's get all these changes out, see how the metas evolve, see what's good, see what's bad, and then like reevaluate it again. So ES is worse, but I don't think it's honestly, I don't think it's nerfed enough, to be honest. This is kind of where I'm at with that. So, but we'll see. We'll see.
A little nudge in the right direction, perhaps. But I know in the past when we talked about this, we discussed around the idea of like letting energy shield values be high, but really focusing on the recovery side of things and making that like you just said, like making things not homogenous, making things different. Like life's really easy to recover, but energy shield's much harder to recover. Like you still kind of
that is still the intention. Yes, that is still the intention.
I like that.
It's just really easy for all of a sudden some cool design to come out, and then all of a sudden it's just a completely trampled recharge.
Yeah. Yes.
And then it's just like, well, now why do I care? You know? And I mean, like, it's okay sometimes if it's like via an insanely, like, I mean, Essentia Sanguis is a perfect example of doing this, right? Like, it just straight up ES leech. And the thing is, like, I don't want to take that away. I just, you know,
This is my
there's
wife's
a level
cooking,
of
bitch.
there's some balance to do and or commonality to do. Like, if that's a thing you strive for and can eventually achieve, and now your character's like freaking god tier, that's exactly what like high-end unique items should do. So in this case, you know, I know we're making that item rarer. Hopefully that doesn't affect the economy too much with some me giving that away. But on standard, sorry. But at the end of the day, I would rather do that than just gutting it. You know what I mean? In this case. But yes, those things are allowed to break the rule. But I very much want to push ES to be recharge based, and as I said, yeah, historically, it's again, you just come up with a bunch of uniques and want to do all this cool stuff, and all of a sudden, we've added in another way to completely not care about recharge, and you're getting ES back some other way. So, and that happened, and more and more and more of that came about, and all of a sudden now, you pretty much just got this insane life pool that's permanently full, and it's like, wow, why would you not do this? Obviously you'd do this. So
I imagine there's a lot of incomplete picture going on here as well, where you're still missing classes and archetypes and skills and parts of the passive tree and thing as well. It probably makes it hard to like commit too hard to certain areas of balance when it's such an incomplete picture.
Yes, and it's also just honestly a time issue. We're adding all this new stuff while having to also correct all the existing stuff, and then the new stuff is like, how fast can the new stuff break the existing stuff, and how fast can we then fix that? And it's you know, when I say break, I mean balance break. You know, it's to the point where it's like all these new variables are being added as we're trying to fix all the existing variables and balance them, and these new variables are like, you know, it can be hard, like real difficult. When you're at the point where you're not adding so much new stuff, you can just catch up, get to a point of stability, and for sure it's there. But like, we have expanded. Like, I've got 3 new people. I don't know if new. I've kind of taken a few people that were more balance oriented out of our QA. I mean, some of our QA people are kind of elite, you know. I don't know if I should say who they are, but some of them are off, you know, top hardcore ladders and stuff. And I'm like, well, look, they do know what's going on. I'm like trying to teach them the philosophies and how to do all this stuff. And so I've got 3 new people doing that. So hopefully, and historically, we've had quite a limited number of people actually doing balance. It's quite hard. It's actually one of the harder things to have a good feel for. And if you put the wrong person in that position, who knows where you'll end up. So it's really important to make sure that obviously these people understand the philosophies and are trained well, and you know, you're being cautious with it. But yeah, I got 3 new people with that, so much larger team in the future. So I'm hoping we can tackle a lot more, and we're not just going to be up to like 1 or 2 of us. I mean, historically it's been pretty much me and Andrew, and that's it.
So you've got your elite squad. You're building your elite squad of balanced ninjas now. To
pretty much, yeah. And
shield.
I mean, if we end up with like 5 of us, that's a very, very. Considering I also have to do the leagues and the end game and the monsters and the bosses and oversee all of that, it's pretty hard to also be able to find a lot of time to sit there with the spreadsheets and with the game
People
and
who
going,
aren't
what
good
does
at
this build
games,
do, what can it do? So
by the way,
getting more
aren't
people
good at
there
game
is going to be
design.
a game changer for the future in terms of
Necessarily.
you know, what we're able to actually balance, and we probably will be able to do a new class
Listen
and
to Shroud
keep the game up to
takes
date
on
in a
game
much
balance.
better way and keep iterating
I'm
on
just
this because
saying.
we've got a lot more work to do. Like, I don't want people to ever think that we're just like going to
Legit.
stop with this stuff. I mean, PoE 1 hasn't stopped after forever.
Listen to
And
the
often
pro
you wanna
WoW
keep metas
guys,
fresh.
like
You wanna
Ben
update.
Rookie's
You want to make new
advice
there's
on
always
WoW
new, you
design.
make bad things good things bad. Well,
You have no idea.
Bring them in. Not, you know, whatever.
You want to make good things bad, quote of all time.
Yeah, I was like, maybe not that. But the, you know, it's been a pretty tight resource the whole time, and yeah, having more of that is going to honestly be a game changer. So I'm very keen to see how that's going to play out, you know, especially over the next few expansions, and see where that goes and what it allows us to do, and have less of that picking our battles, and let's fight more battles, you know. That's fine, which, yeah, should be cool.
Cool. On the gear power level side of things, plus to all skills has been talked about a lot. And even you guys have mentioned in the past, like it exacerbated things like mana issues that people were having. It's obviously very powerful and available in very high quantities.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it exacerbates other issues like uniques being less viable because they don't have them, for example.
Right.
And it does seem to be of a power level that's like overriding other aspects of gearing. Like it becomes kind of a make or break stat in many cases. Where are you guys at with feeling on the plus skills issue?
Well, the original theory behind it was that we wanted to make sure, like for fizz weapons, you always had this like IPD, you know, increased physical damage that was always kind of effectively mandatory stat on those weapons, and you know, it was something where like you would like you know, like you sort of had this baseline of like, you know, some kind of multiplicative way to make the weapon better, and effectively plus skills on staves and wands was supposed to kind of fill that sort of same multiplicative approach where like that was a thing that you, to make the difference between a bad spellcast weapon and a good one. That was kind of the idea, to kind of try and get that to so the items mattered more for spellcast weapons. But I think maybe like there's just kind of like we probably need to have to look at it. But I'm sure Mark, you've got more theories about it.
I mean, we need to change something.
Right.
100%. I mean, I know this, like, you know, we obviously have the illegal mod, the old Essence of Sorcery, giving that extra +1 to focus, the +3 to focus foci, and the old homogenizing for getting the +3s on amulets. By the way, they're gone. Goodbye homogenizing.
I was ready for that one.
They were illegal for other reasons.
Don't know how people are going to feel about that. I'm not sure if I should look at the chat over there and see if it's a W or an L, but whatever, they're gone. It was adding an insane amount of complexity to crafting. And, but anyway,
I particularly was I particularly was like I actually don't like crafting mechanics that cause you to have to think about mods in the exact way that they needed you to think about them. So, you know,
how do you mean?
Well, it's a bit tricky. I mean, it's like a whole other conversation probably.
Yeah.
But yeah, like they I don't think that that they were quite right for PoE 2. So yeah.
But anyway, that's kind of off the point. I just randomly just started talking about stuff over.
We'll talk more on the
It's real easy to just pivot to start listing nerfs and things you're removing for some reason.
Calm down.
Sorry, but yeah, there is an issue. I understand it. I understand the whole. I have this perfect wand. But you know, I've got triple T1 prefixes, but I don't have the gem level, so throw it on the floor, right? I mean, that's kind of generally it. It's like if it's missing that mod, it's trash, right? That's the bad feel. It's like I did everything right except for that, and it's terrible. And yeah, we were trying to create a thing where it was like similar to, well, like, how do you itemize as a attacker?
Right.
And it was like, how can we have it be not just identical on a caster, but kind of have the same level of complexity of how to get
and in particular
power.
that still have the same level of an item actually matters, right? Because traditionally in PoE 1 you had this thing where you know, if you didn't want to have to worry about itemization very much, then, you know, like spellcaster was the thing you could do. And we kind of do want to still try to like have it so that items do matter.
Easy mode of the game
as well.
So why then does it seem like for a lot of people it doesn't work? Like, because IPD doesn't seem to attract ire.
Yeah, I don't fully understand that. I think the mana cost thing might be part of it for sure. The increase in the mana cost. But
I mean, I suspect at the end of the day, it's because there are multiple ways to create an attack weapon that are good.
Right.
Even it's more than one way. A fizz weapon is not the only way.
Right.
Whereas a caster weapon doesn't really have that.
Like that might be it.
And
That
that's
might be
it.
part of
It's
yeah.
just it's if you don't have that mod, bad. If you do have that mod, it's fine. And that's it. It doesn't matter what the rest is necessarily doing. There's not really much other choice.
Yep.
And so
That's true.
that honestly can be enough. Where it's like
it's true.
You instead of reducing the plus gems, you could create many different options, and maybe it's still fine. Like plus gems is one way, or there's this way, or there's this way, and that way it's like, yeah, sure, there's more opportunities. But yeah, right now it's just either good or bad, very binary. And
it is quite hard to think of more multiplicative ways to improve spell damage, though. Like that was a real challenge when we were even looking into that. If I recall,
it's weird to me that like added damage on like caster gear isn't doing that more. Like maybe it's because like so much of that's already available in the game through other means or something. I don't know, like because that is effectively added flat damage in the same way that plus gems is.
Added flat damage on caster gear doesn't exist.
Extra damages, I should say.
Extra damages there. Yeah. Added damage we removed because you just ended up doing a damage effectiveness on then every single skill to the point where it ended up being...
I wasn't in love with damage effectiveness having to exist because I find it to be a bit confusing for people. Like, I don't love that, and so I was kind of really hoping to avoid it. I did have this sort of feeling, though, back when we did that, of this inevitable, like, we're probably going to have to add it back again one day, and I'm not going to like that, because, like, it is a very useful tool, but yeah, I think it's just... I think it kind of sucks as a thing, personally. I'm just not a fan of it.
The damage is extra...
That's another take on that.
I mean, that's we've done. I was just thinking of another change we've done here. So obviously, I'm pivoting a little bit, but it's still talking about caster weapons. So we'll say it's related. But in 040, we are doing a change where, even though we're not changing the plus spell so much, we are making it so that you can't essence +3 spells on the foci, which I said before. Just to be clear, that is a change. But the other thing we're doing is we're taking it's the runic and glyphic equivalent of spell damage on foci and for all the different damage types, and just saying they can't generate on foci now. And I think we're in the end game, we're then increasing the base energy shields a little bit. It doesn't. I know people, oh my god, you're making energy shield better. Don't worry, it makes like no real difference overall with the other changes in mind. But the idea is being that a wand and a foci should be slightly more defensively enhanced, not offensive compared to a staff. And so one thing we've done is we said all staff prefixes. So that's the damage is fire, the element damage is the types. It's the just increased specific damage, increased spell damage. What is it? Mana. I don't remember what else. The prefixes. Those are all now double wands as opposed to, I think it was 50 to 55% higher than wands, give or take. So, and then, so if you want... Like it just adds more reason to want to use a staff. So the staff prefixes are double wands, whereas a wand plus foci is not giving you... Well, it was pretty much giving you more damage, I actually think it was, than a staff would have been able to.
Definitely not.
So at least now staffs are going to be better, but that isn't anything to do with the gem level problem. It's still obviously its own problem, but it's again just talking about a little bit of the like overall improvements to just like finding different types of gear where it's like, well,
plus gems should be more special. There's too much.
I mean, you actually made a
gems.
ton of changes to just weapons, just like generally, right? Like in terms of the progressions and stuff, especially through the campaign.
Yes. So when we were adding the talismans for the druid, we were like, what do we want all the in-game base types to be? What do we want the damage in the campaign? And what we then started looking into was a lot of the other weapons going, well, what were they doing? And then I was looking at things going, well, this doesn't seem right here, and this doesn't seem right there. And you get these weird things which people probably don't honestly appreciate, maybe, where it's like you're upgrading your weapons, you're going from like random examples. I don't know. I don't actually know if this is true. I'm just going to hypothetically. It's like you go from two-handed mace to 3 to two-handed mace 4. You know, you're going along the, I don't know what the actual names are. And then all of a sudden, like two-handed mace 5, it's got some implicit on it. And it's like, oh, that's interesting. But the damage is actually, the base DPS of that weapon is actually lower than the one before it. That was like 6 levels lower. And you're like, I don't know if that damage is worth the trade-off of the implicit. And so
definitely it isn't worth it.
It isn't, yes. The valuation of the implicit damage penalty was mismatched in a lot of spots. And so you get these things where every third weapon in the campaign is just like a random DPS drop.
Yep.
And so we're changing all of that as much as we can, at least.
The thing is, you might not even necessarily recognize this as a player, because generally speaking, you just like, you see a weapon that dropped and you're like, okay, what's the DPS of this compared to another one? You're not necessarily thinking about the fact that there's a new upgraded weapon type, or that's like, or that should have been higher. So what it ends up being is there's just a whole of like 20 levels go by where it's like, I can't get a weapon upgrade, and it's frustrating. And that's what it actually feels like when you actually play it. But in reality, what it was is that the weapon type that was supposed to be an upgrade is actually a downgrade. That's something that Mark immediately we saw, and he was like, okay,
we're doing a little bit more. I don't know if we're going to get through all the weapons, but we're trying. Whereas like, you get to end game and it's like, okay, what's your fast weapon? What's your crit weapon? What's your just standard good weapon? And then here's implicit A, implicit B, implicit C.
Bespoke implicits,
and then it's like, which one's your bonk weapon? Like, which one am I just going to bonk things
ones.
with the slow, heavy hitter? And trying to just do a lot more of that and make sure there's all the end game choices
crazy ones
for all of these weapons. Bunch of different cool implicits, changing some of them around, just reevaluating the damage of them all, just the base diff. So generally speaking, pretty much all of them going up across the board in little ways. Like, they're not nothing make or break, but like, it's enough of a thing that as you're going through the campaign, you're not just like, where the heck are my upgrades? And also the end game, just increasing a bit of the choices of different base weapons you could use for different builds and whatnot. So yeah, it's kind of one of those things that, it's easy to go a little bit underappreciated, but, it matters, like in changing the staffs and all of that stuff. It does, contribute to the overall picture of just things feeling good. And, it's another one of these things where it's like, we just in the process of adding the Druid weapons, we were like, well, let's go do the rest of this right as well while we're at it. So yeah, we've still got a bit more to do there, but I don't know if that will come in this, week to come or as opposed to afterwards or something like that. But we're just going to try and do as much as we can. So even if not all the weapon types are in the patch notes, it isn't to say we aren't going to do the rest of them before the end of next week, because it doesn't take too long to do them. But, at the same time, you don't want to rush it and mess it up. So, I don't know. Just a random thing.
I think people are increasingly souring on rarity and gear, especially now that it affects currency drops, and which makes it feel very mandatory, right? Like,
fucking delete it
obviously
from the
don't you
game.
Worry, we've had our, every 3 months discussion of talking about rarity and what
just
we're going to do with
remove it,
we did it again, didn't we?
We did a little bit. We cut off some of the top tier mods, so just the overall amount of it is lower. It's a stopgap. I don't quite know. We haven't come to an exact decision, but like, it is true that it feels like every change we're making at this point is getting slightly closer to just it despawning.
I will
just remove it.
Get rid of it eventually. It's just that we need to find we need to find the mods that can replace it in the mod pools that like in order to make it work.
The only time it's good is when it's ass and no one uses it.
Thing is like
legit.
If we just removed it right now, there just wouldn't be enough of a mod. Like the mod pools wouldn't work.
There is an interesting thing we see where and I don't like. For sure, it is understandable, but we see a lot of videos being made with just absolute 1000% misunderstandings of how it all works, and which probably isn't helping its cause in any way.
Right.
Because it has all these hidden DR things and just a bunch of hidden mechanics in it. But yeah, there's certainly a mass amount of misunderstanding as to how it works, and people going, look, it does exactly this change, and it's like, it's not even doing 1/10 of what you're saying it's doing.
Crap is cooked.
That being said, I'm not saying it's not a problem. It is 100% a problem, but there is certainly a mass misunderstanding with, again, because we don't even
call
explain
them
it
out,
anywhere.
pussy.
It's just this hidden. There's some formula somewhere, that no one has access to, except for us.
And you've always been a bit secretive on drop-related stuff in particular, and. Like, you guys kind of happy to keep it that way for that one, or is it something you're like, misinformation?
We wanted to make it clear. We wanted. Okay. We were like, why don't we just get rid of the DR and find a way to make it work and actually display the actual value? But that is at conflict of removing it. So, there's a little bit of like, we just got to pick our direction here.
It's also, it's inherently unclear even to us in some sense. Like, we can't say, like the number of the, like, what, okay, but that sounds a bit weird. What I mean by that is like, it's not like that when you get that, it just increases currency. Like, it's through like 10 layers of like different ways things work that kind of result in an overall amount, like overall in currency increasing.
You mean like the content people are playing and stuff?
Well, not just that, but even in terms of just the way the system works, right? Like it's a very indirect method by which currency is increased. It isn't just that we just drop. It's not just like there's some code somewhere where it's like increase currency by this amount. Like it is actually like
Sounds like spaghetti code to me.
It is a result of multiple systems on top of each other working
Fucking delete
to
it.
result in that, and that's why like the only way for us to even know like what it even does is by simulating actual drops from actual monsters in order to work out what it actually did. So yeah, it's like it sort of I understand that might seem strange, but it's because like the drops are complicated, and there's like so many things we've done over the years to kind of like massage them in various ways, and it's like it becomes quite unclear at some point even like what the relationship between one number and another can even be.
We don't even understand how our own code
I think
works.
the takeaway is
Spaghetti.
Jonathan said he's removing it.
I want to get rid of it. We just need to find a thing to replace it within the mod pool.
But like,
And that's very, very
it's okay. I don't need to understand it.
It's
then.
exactly the same conversation if we bring up what Dex gives as a it's like it's 100% the same type of problem.
So what should Dex?
Put light radius in, bro. Remove rarity. Put light radius in.
Exactly.
Dex scales currency drops.
Yeah, exactly.
But through several layers of abstraction.
And gold find if you're a wyvern.
Only if you're a wyvern.
Yeah, just for dragons.
Makes sense. Oh, no. Okay. On the topic of balance for damage types and damage scaling, lightning damage seems like a clear-cut winner at the moment overall. In terms of doing more raw damage, having access to shock, and even having its own kind of version of stun through electrocute, and I guess separate problems with, like, for example, fire and ignite. Where are you guys at with like the balance between the elements and lightning damage
I'm not going to
overall?
say that they're in now equal, but like a few things. So I mean, I know there was like a 15% more max damage notable. That's now 10. We've done, I think, all of the skills that had multiplicative shock effect are now increased, so they stack additively with the tree. So, you know, it's honestly just like a whole bunch of different little things. Lightning rods are nerfed at endgame, just while we're here. Don't worry, lots of things are buffed that aren't aren't lightning builds necessarily.
Nice.
But no, some are as well. But yeah, it's. I don't want to just make it about let's gut lightning. I want to make it be like, well, let's make these other things feel cooler and more special. So it would be very easy to just go and gut lightning across the board.
Yeah.
But that just seems like an overall net loss of fun. I'd much rather, find ways to incentivize the others as opposed to just take away the thing that currently is, kind of enjoyable.
That sounds like a D4 dev take, though.
Yeah, again, it's more important to not just nerf.
That's a D4 dev take. That's Leviathan and Blizzard Div is in chat, right? Saying
so, yeah,
only buff.
I won't say we're there yet, but the problem is obvious, so at least it's not.
And you don't really want things to be like the same power level ultimately. Like it seems like one of them should be more damage, and one of them has like more utility, like cold with freeze.
Oh, for sure. Like cold was
but ultimately,
ultimately,
people aren't going to accept if one element has more clear speed than another. So like, while it may not be damaged directly, it is in some indirect way it needs to translate to damage on some level.
I mean,
because, you need to, it needs to, or rather, it needs to indirectly translate into clear speed in some manner, right? So that's
unless you're making the monsters 40% stronger.
Well,
and
but that's what I mean, right? Because
then you're freezing them.
Yeah, I mean, because we're doing that, it means that it ultimately means that the higher damage, smaller AOE, like not having to actually rely on arcing all the time to be able to get the massive AOE can kind of like make a difference. So even just that change alone can shift the meta like a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. So it sounds like fair amount of changes to like the passive tree scaling for lightning and stuff like that.
Yeah, shock. I mean, shock is pretty hectic. You have this thing where it's like, okay, well, let's say even cold. Obviously, you can freeze more often, but then often the boss is sitting or the monsters are sitting in there. Then poise timer before they can be CC'd again. You don't have any real control over that. And chill has a maximum magnitude of 50, so you can't really scale. So like already alone, you can 5x the power of a shock, because I think the cap is 100. And in some cases, Stormweaver even go further than that. Whereas you can't exactly be doubling the power of a chill necessarily, and so on. So there's like
boss, baby.
Even just that as a random thing.
Go.
Like Ignite doesn't have enough love right now for sure.
Yep.
So even if it was meant to be those three ailments are a point of comparison, I mean, Shock is kind of a little bit crazy right now compared to what the others are capable of doing. Not to say Chill isn't strong, not to say Freeze isn't also obviously powerful. They will have their time, and they may have already had their. I mean, we had freaking cast on Comet on crit for a while there and all of that as well. So, you know, it will always change, but yeah, I mean, just bringing some of the shock back and some of the other just little outliers here and there was a first step in the direction. But it's very important not to just do a like, I hate lightning, goodbye lightning. You know, it's like be easy to do. It's the wrong thing to do for sure. So
yeah, people also like playing lightning. I think it's just,
exactly.
I think it's just the feeling when they like playing their cold builds and like it's better to
like
convert
Hassan.
to lightning.
Hassan likes to play lightning builds, you know.
That's why I think that's when it becomes more problematic.
It's the vibe thing.
You kind of mentioned you touched on.
Someone just want to shock some shit.
You feel like Ignite needs some love.
Someone
I
just
feel
want
like
to
with
shock an
damaging
animal.
elements, there's a fundamental thing maybe that's causing problems where it's scaling with like hit damage and crit so directly, I guess, in this case, differently to how it's been done in the past, where it leads to maybe, in addition to it being a bit weaker, feeling like just kind of an add-on, like Ignite's not really a thing. I don't really have a pure Ignite build. Ignite's just like a bonus added kind of damage on top.
Yeah,
of like,
it's a bit flat, honestly. I agree.
A lot of dot builds feel like that, like bleed.
Discussions here about all kinds of different options. We had some boil down to whether or not we're going to do keystones. We want to do something. We just haven't landed on exactly what we want it to be and how. Whether or not it's like we change the base versus change it through again a keystone or something you spec into. But yeah, it is a bit flat, and it doesn't have enough. I mean, well, yeah, it is as you said. It's just here's a bit more DPS, I guess.
Yeah,
at
feels
the end
bad.
of the day.
It's like World of Warcraft design.
And then even there's limited ways of kind of scaling it, and you know, I'm not going to say there's none. There are some, but it's not enough. It's yeah. I mean, overall, I'd say it just hasn't got enough love. So, but we want to.
Backtracking a little bit on the like gearing, we touched on crafting a little bit, and so I love 0-3 crafting. Like, it was such a huge change from like a game that some would joke didn't have crafting into some of the most powerful and interesting crafting we've had ever in Path of Exile. I think like it's right up there. 0-3 crafting was amazing. Like the combination of the core currency changes, the changes to essences was really good, and how these things interplay with some of the omens. And
I didn't like the omen dog shit.
So like definitely felt like some things were a bit illegal, and just the overall like how good it was. Like I don't know, like, oh no, I feel like this is illegal. So what of that was illegal or is illegal or is being?
Well, you said essences. So we talked about essence of sorcery.
It's not like we're gutting anything like that, right? There's just a few illegal things.
It's a few.
Are you pretty like you like overall like where it ended up?
I mean, I think it's way better than it was before.
Yeah,
100%.
Great.
Yeah.
It's what I've found playing, and obviously and collating a little bit of data, but you know, it's the kind of thing where I don't have enough data to go and or enough feedback to go and make some sweeping change. Is that people find that getting the, you know, it's too easy now to get to the absolute upper echelons of gear. Is what I kind of honestly, and I assumed that there'd be a bit of a public civil war about me saying that, because I could see people going, no, that I love it that way, and a bunch of people going like, well, I'm completing my characters way too fast, right? I got nowhere to go. I got no, you know, I want to play for longer, and I have nothing to spend my time doing. Like, it's done, my character's finished, and I could see people being very binary on that for sure. But then it's like,
everyone wants it to be easy,
you know,
always.
How much of that just comes down to homogenizing, for example, and a few different axes like that.
I think a fair amount.
And but yeah, I know there's other problems, like for example, because of the high tier currency, there's a little bit of like, you don't even need to pick up tier 5 rares anymore, because what you actually want is a base type to craft from. And so in some ways it's wrong in that regard, for sure. Like, if people feel that way, that's probably not good. Yeah, and then there was some other things with the essences that went wrong, like for example the essence of haste, being able to craft melee tiers of attack speed onto bows. It's not alright, right? That's better than what a bow can even yield. So like now a dropped bow can never be the best thing in the game because there's an essence that can grant high value. That's not intentional. Like, the essences should be good, but they shouldn't be giving illegal mods, as we keep saying. So yeah, it's a bit of that, but I would hate to. I want to see how it goes, but I definitely feel the thing that like definitely hit me the most that I want to get more feedback on is the people just going, it's not there's no point in picking up T5 rares eventually, because it, you know, I would rather just craft from a white base, and I can more guarantee
Ground
that it's
loot
gonna
should be
good,
strong.
and so
Should be
what's
half the
point?
loot.
But yeah, there's a bit of that.
Legit.
And so, but again,
Half
it's
ground,
very
half
important
crafted.
with these kinds of things not to just like, that's obviously right. Let's just change everything, and now
Facts.
item gearing is just ruined because you could very easily undo with a lot of the good that 030's crafting added. So, yeah, fine tooth comb, being very careful with it.
Yeah, okay.
For sure.
So it sounds like definitely getting rid of a few specific things. Like Omen of Homogenization was a pretty clear one. I think that was like seemed hyper illegal, as well as like some of the specific essences. Like the tiered currencies, you feel like you're pretty happy with that overall?
I think
Or
overall
success?
I like them. Yeah.
Okay, cool. And like the
Omen of
essence
Homo.
changes in general.
Yeah, for sure.
And what about abyss crafting now that that's going core? Is that like changing a lot? Because that I think played a pretty important role in giving you some interesting decision making in crafting.
It's not changing very much aside from the removal of waystone crafting from it.
Yeah,
Sure, there'll be a few
Steel Mage is mad, by the way.
Yeah, just little bits here and there. Well, I mean, inherently we have to, because we buffed staff prefixes.
Yeah,
we have
Homo
to go and
Exalts,
look
I
at
remember it.
everywhere that adds equivalent mods and
They
make
were
sure
broken.
those are increased as well. And so, like, either way, there's some overflow effects that just kind of happen due to balance changes all over the place. But nothing like no significant change to that at this point for sure. But
People who
it's
just like
still there.
crafting
When you're playing
Vertic,
through,
yeah,
even though it's
are
core,
pissed.
when you're playing through the campaign, much like you get the world map icons, or it's like, oh, there's things here. We've got a bunch of areas where there are abysses.
A few.
I think it's 6, and each give throughout the entire campaign. Each will give a crafting thing, so you have at least 6 guaranteed campaign crafts.
Oh, great. Awesome.
If you explore and do the areas, and you can see it on your world map if you've done it or not, and so you're giving you a bit of that throughout, so we don't lose that the league had, and then in game, sure, use your tablets, and then start running it. And
awesome.
If you want to get the crafting,
I don't know if I like tablets. I'm gonna have to try them
to
again.
hear that like overall it seems to be fairly intact then, because I was definitely a huge fan of like the direction crafting's taking there. So, and I'm excited to see it getting built upon with like the Sacrifice of the Vile stuff too. Well, the new Vile stuff. Excellent news. Alongside that, we had the addition of asynchronous trade, and both things obviously very powerful for gear acquisition, raising both like the kind of floor of like what's considered your like baseline gear. What's your one exalt gear basically goes up a lot, but also like getting it more accessible to get to, like to craft or to obtain the really high end gear. How much of an effect have you seen in terms of like players kind of making the game easier? Like, has the game gotten a lot easier overall for people? Are people like reaching their final product earlier?
It's really hard to tell how much of it is the trade system and how much of it is the crafting changes. Like, it's actually really quite hard to disentangle.
So what about as an overall picture?
Yeah, I mean, look, but at the end of the day,
Majority
it's like
trade,
the
bro.
crafting system the trading system as it is something people just need to have. So, like, we just have to,
Bounce
work
around
within that.
Well, I'll tell you, like, if we have a in-game itemization problem, we're not going to go and say we need to nerf trading.
Good.
Right.
We're past that.
Yeah.
Finally, we can put that in our review.
Yes.
Excellent. Yeah, so the question is, like, I guess now more just adapting over to that. I'm just curious, like, as to how extreme it has been, because it seems like it would be absolutely massive, like crazy. But
it's honestly quite hard to tell, as I said, due to the other changes.
I guess it's like a longer period thing to
But then at the end of the
analyze.
day as well, you could say that if this is a feature we need to have, then it doesn't necessarily matter. Like, we just need to work with it and just deal with it. So
It's a constraint.
I know in the past there was a fear, and this kind of touches on crafting a lot, where if people could craft like really good gear super easily, that they would stop playing. Like the player retention would go down. I feel like in some cases we've seen some of the opposite phenomena. Like there is to an extent the opposite phenomena where like people gain access to the builds they want to play. They gain access to content they might not have otherwise in a more reasonable time frame.
it's beta mindset.
So their engagement and the amount of time they play ends up going up as a result. Like in a surprising twist.
That definitely can happen, but at the end of the day, like, retention isn't exactly.
You
the
think
reason
you
why
want
we
it, but
do
you
it. It's
don't.
because we sort of feel like, if we did want to make getting the hardest
Kill
gear
dopamine.
harder, then the reason we would be doing it is because we don't like the feeling that you can get of like, I don't have anything else to get. You know what I mean? Like that would be the reason to do it, not necessarily because of retention reasons. You know what I mean? Like it's more about the play experience, to be honest.
It's a dopamine
because,
hits.
when it comes right down to it, like our model has always been, we want to keep you coming back every league. Like we don't necessarily care how long you play a given league for. We just want to make sure that each time you play a league, you're enjoying your experience. And that you want to come back and play the next one. So,
buy the MTX.
You know, that's kind of our philosophy on that. So, you know, retention isn't directly a thing that we're like optimizing for exactly
I
in
think
that way.
players hyperfixate on that.
Yeah, it's more about retention from league to league. Like, what are we doing? You know, like how many players do we get back for the next league, as opposed to how many players do we get back the next day?
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess because we have like Steam charts, we get hyperfixated on retention numbers.
I mean, it's not like
still
it doesn't
able to play
matter
for like
either,
a
right?
week
Because you
or
can on some
something.
level judge the success of how much people liked a league based on that.
Yeah, it can tell you how much fun people are having.
Yeah, like at the end of the day, what people are saying about what they thought about it is actually more important than the number of people actually playing it, because like that, you know, so long as they're like happy and they want to come back, you know, then we're happy.
Mean, if you have more fun in a smaller amount of time and then you're more happy to come back next league, then that's a win.
That isn't necessarily a problem, right?
You may have played less this league, but maybe...
So they're kind of a little bit unrelated in some ways, but also sort of related in others, you know.
Okay, well, it'd be interesting to see how this continues to play out then, the crafting trading thing. I'm super interested in like the economic aspects of that.
Right.
But it's definitely had a big impact, and on the whole, like 0.3 felt like a huge net positive for both crafting and trading.
Agreed.
So good. Yep. So good.
Agreed.
All right, well, we'll keep. I'll ask about that like every
I think
game.
end the campaign,
It's
dude.
It's like
Your
everybody
campaign was
goes,
sick.
"So let's add
Yeah.
now." What about now?
And just the
Let's
rebalancing the
scroll
monsters.
to the end. Thanks. There we go. So we had just a couple of random questions. I do see one in chat, but it's not really a question. People just typing move speed, but I don't really actually know what the context of this is. You guys
Move
know?
speed.
It's the speed at which you move.
Move speed.
Very insightful. Thank you.
Move speed.
Maybe you guys could type an actual question in chat or
Move
just saying
speed.
instead of just chanting. But I'm
Well,
asking too
I mean,
much.
adjacent to that, one change we have made, which is kind of interesting, and I think it's a kind of, I don't know if the general desire is more or less of it. I suspect you'll find a bit of both. But irrelevant of that, like a change we made is there's lots of in-game runes where you can now only use one of them, and it's quite interesting because obviously before it was like
That's
get
a particular
the
thing.
double socketable effect on boots, put all the movement speed runes in, and it's like,
Yeah.
well, great.
Too
there you
much
go.
move speed.
And, you know, it's kind of interesting, but it also meant that generally what was happening is every single slot was just stacked with the same rune type. So now you're getting this like kind of nice mixture of different runes being used and different things, and it's kind of
No
enhancing
see
that.
nerf, get
But yes,
fucked.
it overall makes the amount of movement speed you're getting from boots lower at the end game. But those were like very, very, very expensive. So which is kind of cool.
I'm making a Reddit post now.
What else is not much
I
else has
suspect
really
this is
changed
kind
there.
of like a rehashing of the old discussions of like the mandatory move speed on boots versus like implicits and things like that. I've always been a big fan of like a little bit of implicit movement speed on boots as you go up or something like that. But I know you guys are happy with like having move speed being
No,
important
fuck that
stat
shit.
on boots. Like,
Fuck that shit.
Yeah.
I guess, and maybe some people just
Fuck
want
that
more
shit,
move
bro.
speed, but
That's
I
what
mean, some people
love,
will
bro.
that's a thing. Yeah,
There's probably some people that want to
High
move
level boots, bigger
faster.
rolls.
It's just less. I think there's some people who might want to have a less mandatoriness to have to move so fast as
Retards
well
want
to some
implicit
degree.
move
But
speed.
yeah.
It's retards.
I've been more on that side of things, like maybe make some of the maps a little smaller, so that move speed's less important. I feel. We don't like mandatory mod items on. Yeah, it was that topic. Okay, cool. Thanks, team. Just confirming that. Yeah, I feel like that's been discussed fairly well at this point. Yeah.
We're at the same stance on that, really. Which is it's interesting because technically, if we end up acknowledging that is wrong in the context of staffs and wands, then we might have to reevaluate why it's right in the context of movement speed. You know, it's an interesting thing where one discussion might yield the other because it's kind of a similar problem in both contexts, and we might end up who knows what side of the fence we're going to land on. You know what I mean? So.
I've seen Acolyte of Chayula get mentioned a lot. I have not played that class, so I can't speak to it too closely. But is that one that is getting
we've done number
subs,
buffs
I
at the
think?
very least, yes.
Yeah, okay.
I think almost every ascendancy class has some level, like, honestly, some of it is like one node changed, some of it, like, for example, Pathfinder's got 2 whole new notables, and, like, we got rid, I mean, Pathfinder just did that, we got rid of the poison spreading notable because it's pretty much Herald of Plague, and we just put the 4-pointer to the 2-pointer, so you get the actual more powerful spike one for cheaper. We got rid of that, like, multi-choice ailment mitigation, and we were like, Well, it's the Pathfinder, so let's do some cool passive tree stuff. So, pulling some inspiration from the PoE1 Scion, the Pathfinder can now also allocate passives from either the Witch or the Warrior start points, you know, for just like, you know, doing some crazy builds. And I think there's even a new notable on there where normally you have your highway nodes and it's like 5 dex and strength. There's also now 3 other options. Or the Pathfinder can take that node, and now there's 6 choices you can do on your travel nodes. So it's like, oh, I don't want as much attributes. I'll get instead damage. I think it's damage, defenses, and like cost efficiency or something. So you can kind of like better balance how much damage you want, defenses you want, or reduce. So it's like another kind of cool, interesting thing. So yeah, I mean, that's a class where it's gotten a bit more changes.
Sounds like a tattoo.
Acolyte is numerical for now. But again, we want to do something grander with Chaos. It's on
There's
our
quite a lot of just
on our
monk
list.
generally improvements as well, just balance-wise, right?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, every
That
class
darkness
is
shit
kind of
needs such a buff.
everywhere.
In the thick of it.
I think the
balance.
patch notes currently lacks. We have a thing where we're doing a bunch of changes to specific monsters for being spected.
Okay.
Like when we actually looked at it, we're like, look, if we just increase Spectre overall, it's going to increase the specific Spectres. Like we want to increase the amount of the pool of viable monsters for different cases.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. Now it takes it from a skills balance team into the kind of monster balance team situation, and like such a different resource. So we're going to start doing that process where we try and do like, you know, 5 to 10 from here and here and here and here per patch, and kind of just start trying to get them to be more viable. Specifically as Spectres, and honestly you'll find most of the time it's just changing the cooldowns and changing the AI to be like not, because normally they're just like, I have to care about a player and maybe some minions are there, but honestly sometimes they just don't even care about the minions. They're just like, nah, there's a player, right? They assume there's a player because generally speaking there is. And so now when they make a Spectre version, well, there's no player for them to target. There's, you know, only monsters, and so they might be just making some silly decisions about how they're targeting and when they're using their skills and stuff like that. So want to do a bunch of that, but those won't be in the patch notes because the intention's that we're still doing them. I don't want to release a half-baked set of patch notes for that. The other thing is I think we're still doing, I've held back from the patch notes, I've held back a bunch of the minion occult, specifically a bunch of changes around command skills and stuff like that, just because I want to just do a little bit more iteration before we release that. Couple of Ice Ranger changes. I think that's like a massive improvement. To the Ice Ranger kind of play. I mean, using the existing skills, a lot of numerics, a lot of changes to ice fragments, stuff like that. What else is not in there? There's a few other bits and pieces not in the patch notes, and that's because all of our stuff is, and that's just not to say there's nothing changed. I've just taken them out for now because I want to make sure they're right. Otherwise, we have to give some false information and then change it, and it's not great.
You've been updating the patch notes over the course of a week now, so people should still probably expect that.
Yeah, for sure.
Initial patch notes coming.
Patch notes 10 minutes, by the way, Chad. 10 minutes.
I think we ended up changing something like 80 different unique items or something like that.
Sick.
Again, mostly focusing on endgame ones, bosses ones, mythic ones, working our way down the rarity. So like more of the ones that are meant to be higher value and meant to be higher effort. We've demoted some to be more common. We've promoted some to be rarer, stuff like that. And done a whole pass. But even then, like I know last night we were like, oh, there's like kind of 5 or 6 here that we're like maybe on the fence about. Let's, to be safe, pull them out, discuss them, reevaluate them, and then pull them back in the patch notes afterwards. Just to be safe, because again, I don't want to mislead people.
I saw a question about that from our resident summoner expert in chat. But
Jazzy TV.
The monster changes, like for making specific changes to monsters for Spectres, does that end up in patch notes? That seems like pretty hard to track.
It will this time.
Nice.
Well, I don't think we've done much in the way of actual specific monster changes this time around, but this, what I was talking about doing will, yes.
Okay.
It just what I'm saying is it won't be in the initial set of patch notes because we haven't finished them yet. So, but they will be, like, I think the patch note says will be in a post later this week, or later, in the week coming. So
a funny one in chat I see is like, when can we get more melee variety? I'm like, you guys literally just added like a new melee weapon. Like, I don't know if you guys know, but the talisman's a melee weapon.
No, melee is never right in any game.
Fucking buff melee, motherfucker.
Because it's kind of true, right? Like,
God damn it.
There's a funny phenomenon right now where it's like, whenever we talk about melee, people say that like there's literally only maces in the game. And it's like quarterstaves are over in the corner crying. It's like no one pays any attention to it.
Yeah, but
it's just like doesn't count as well.
But
It's like a half-ranged weapon.
Spears ain't
really melee, you know, then you get that.
There's always this funny exception with it, but like ultimately, I think what it comes down to is that the game doesn't have swords.
Yes,
yet.
I know.
Is that?
And I know.
Yeah, what the hell's a sword?
Yeah, I get it.
We need swords.
We need swords.
So swords are from talking to you, it sounds like swords. Swords are getting added to the game at some point.
At some point, we will have swords. I can promise you that.
Now, some point.
The importance is understood. It seems. It's a bit too fundamental, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure.
Swords are a bit cool.
But yeah, I mean, we were talking about the ascendancy. So yes, a lot of numerics, some more broader changes, some getting a little bit, some getting a lot. Like just because it's getting a little bit doesn't mean we think it's in the right spot. At the end of the day, we've just started going. Like Smith and Katava got a decent amount of changes.
Nice.
You know, kind of a lot better now for sure.
I want to see that.
It. But yeah, lots of like, around the. I mean, honestly, like. I want to say 90% of all the balance changes are probably in the direction of taking underplayed and underpowerful things and making them a bit better.
Nice.
That isn't to say that we've successfully made, like maybe at the end of the day, lightning archers are still somehow better than ice archers at the end game. But certainly the gap is narrowed and you'll feel less bad for playing one over the other and less bad about decisions. And so that's ultimately the goal and we'll get there eventually. But yeah, huge step in the right direction, I'd say. But yeah, and then things like Outer Louis, you know, all those outliers on the top end, those are coming down a bit, for sure. Sometimes more than a bit, depending how extreme they were. Culmination's another one, where like just having an uncapped combo thing, when you get damage per combo, I mean, and then obviously you can just one-shot everything in the game at that point, so that's a problem as well. You know, some of these outliers 100% brought into place, given caps, whatever the case is, but again, more like 95% of all the changes that we're trying to make is bringing up the underplayed things to be a bit better, and just to all kinds of varying degrees. It's really hard to. It's like, do you just do everything across the board and try and look at everything and give everything a minute, or do you really hone in on one build? And right at this point, we're trying to do a very wide
hone
spread.
In and do some sprinkles.
Look at literally every skill and go, is there a decision we can? What would we do? And it's like, it would require this huge rework. Okay, instead of waiting for that, can we just do some numbers for now?
Little sprinkles.
Do the rework later to really give it what it truly should be. If so, let's do that, and then bench that thing for a later time when we have more time, and then move to the next, do the same assessment, and then we just try to do that for literally everything.
The Balanced Ninja Squad is currently focusing on clear speed, it sounds like. AoE.
Yes, but for things that are not already, you know, up at the top tier, generally.
Right. We're getting quite close to patch notes, so we'll rapid fire some
5
things
minutes
off here. It seemed like at one point, like Druids were going to have claws as their weapons, so that has obviously changed to talismans. Or
it might have
they
been
were like
a long
That
time.
was
ago.
actually for the Huntress.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, weird. Yeah.
What?
So it
Huntress
sounds
would be
claws
so
are
much
probably not
better.
going to be a thing then.
Probably
Like,
not anytime soon. No.
Decided not less interesting than other options. Yeah. All right. Cool. Hot swapping between controller and mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, something I promise every single time.
I want concurrent
and yet somehow
usage.
we still haven't done it yet. So what I can say is that it is actually, we have an implementation of it. We're not shipping it this time. But it's much more close than it was last time. Like, there's just some stuff that needs to happen. But, like, you know, it is a thing that has been seen on a programmer's workstation as to work. But, yeah, there's still a bit more to do. But, yeah, like, next time, I know I've said this twice before, but next time, we will definitely have that.
I want concurrent inputs.
It's a weirdly huger feature than it seems because, like, the code was just originally not written with that in mind at all. And, you know, yeah, it's just requiring a lot of re-engineering of a whole bunch of existing UI to be able to get
It's
to
so
Looking forward
good.
to it, so I can
I know.
inventory management.
I know. We will have it, but yeah.
Controller inventory. Oof.
Yeah.
No.
But yeah.
Okay, good news. It's being worked on daily.
Soon.
It sounds like.
Soon to you
do you have
guys.
like a rough timeline?
It's on the
for
radar,
release,
boys.
Or not ready to announce that yet.
Don't know how to have it to announce, but I mean, look, I certainly don't want it to be 2027. Like, I really want it to be next year. Like, I really do. So, like, it'll be, I really want it to be next year. But
we certainly underestimated
He's
the
so
amount
far
of work
off.
we wanted to. It's certainly by having to make all the leagues constantly and all of that. And I know some people might be like, just don't. But like,
you need to do.
We want people to play the game still and
Exactly.
enjoy it,
Yeah,
and do what we want to do. But so you get this thing where we severely underestimated how much extra time it would add.
Your rule of cool of like we want to do the 130 extra passives because it's cool.
Bro, stop doing PV1 stuff.
Yes,
little
all of this does get in the way.
And
technically,
they're not already.
but
Guys, it's maintenance
At
mode.
the end of
They've
the
got
day,
two
we're
guys
not
working
going to release
PV1.
until everyone's happy.
Legit.
So,
that's true.
They're not working on PV1.
That's
It's fine.
7 first. So
it's a good trade-off.
Yeah.
With the performance improvements, which looked like really impressive, even more than the 25% you're saying. Like looking at the side-by-side footage, was like it looks even better than that.
Yeah, I mean, look, we did 25. I said 25% as a commitment because like that's kind of like I want to make sure. Like, look, people are really sensitive to the stuff, so like I wanted to make sure that we're not over-promising.
Under-promise.
And so under-promise and over-deliver was the plan. But effectively, like I've been focusing a lot myself actually and trying to make sure that it's getting better. Effectively, what we've done is, I mean, obviously there's just sort of traditional optimization that happens, but a lot of it is just effectively making sure we're multi-threading things better, taking advantage of more CPU cores. If you're GPU bound and you don't have dynamic resolution turned on, then it obviously won't affect you because you're GPU bound. If you got dynamic resolution on, so I got the
AMD now, chat, and I got the 5090.
Then CPU was definitely a problem for just about everyone. Like even really fast CPUs were having issues in in-game mapping. So the goal really was to make it so that when you've got a lot of shit going on, that your CPU is not overloaded. We did that by multi-threading things much better than we were before, and traditional optimization, just lots of improvements there. Now. There's so many things that are working better than they were before. Like in many cases, honestly, you see double frame rate, like just straight up.
Awesome.
As I said, like not consistently in all cases. So and consoles obviously saw a huge improvement. They consoles just have weaker CPUs than PCs do. So therefore, when you're doing CPU optimization, consoles are what's going to benefit from that. It's just a lot better. Now, one of the things I'm a bit worried about is that by multi-threading more things, you can run into multi-threading bugs.
Yeah, crashes. That's what I was thinking.
Hopefully not, but there might be some more crashing going on when we first launched, just because the thing with multi-threading is that depending on the exact scenario, different things can happen at different times.
Order separations
can cause some issues. I'm really hoping we don't run into that. We're trying to do as much testing as we can to fix all those kinds of issues. Effectively that would be the worry. But I think that it was definitely worth taking the plunge and doing that stuff because it is way better. I probably should make like a video on exactly some of the go into a deep dive into it at some point because it's kind of interesting.
And even it feels like even still, occasionally you guys are still just finding
ridiculous
things that we just made it a whole nother chunk faster.
Yeah, exactly.
Just because of some just ancient thing.
We definitely still find some crazy stuff, and it's going to be a lot better.
I expect it's just going to keep going as well.
Yeah, no, exactly. So that's the other thing is I want to spend even more time on getting this exactly right. We're not even at the point when I'm looking at it now, I'm like we could still theoretically make this quite a bit faster than it even still is.
You've been personally really on this every time.
I have. Just because it's been such a big issue, and
consoles aren't
I
playable.
wanted to actually get back in there and spend a bit of time on it. And as I said, already it's so much better now.
Patch notes are out, chat. Patch notes are out.
Awesome, fantastic. It's great news.
They're gonna end it right now.
Patch notes are here. So we will end there and let
no
people
one's interested in listening to us anymore. They've got
everybody's gone. No, thank you very much, guys. That was a pleasure to talk to you once again, and I look forward to checking it out and going and playing some more.
Excellent.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's good to have you here.
Alrighty, thanks for the questions, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks for watching.
Camera's on, so I'll just look at you.
W interview, guys.
Nice.
W interview. W announcement. I mean, definitely W for sure. But there was obviously you look at my little list here, Jay. You look at my little list I got. In-game rework. Didn't have enough time. Doing it next time. Big sad. That means in-game's still gonna be dog shit. So it might be a Force and League opener, chat. We might be doing a Force and League opener. Druid not dog shit. It looks fucking good. It looks fucking poggies. Looks flavorful. Looks fun. No new melee skills. We didn't get any new melee skills. We didn't get any weapon types. it sounds like we got like a semi rework. This is like a 50%, dude. We got like a 50%. Did we get a 50% emote? 50. We got a 50%. Okay, here. They're not fully redoing it, but they're just doing a bunch of buffs and stuff. Fix the Atlas tree. Do you know what? What are some question marks here? They said the Atlas tree is complete dog shit and they hate it. Literally, verbatim. It's awful. It's terrible. It's so bad. Right? He hates it. And they've got a full rework coming. So that's coming. Same with the in-game rework. They are doing changes to the passive tree. And they're giving us more EHP nodes and more EHP stuff. And they said the passives are going to be more impactful. Buffing life, nerfing ES. It sounds like there's a little bit of an ES nerf and maybe a little bit of life buffs. But yeah, we got Giga. I mean, dude, oh my god, let's have a look at this. Where's this YouTube at? Where's this YouTube at? Yeah, where's this trailer at, bro? Where's this trailer at, bro? This is pretty cool, alright. Pretty sweet, pretty sweet, whatever, dude. That's pretty sweet, whatever, dude. I don't care about this part.
I beg of you, hear me. The beast cannot give you what you desire.
You may have studied it, Doriani, but you do not know it like I do.
Oh, shit.
It adores me.
Oh, shit. Oh, dude, the Rule 34 ass trussy fucking shit just got like up 1,000% increase. Somebody tell Eagles win Twitch. Somebody tell Eagles win. He is probably busted 5 times already. Oh my god.
Come now. Give unto me your desire.
Bro, what is this? This Dommy Mummy Val Astry, bro. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god. Yeah, Eagles win Twitch. If you look at his profile picture and you do a Google image search, it'll literally link you to Astry porn, by the way, so don't do that.
At last, fulfill my soul.
Oh, when she comes out, right? When does that come? When do we get the when do they show the big ass titties? When she come out with her big titties? When did that happen?
Hi.
Wait, when did the big titties come out? At what point did the big titties come out? At some point, they just showed massive titties. 32 minutes? Wait, really? Was it at 32 minutes? I know sure it was 32 minutes. Why would he know that? Why would you know this?
Correct. History.
Of course he knows the history comes out with big titties.
Right?
The guy in chat knows already, dude. He's already done it.
Is it Zeri communes with the beast?
Oh my god. Dude, I hope, dude. She's a goat. She's like one of the OG. Like, this is the equivalent of the Lord of Hatred in Diablo 2. You know? This is like some he's a gangster. I mean, she's like Arthas. Like, if you're not a Pee-wee Frog, Astry is a goat. So I'm hoping they're doing her justice with her boss fight. You know what I'm saying? She's like Illidan tier. Yeah, Illidan tier.
Power.
And bro, her animations are not disappointing.
And takes her true
oh my god.
corrupted form.
Oh my god, dude, her titties move around and everything.
Is it Zeri communes with the beast's power and takes her true...
Holy shit. Look at this dude, the art team, bro. W art team. W art team. W fucking PoE2 art team. I mean, holy shit.
Corrupted form.
Oh my god.
Now, we are not going to show you the whole fight, but we will tempt you with one of the rewards.
What the hell is this? Ooh,
this?
Oh, there was a flame blast. You seen the flame blast? I seen the flame blast. Of course you're doing a flame blast. Of course you're doing a flame blast. How many frames am I going back here, boys? I just want to see the flame blast frame. Just trying to see the there it is. That's a flame blast. Just some sort of circle attack, flame blast. She seems to be quite squishy here. Guys, I'm hoping she's not dynamic. That's going to be lame as hell if she's dynamic. I hope she's static. But it looks like use Ixpado's console to place rooms in the temple. Temple rooms completed 0 at 14. It looks to be in the same instance that he was, you know, I don't know. Hopefully there's no... I'm hoping she's just like this a static one of the highest tier. Being a boss killing god myself. Okay, Path of Exile 2 Druids. Let's check this out. School speed right now. So we got the fucking bear, wolf, and oh shit, they got the wyvern clip. I can't believe they pussied out and showing his dick. I was just thinking that, by the way. Okay, let's watch one time without pausing. Bro, they didn't show his dick, bro.
Well, well. What have we got here then?
You lost, fella?
Hey, we're talking to you.
I asked you a question.
What's wrong with him?
He's lost his bloody mind.
What am I gonna play, chat? I don't even know. I like the dashes of the wolf, and I like the slams of the bear. Did that backslash thing that summons dogs as well? Like the dog summoning? Woof. Dog summoning. Weaving, I'm not big on the weaving, guys. I'm not big on the weaving. I like the eating their corpses thing. That's kind of cool. My question with the weaving is, why didn't he just fly? And then he could just avoid all the melee attacks, you know? Obviously, it would just be OP, but like, I mean, he's a weaving mighty walking around on the ground. You know what I'm saying? What's he doing?
I will find you, Eve.
Shape-shifting wolf. Okay, primal talisman. Okay, quality. Physical damage, 50. Oh, so it is flat damage. Wait, it is. Wait, a talisman is flat damage. So it's just like a straight-up raw dog weapon. It's like you're smacking them with a fucking... It's like you're smacking them with a club, except it's a... Yeah. Physical damage. Crit 9. High, very high crit. Base 9 crit. That's insane. Okay. What's this? Okay, base 8 crit. 20-30 physical damage. 13% skill. Enemies near presence are hindered. Gain 1 druidic prowess for every 20 total range spent. What the fuck is that? Using Teleman's new type weapon, Druid can call upon the power of the Drao shit to transform into an animal. When you equip a talisman, you can choose which animal form you'd like to represent. Wait a minute. 12, yeah. Okay, Abby's freaking out, dude. Abby's freaking out. No, we're good. I got a CT scan chat today. And I got a lot of shit I got to do. But you know what? We good. As a creature of the night, the wolf channels energy of the moon itself into a flurry of ferocious attacks. Fast and agile, it leaps forward to freeze foes, rake them with vicious slashes, being a true alpha. The wolf can summon a pack of minions to fight alongside it. Bro, that's literally me. I'm a true alpha. You know, I'm summoning a pack of... Ooh, dude, that's me, baby. Oh, my God. Okay, Lunar Assault. Converts 80% of physical to cold damage, 240% magnetic chill, affected 240% more freeze buildup. Shapeshift, werewolf, AoE, melee, strike, cold. Oh my god, there you go. Well, there you go. 110 base attack speed, attack damage 40%. Okay. Cross slash. This is the fucking cool. This one looks so sick. This one here. Okay. What's this? Shapeshift, werewolf, AoE, melee, level 7, 110% base, 106% damage. Shapeshift werewolf and leap backwards as you gouge the ground with both claws. Hitting a marked enemy with both gouges will activate the mark and cause an additional shockwave. Ice fragments will be pulled into the location where the gouges cross and explode immediately. This skill can be used while other skills. But it still can be used while using other skills to interrupt them. Also, it's like an iframe thing. Even it's kind of like it's like a dodge roll, except an ability. That's gonna be clutch, because you can use it to like dodge. So I mean, dude, that's gonna be fun gameplay, right? Slashing away all these ice things are going on the ground. You build it up. Boom! You press this attack. Does this get explosion? Does insane damage? Now, the clips they showed, it looked dog shit, right? But I feel like, obviously, it's not dog shit. Obviously, it's not dog shit. Right? Build, spend. It's satisfying if it's done right. Okay, Lunar Blessing. Attack, shapeshift, buff, werewolf, AoE, melee, trigger, cold, duration. Holy fuck, that's a lot of fucking tags right there, bro. That's a lot of tags. Shapeshift the werewolf and offer your rage to the moon to receive a blessing, gaining cold damage, attack speed, movement speed for yourself and any wolf minions you have. Wolf pack or predator's mark. You have from wolf pack or predator's mark. Okay. Spends all rage to extend the buff's duration while the buff is active. Your werewolf attacks cool down moonbeams. Kind of like Moonganish a little bit. Wait, moonbeams? So that's that thing with light comes down, right? I'm looking for the moonbeam and the little bit of footage there. I'm not really seeing it. Oh, that's the moonbeams. I'm not seeing the moonbeams. I'm going to be honest. Converts 100% of physical to cold damage. Moonbeam, 149%. Oh, wow. So it's got a 1 second cooldown, does 149% damage, and it's full cold. Buff grants 52% of damage gained as cold, so 52% more damage. 5 seconds plus 0.2 per rage spent. What's rage max, chat? Like 50 or something? Huh? My Terraria mods! 50 times by 0.2. 15 seconds. 15 seconds. 30's default, so 30 times by... Oh, I already know the answer. Don't know chat. 6. Plus 5. Base. So 11 times like, let's say 1.7 duration. 18 seconds. Say. Let's just say you've got a lot of duration. Okay, so you could, I mean, decent uptime. Okay. I mean, it sounds kind of sick. I mean, I definitely like Cross Slash. And the dash looks fucking awesome. Shapeshifting bear. A hulking powerhouse of strength and brawn. The bear rampages through its enemies, leaving devastation in its wake, demolishing hordes of monsters. The bear builds up rage that empowers its attacks and roars, ultimately turning it into a walking calamity. Fury Slam. Okay, what's this? 70% base attack speed, 70% damage. Yeah, that looks shit, bro. That looks ass. 60% more base, 0.4 seconds to base attack time if not standing. 0.4 seconds to base use time when shapeshifting. Oh, wow. So if you are not... So if you're a human form, you got like... Wait, are you... Do you count as standing if you're a human that's standing up? How does that work? Is that plus 0.8 seconds or is that plus 0.4 seconds? I feel like because you'd be like, you would go, you're already standing as a human, right? So maybe it's just 0.4 seconds. It might be a 0.8, who knows? Spend 10 rage to perform a rage slam if possible. In rage slam, 110 damage, 60% more stun. Shocker radius is 3 meters. The numbers on that look kind of like mid, dude. Am I crazy? The numbers look kind of mid. 110% attack damage at 70% base attack speed. It's probably because it scales with Volcano, right? Shifts a bear and roar in defiance, immediately gaining rage if there are enemies nearby, empowering subsequent attacks to break armor, alternatively socking a human form Warcry into the skill, triggers that Warcry instead, and augments its damage and area. The skill's cooldown can be bypassed by expending an endurance charge. Powers 1 attack per 10 enemy power. Yeah, Warcry, gain 2 rage per enemy. Gain 2 rage, enemy power and range. Okay, so if you do next to a boss, you get a fuck ton of rage. Empowered attacks break 123 armor on hit. Triggers sucker to walk around into the virtual roar. Yeah, okay, cool. Okay, whatever. Walking Calamity. This is just rage gain. You guy roars to get rage to make his fucking slams do more damage, and then you put down volcanoes before you slam to like trigger more volcano hits, which sounds weird, by the way, because this volcano is going to be a spell. Like, how's that going to do damage? I mean, I guess we'll find out how volcano reads in a second here. Walking Calamity. Holy shit! Shapeshift, buff, beer, AoE, melee, trigger, fire, duration, conditional. Holy fuck. Well, and therefore build glory by gaining rage while already at maximum range. Rage. When you have maximum glory, roar to the heavens and bring down upon your enemies. Wait, roar to the heavens to bring them down upon your enemies. For the duration of the skill, and as long as you remain in bear form, meteors rain down around you, and you gain fire damage and rage regen. Supported skills require 20 glory to use, 0.3 seconds to base attack time if not standing. Trigger a meteor every 0.05 seconds. A large meteor falls every 20 meteors. Meteors fall in an 8-meter radius. Buff duration is 10 seconds. Buff grants 5 rage, regenerated per second. Buff grants 30% of damage gained as fire damage, additional. Holy, the meteor damage is potent. 100% converted to fire damage, 149, small. Large meteor, 374% damage, by the way. Wait, and you're getting a meteor every 0.5 seconds. Buff duration is 10 seconds. So wait, what's the maths on that, chat? Wait, what's the maths on that? Wait, isn't that way too much damage? Am I tripping? Wait, that's 20 meteors a second. Huh? That's 200 meteors. Am I brain dead? Am I retarded? Trigger meter every 0.5 seconds. Oh shit, man. Oh shit, we're running out of time. We're running out of time. Wait, 200 meteors? Bro, I'm reading this correctly, right? Times 149. That's not like 29,000% weapon damage. Huh? Without then, that's without calculating the additional. Look at the video behind your calendar. Look at the video right here. What are you saying? This? Yeah, okay. Oh yeah, okay. I say. So the meteors just don't hit. They don't shock. So the reason why its numbers are so crazy is because the meteors just don't. It's just chaos. It's a ruckus. So it doesn't. They don't all hit the same spot. They just kind of do. It's like a firestorm basically. So it's gonna evaporate big bosses though. Because those numbers are insane. Yeah, if you're fighting a fat boss with a big hitbox, it's just going to delete them from the video game instantly, bro. It will not annihilate them. What about reduced AoE? There might be some tech there. We'll just see. Shape-shifting. Wyvern. A sight seldom seen in rail class. The Wyvern leaps into combat, slashes at its enemies with lethal talons, empowering itself by devouring the freshly dead. The Wyvern calls down lightning, explosions, and spits balls of fire. Of course, it can take to the skies and rain down streams of flame upon its foes. It's a dragon, after all. Yo! Like... Oh, he doesn't talk about it. Doesn't talk about it. Chris Wilson said he would never add a dragon to the game. If you don't know, C-Dubs was like, no dragons ever, which is why there was no dragons in PoE. He said no dragons. Not a dragon. A Wyvern. It's a dragon after all, period. Are Wyverns dragons? Yes, a Wyvern is a type of dragon. Specifically, a subspecies defined having 2 legs and 2 wings. Dumbass bitch. Stupid ass bitch. Stupid ass bitch ass. Oh, here we go, dude. It literally says it's a dragon in the thing, dude. Will you believe that they're defining it as a dragon in their game? Wing blast, shapeshifter Wyvern knocks out back. It launches out backwards with a powerful wing beat. It knocks back enemies. Enemies primed for heavy stun will be stunned, release a powerful shockwave, and have a chance to grant your power charge from the skill. 10% chance to grant a power charge on heavy stun modified by monster power. Interesting, interesting. Can of course not build up. I see. This is like, it's another one of these things where they make it a combo ability or whatever. So it can't be the thing that causes a stun build up. So you got to press it when you see the little notifier thing pop up. Do you know what? I actually don't mind abilities that are reactive. Like, not like... I prefer reactive abilities to, like, super basic 1-2 rotations. Like, you see some shit pop up and you press a button and then it goes boom. It feels all good. I don't mind that. Devour. Shapeshift into Wyvern and devour a corpse or colorable enemy. In addition to nearby corpses for each enemy and cause devour to regenerate life and gain a power charge. If the target is far enough away, you will leap to them and damage nearby enemies where you land. Cool. Cool. Hell yeah. Oil barrage. Shapeshift into Wyvern and spit oil at enemies, creating ground oil projectiles and consumes all power charges if possible. Instead, channel a sustained barrage of electrified oil that does not create oil ground projectiles for fighting a sequence, allowing multiple projectiles at the same target. The empowered... Wait, what the fuck? Empowered. 201% damage and it fires 3 projectiles. And it exposes them, lowering their res by 20%. That's insane. That's crazy. That's like the best ability we've seen. Well, the Calamity one from the bear is kind of nuts. Flame Breath. Okay, 700% more Ignite Magnitude. Rage cost is ignored for the first 4 seconds of chilling. Can it gain range while the skill is active? What's this? 800% attack speed. I mean, that just looks cool. Shooting fire out and shit just looks cool. That shit just looks cool. Oh, no, Jan. I'm not going to make it. I'm not going to make it. No, I'm not going to make it. I don't want to speedrun it. I don't want to speedrun it. Guys. I got a CT scan. I want to look at all the shit, but I got a CT scan. It's for my elbow. It's for my elbow. I'm trying to get my elbow fixed. So the in-game... Oh, are they raging already, dude? So, disappointing, honestly. They claimed this expansion would focus on in-game. We got almost nothing. Retard! They said they got tons of in-game changes coming, but they couldn't do it in time, so they cut it. It is what it is. That's life, buddy. You can't always get what you want. They telegraph what they're trying to do with the best of their ability. They were trying to do it. They wanted to do in-game. Didn't fit. They had to cut it. It is what it is. Now, I agree. Don't get me wrong. Top of my list. Top of my list. I did this in order of importance, by the way. Top of my list was literally in-game rework. It's not there. It's a bit disappointing, but they talked about it and said they really, really care about it and they want to make it fucking badass. And if that means we have to wait a little bit more, it is what it is. In-stream grandpa, I legitimately have to go. I'm not, guys. These guys are crafting the best ARPG ever made, right? Do you want them to just try and speedrun it, or do you want them to make it fucking good? You know what I'm saying? What the fuck? How is this already a thing? What the fuck? What the fuck's this? How the fuck's that already? How they already done that? Oh my god! You want them to take their time and make it good, bro. It is what it is. Regardless, I will be looking at the rest of the shit tomorrow morning. And then I want to say, well, what I'll do is patch notes. Let me think, patch notes. I'll probably do the deep dive to this shit like 2 days before the league or something. I think I still want to beat Silent Hill 2. So we'll probably finish this thing off tomorrow morning. And then, maybe I'll do the deep dive as well. Well, I'll just wing it. I'm winging it. It is what it is. I definitely want to beat Silent Hill 2 because I need to find out what the fuck happens in that game. So we'll see. Still in podcast before the league. That's the ZZ Ran angle. If ZZ Ran's doing it, then I'll turn up. That's about it. Otherwise, boys, W Day from the devs. WGGG. And now it's a little bit sad that some of the stuff didn't get put in, but again, quality over quantity, boys. Quality over quantity any day. I'm happy with it. Reaction patch notes. I don't know what we'll do tomorrow. We'll have to see. Reaction repatch notes, and yeah, maybe the combo. That could be a combo. We could do a combo. I could start off with PoE 2, finishing this off. Do a little mini deep dive, and then just go to Silent Hill 2 from that. Yeah. Yeah. Regardless, boys. Peace the fuck out. Have a good one. I'm going to the hospital. I'll see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, boys. Oh, there's a bunch of TTS. Yeah, nah, fuck, I